65 billion here versus a reading of negative 68 billion expected. Again, U.S. trade balance data coming in for July there at 8:30. We're also expecting some comments here from Boston Fed Chair Collins right now, and then a little bit later on, ex-Fed member Bullard going to speak at 9 o'clock this morning. Yeah, we were talking to Frank about this yesterday, Frank Caberna. Bank of Canada rate decision then at 9:30. We got some PMI data heading through to 10 o'clock. The big one could be this one this afternoon, 2 o'clock. The Beige Book coming through. That's an overlook or a general overview from the Fed of general economic conditions coming up later this afternoon. We'll talk about that on the afternoon stream as we get going on a Wednesday morning here. That is looking a little bit soft as far as the overall market is concerned. Downside for both the NASDAQ and the S&P, adding to declines that we saw yesterday. Here's the Qs, or the NASDAQ back to the downside after a bit of a sell-off. Into the close yesterday, it was the strong one out of the two yesterday, definitely. Number of individual movers this morning, including GitLab here. I was just watching, popping up on some volume once again back to the upside after they reported better than expected earnings. We'll touch on this VERB once again from yesterday. Verb doing things here in the pre-market. An offering just coming across for AMC. Downside in a big way as well. It's Wednesday, September 6, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There it is, 13% right now, getting flushed through to $12 already here in the pre-market. 40 million on the offering, or they filed at least to offer up to 40 million in common stock. I mean, I think everyone knew this was coming after the conversion. They go to, what was it, 580 million shares on the float overall, which will take it up to obviously 620. So we'll keep an eye on AMC back to the downside. On a Wednesday morning here, which is going to be an interesting one. Again, we get PMI data coming up at 9:45. That's the S&P one. And then at 10 o'clock, the ISM PMI reading is going to come through as well. So a couple of individual data points that could potentially move the market. It's the ISM one that the market overall typically watches a little more closely than the S&P one. And then the Beige Book, as I mentioned, this afternoon. More importantly, it's September 6th. It is my mother's 80th birthday.
Wow. Today. Happy birthday, Brent.
Happy birthday, Mom. Mm-hmm. She is definitely not watching right now, but happy birthday anyway.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder why they call it the Beige Book. Why not like a different color? But yeah. No, in all seriousness.
There's a red book too, I think.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay. In all seriousness, yeah, the U.S. trade deficit, that's interesting, coming in below analyst expectations. We've heard a lot about nearshoring, onshoring, friendshoring. To get away from reliance on, these undesirable countries, let's call them that, Brendo. But yeah, interesting look, because usually it's the other way around.
Yeah, China making some moves as well on Apple. Government officials, if you missed it, government officials not going to be allowed to use iPhones anymore. That's not good, guys, for Apple as we head towards the next iPhone event here in a couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, welcome everybody. It's not necessarily a great thing for Apple, but I think
like a great thing.
No, I mean, look, this tit for tat stuff is probably not going away, and I don't think anybody's expected it to go away. So just gear up and wait. There's going to be more. I don't know what the next shoe to drop is going to be. We'll probably see somebody else get a slap somewhere between the semiconductor stuff with China and now this with Apple. It can have a potential effect on them materially, but let's be real. Like yesterday. We'll miss some data. Yesterday, Apple rejected the 190. So what I think is you hit resistance anyways in this spot. So this news doesn't change anything. That just means short in front of that level again. There's a bunch of things going on in semiconductor land today that we'll have to pay attention to. The big runner of the day, the big runner of the downside is AMC with this news that just hit. We were just talking about that. And then the big runner of the day is Roku. And Roku being up 10% already pre-market, on some preliminary numbers that came out and some cost cutting. So this has to be watched. It's still like a 7 or 8% short float. So you never really want to fight it when it wants to go, because this can run like $10. And when you consider it had a double top on the daily at $500 it has a double top on the daily. $10 is nothing. When Roku wants to go, it can go. And it's got a big level upcoming here if it can break through 100. So this has to be on radar. And obviously, we're going to get that PMI number coming through as well. So a lot to be looking forward to today. And of course, happy birthday to Brendan's mom. 80 that's a big number, and we'll do it right today. There's certainly a heck of a lot moving. The AMC thing kind of came out of nowhere, but really, they did say that this is the thing. Like when a company has the ability to raise, usually it's going to happen at some point. So it's like you didn't know it was going to be today, but it was going to happen, right? It was almost inevitable. That's what companies do when they need capital.
Yeah, big happy birthday there to Brendan's mom. And now I get to hear about it because I know my mom watches, so she's going to be like, make sure to pass that along. So thank you for that, Brendo. And yeah, congratulations. That's a great milestone. Let's just hit some more milestones today with our P&Ls. So right now we're short AMC. We just got at 20% of it. Let's see what happens. We just got a great fill down there in the 70s. So we got 70 flat there. So we just took 20 cents. We took 10 cents, then 20 cents, and here it goes right back up to the upside a little bit here. So this one's going to be an exciting. I don't even know too much of the details there. Equity distribution agreement with several sales agents. Here it is right here. At the market offering 40 million shares, common stock through an at the market offering program. So here it is right here on Benzinga. So we'll just continue to look at this. There's a few other names here. Roku, we're going to talk about that today. And make sure you grab our watchlist, tradertv.live. Go grab that ASAP, and we'll be going over that shortly.
All right, we're just looking through some data here. As far as China was concerned, there was some trade deficit that came out, or deficit data that came out of China, 25.4 billion U.S. China versus the June deficit of 24.1 billion. So that was a big part of this. If you missed it at 8:30, 65, negative 65 versus negative 68 expected. Yeah, Fed's Collins speaking right now. I was hearing in my ear before we came on there that apparently there's a print embargo on these comments for some reason. So we won't see any comments from this, but just keep that in mind. We'll probably hear about it a little bit later this morning. Fed's Bullard coming up at 9 o'clock, and then a little bit later on this afternoon, Fed's Logan going to speak as well after the Beige Book is released at 2 p.m. So lots to look forward to. GitLab with earnings. Obviously, I still have AMC here with this offering, but nice look for GitLab this morning.
Yeah, I had reported last night. Sean brought that to you on the show. It's a good look. I mean, they guide up and they beat on the top and bottom line. It's not a bad look. We'll see how they do today. Not really a big company, though.
One on the other hand that came right back on the call. So Zscaler, ZS, huge move higher initially to 173 and then comes all the way back. Here we are basically flat, down a little bit here, guys, but a couple of interesting earnings movers today.
Like we're just saying, anybody that buys and holds at these highs on these aftermarket moves, like you cannot be making longer term decisions. I suppose on something like a Zscaler, if you manage to get in good on somehow getting lucky and catching a 163 breakout because you just went long at the close. But if you're buying up here, and it's not like the report was bad, but if you're buying at like 170, it just comes right back to where it closed. I'm not sure there's much to see with this one today, except for we haven't traded off this resistance at 165 in the open market. So you gapped right through it. It's still, to me, that's still available. Like 165 on the daily, if it only went in the aftermarket, I don't care. Like to me, that's still a level. I think if it gets up there, maybe you fade that into a breakout or something along those lines. But a bit of a disappointment. Like the thing about Zscaler is it would be a heck of a lot more exciting if this stock was trading and holding above 165 on a beat. I'd be talking about trend long in the stock. That's just a more exciting trade. It didn't happen, so you don't have to set it up there. It is what it is. But you know, Sharif was like, "Oh yeah, good call, AMC." I didn't really even look. AMC tanked. And then I went hunting for the news. I was like, why are we tanking? Yelled over to Brendan, like, why is this thing tanking? Saw the offering. Again, this is a stock that can go absolutely anywhere, but it is worth mentioning. Since that reverse split, it's got a 1070 bottom. Take that for what it's worth. So if it gets to 1070, I think there's probably buyers around that in 11. That recent bottom is your kind of support until it's not. And that's what I would want to be playing off here. So there's your 1070. I don't know why I have a line at $5. It's probably really, really old. But if we see 1070 today, just remember, that's the post-split support level. So I could see a bounce there. It is going to instantly be SSR at the open, so any bounce is a short sell, is a SSR bounce by definition here on AMC. It's an absolute mess. I actually thought that, WeWork might make its rollover today. It still could do a flat bottom break, but this is what happens when you issue shares and you do offerings and all that stuff. Typically, it doesn't end well for the shareholders here, even if it is a small offering. It doesn't matter. A raise is a raise.
Yeah, we reloaded AMC here at 12 bucks. Like, look at this thing.
Oh my God.
We said yesterday we hit our daily goal. Let's see if we can do it early. AMC just tanking right now. And again, we took some shares here and boom, 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 boom. So we reloaded it. We still have 20%, only out of 20% of the reloaded. So as this continues to go down, man, this is going to be something that I'm going to be concerned with here today. There goes AMC breaking through 1150. Let's see if it does that. I mean, then after you're done 1150, the bottom has been 11. So, I mean, I'm just thinking that if we can just keep on, hitting down to there, that would be a monster trade. And then if you break through 11, man, I mean, then it sort of opens everything up. So it's 1080, it looks like, is the bottom, maybe 1090. I mean, whatever, you're pulling at straws there at that point. But here it goes, bye-bye 1150. At the market offering 40 million shares. This thing could probably see 10 bucks today. So downside, unfortunately, for those of us holding AMC.
All right, another earnings name here worth mentioning, not one we typically look at, but ASAN also reported down about 5%. Not a lot of volume here, pretty uneventful as far as the actual report is concerned. If I zoom out, you can see the initial move higher, and then we end similar to the other one we're looking at, basically back at session lows yesterday. Want to mention these. Here's Tilray. That is not Tilray, that is the Qs, but there is Tilray. Back higher again this morning after a bit of a sell-off late in the day yesterday, but 40% in a week here for some of these cannabis stocks.
Yeah.
On that note that we talked about last week.
Yeah, the Department of Human, I don't remember what it was.
Health Services.
Yeah, Human and Health Services, or the other way around, suggesting that it should be downgraded from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, in case you're wondering why. And retail has been jumping in hand over fist. I really don't think we have a lot of institutional investment into this yet until we get some sort of legislative change at the federal level, Brendo.
These are, yeah, no kidding. These are obviously just absolutely demolished as far as stocks are concerned. So 40% in a week is not that huge of a move if you zoom out. But I want to mention this one. MJ actually did. I noticed at the end of the day yesterday, MJ relative volume-wise more than some of the other ETFs. So a little more attention getting spread out here, guys, as far as cannabis is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you say MJ, and I'm like, part of me just wants to go Rick James and belt it out. But maybe if CGC gets to $10 without splitting by the end of the year, I'll sing Mary Jane live on the show. I don't give a damn. Like, it's not, A, it's not going to happen. B, it is the one to trade, I think, today. CGC, and I was trading Tilray yesterday. We talked about Tilray last week, and that was the flavor. And I thought the level break was good when it broke out yesterday. But CGC on the daily, it just broke this 70. It's gapping above this 70-cent level. A lot of times, penny stocks make the run to $1 for obvious reasons. So if it's going to make that run, it's got plenty of room to go here. I like this 70 level. 68 is where we closed. So I want to go dip hunting on this. I mean, yesterday it held 66 in the afternoon, and that was a bit of a scalp trade. So I like 70s, I like 68s, I like 66s into the 65 level. But I would give it up if it can't hold 65. It just, at some point you got to give up the go. So first look, we'll be trying to buy the dip in front of 70 for me for a piece. Smaller in the pre-market, but CGC up 11%. This is sort of like a relief rally for these cannabis names here. I don't know if you can call it a full-blown squeeze because they're none of them have floats, short floats over 10% anymore, but it's still decent enough. And when I mentioned Tilray, it was a good breakout early, but it didn't really sustain it. So it's holding above the breakout price, but barely doing anything, whereas CGC has just broken out that level and is holding above. So that's it. That's why I like CGC today over Tilray. Tilray was great. It's just this one seems like it's on the verge of something a little bit better technically.
All right, everyone wants to talk about Enbridge here a little bit. So Enbridge today, of course, dipped down 8% as they entered into 3 separate agreements with Dominion Energy. to acquire EOG, Questar, and PSNC. So Enbridge, huge move to the downside. I'm going to be going into my account and buying some more Enbridge today, but Enbridge has been pretty sick for a while, man. This is a big name, now below the 50, obviously below the 200, but a big move down on a buy today. And as they purchase, again, it's a big expense for them.
They're issuing as well to fund some of it.
Yeah, so it's a big move to the downside right now for Enbridge. So watch out for that bought deal, common shares. That was, yesterday at 414. So that's not good. 89.5 million common shares of the company at $44 Canadian. So that's, hold on a second, let me just see where we are here in the pre-market on Canada. It was 44.70, so we're still a little bit above that here. So it looks like that was a good price, but 44.70 sends this name reeling a little bit here. So you could watch out for that key price. You convert it over into the US, and then we'll see what's going on. Wow, it's a good thing we got out of some AMC there, as it's retracing all the way back up to the upside here as well. And it's Mr. Randy coming
Randy,
to save
thank you, sir.
the day. Thank you so much, Randy. All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Bang. Thanks,
Bang.
Randy. We
Oh,
had
you
another
got-
coffee
you got
here,
the
but
bang one.
again, it's just like it gets cold so damn fast out here.
There's vents like blowing right down so that we're not boiling on top.
Is that
and then
why
it
it's
goes right-
there?
Well, I don't know. I feel like my coffee got cold in like 5 minutes, which shouldn't happen. I need the Yeti. That's what you need. You just got to have the Yeti out there. But then we don't have the Trader TV Yetis yet.
But you do have Mr. Cheese.
Yes.
Jordan Love.
I gave my wife the one we got from Jeff because she's always using it every single day.
Oh, I just buy new stuff every time. Like I had a wicked Yeti water bottle. Now my wife has one. Both my kids have one, and it's their school. Like my kids are bringing $50 water bottles to school. So
It's like it goes away. Do you have the? Have you seen the?
I need to make more money, like ASAP.
What's the word I'm looking for? The coolers.
Unemployment line?
No,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
Dude, the Yeti coolers are ridiculous.
Yeah, they're $500.
They're almost like unnecessarily good.
If
Like
I get one of those, then that'll be my kid's lunch bag.
I think I'm
they'll
gonna
each
buy
want
one for camping because when we do car camping, you have to take
Yeah.
like, all of your
Right, you
food.
should have one
all
for
of your
camping.
food goes in the cooler in like the car, and you leave it in the truck, right? So that's what we're gonna do. Probably get a Yeti because those are pimp.
That's right. That's right. I like that. Now we've got that. It's shining bright. Hopefully, shines bright like a diamond. Man, what the hell are we doing around
I
here?
don't
It is 8:47.
Is it?
Yes, or is it?
Allegedly.
Yes, it is. I can see the time quite clearly now. But I'm gonna go in and buy
hope
some
so.
Enbridge shares there, boys.
They go actually very well with your shirt today, Sean, so it's a good look. No problem. A few earnings to consider later today. One of them, this one, AI up 1.5% to come later on. GameStop also to come later on, not really doing anything, but just noticed AI randomly up 2% here ahead of their earnings report. I want to talk a little bit about these semiconductors. We'll get into it more as we get into the watch list after 9 o'clock, but we saw yesterday a couple of big moves coming out of this Goldman Sachs conference. I mean, apparently it's conference week because today there's a Citigroup tech conference, there's a Evercore, I think there's an ISI conference going on as well. So basically they're all presenting again today, but at different conferences. Yeah. AMAT, however, is the only one that's going to, notable one anyway. I also saw SoFi is also going to present at the Goldman Sachs conference again today. So just be prepared throughout the session. We could randomly see moves again on some of these.
Yeah, which we did yesterday with AMD. I mean, Neil looked over at me. He's like, something must have happened with AMD. We knew later that Lisa Su was speaking at the Communicopia and Technology Conference. Yes, that's a mouthful. From Goldman. Like Brendo said, AMAT presenting there today, but also news trickling out about what Fed Collins was saying earlier.
Tell.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be glad to, Brendo. Near or even at the peak of rates, but leaving the door open for more rate hikes should the data present it. But here's a kicker that we've been hearing a lot about: higher for longer.
Never heard that. I mean, well, again, we have numerous Fed speakers coming throughout the day today again, so just be prepared for some market moves. But as we were saying, semiconductors and tech in general, guys, SoFi, it's an interesting move or an interesting stock, obviously, but could be an interesting move. And I believe, I'm going to double check, but I believe it's 12.15 today for SoFi.
be nice if it traded at 12.15, like $12.15, where everyone wants SoFi to be. Unfortunately for SoFi, it's actually rejecting the. This actually could be a good thing. Anyways, rejecting the 50 period. You can see the $9 level has kind of turned into something. That's a 50 period on the daily. Support's down at 8. If it tanks at 12.15, I think you look for like 8 or just under it for a dip buy. But this is not, it's actually not that bad. The fact that it's consolidating into this gives you like some kind of like a hype breakout. So I think right around noon, we'll probably be like doing lunch money at this time and then be looking for SoFi to break out for something on that conference. Rates higher for longer isn't necessarily good for tech, and I wouldn't put that in the positive category for something like C3AI. But if you look at what happened to C3AI when it dropped like $7 last week, it's starting, well, it already started to fill in this gap. And it's up like 1.7% today. It's trying to break back out. When you double bottom and start filling in a gap like this, a lot of times it just kind of gets there. So I think this one over 32 today actually has a real chance. I'd like to see some volume come in here. There's really not a heck of a lot of trading in the pre-market in this name. But if it holds above 32 at the open or starts even trending up, you got $2 to $2.50 worth of room to fill in the gap from the 24th. So I think C3AI needs to be on the watch. You don't have to wait for earnings to trade some of these names. I think you wait on SoFi. If it breaks out early, I don't know if I love it, but if for whatever reason it takes out that 9 on something that gets set at noon, that's not a bad momentum trade. You can probably just punch long 01s on SoFi if that happens, and you can have yourself like a 5-cent stop and then just sort of see how it goes. I mean, we saw that move in like MU, AMD, like they all just went nuts. So these kind of conferences can give you something. I have no idea what they might announce. It's just on the off chance they do.
Yeah, yesterday, it's funny because yesterday we had C3AI breaking through 31.50, but the problem is it happened right at the end of the day. And then now today, of course, you come up and you're in the money now at 50 cents, which would have been pretty sweet. So we had that break yesterday. Unfortunately, that was yesterday, and we don't have it here today. So I mean, obviously, we don't have it here today, but I still like that. I think if you come back into 31.50, that's going to be worth buying. You had GitLab with a nice move yesterday. Let's just see if some of this software continues to rock. Obviously, it's in the right space. You could keep talking about AI as much as we want, and that is what it is. Remember, there's the chip conference happening today as well. So I'll probably stay away from AMD and stuff. AMD was quite a top stock for me yesterday, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this happened. Boom, right up to the upside. We were lucky enough to catch an 11.50 short, which made back some of what we lost here. But we were really cruising off this 109, man. I mean, we were hitting it over and over and over again and making bank, and then all of a sudden, bank exploded and there was a robbery, and then we had to wait for the police to come and give us this 11.50 to the short side, which was great, and then it took off at the end of the day. So I will not be trading chip stocks today whatsoever, but there are going to be in play. If something does move dramatically, we will call it up, and there it is again right there. So yeah, man, we doubled up again. Like we doubled up this again at VWAP back here at $12. So the fact that now it's into the 70s again, I mean, let's go AMC, man. This is just the gift that keeps on giving to the short side right now. Boom, 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 reload, reload. I mean, and here it comes back in. I'm now bidding 66s here to see if we can get a fill on this one. So yeah, AMC just continues to get destroyed here today. It's going to be. Let's see how we open. I mean, where are the imbalances?
The last time something like this happened, I don't remember specifically if it was AMC, but remember, I'm trying to remember the stock that it was. The best short was the pre-market, and then once it started relief buying, like all I'm telling myself is do not move into the short at 9:30. If it makes a bounce off these lows, just allow that move to happen and then try to be patient with it. Because a lot of times when it opens up SSR and it's already been quadunked, like once at 9:30, there's just a lot of like short covering, and you want to withstand that move and not average into it, and then work into like something a little bit later on. So the 12 is good for now, but we get to like 9:15. I don't want to be adding to this short. I think you just hold on to it. Last time I'm trying to remember the name of the stock. It wasn't AMC, but it was one of those like bankrupt deals.
Yeah.
And then at 9:30, it just started ripping.
Yeah, it's not even, I mean, I'm looking at the imbalance locator, it's not here. So when it does show up, it's going to be a big sell if it ever does show up. So let's wait to see what happens. I'm getting some more out. We just stopped at 68 there, so we missed a 66. Let's bid some 70s, get some more out there, and just continue to work this. I mean, it's nice to be up a little bit here in the pre-market.
Just double checking, 4:05 to clarify, for SoFi. So it's going to be after the close. So stick around for the recap show. I'm sure Sean will bring that to you. Again, SoFi at the Goldman Sachs conference, 4:05 tonight. So there are a few other ones that are coming through, though, throughout the day. Here's a look at some analyst moves for you to kick things off. On a Wednesday morning, yeah, a lot of airline movement in the pre-market here. We'll touch on that coming up. AAPL, just one of those. Morgan Stanley here with a note on First Solar, back to the upside. Cannabis, the trade desk, TTD, if you're looking for the symbol there. Block downside, we'll touch on that. Johnson & Johnson, Gilead, and Enbridge, guys.
Yeah, Block is in an ugly place right now. I mean, on the daily, it's not very attractive looking. It just bounced off major support at $55 on the daily, and you could be flat bottom breaking here. Last week's support at 57. If this goes down, the market is down 0.25%. It's really not much. We're still having an inside day sort of looming for us here, and I actually kind of feel like the NASDAQ's going to have an inside day, so you want to trade the names that are moving into new price areas. So if this gets taken down, I think you look trend to 55 here on Square. If it holds the open, you don't want to fight it, then the short's up at that 59 level. Not a great look for Square. I know PayPal was pretty strong in the last couple of sessions, and you got a little sympathy for that here with Block. You've had a little bit of a lag in terms of Bitcoin as well, which doesn't help. Yeah, things not looking great for them. You already mentioned Enbridge. There. I think this is a good play for Enbridge overall, but companies get punished when they make big acquisitions, especially if they have to dilute to do it, or go into debt or dilute to do it. So this is probably a wait for a couple of days and allow it to settle down. A lot of times, and this is an old school pattern. I'm kind of skipping to Enbridge here because I just thought of this. A lot of times, an acquiring company that gets sold at the open can find a bid somewhere in like 10:30 after the opening rush, like people stop selling, and maybe it catches a bid. So there's sometimes a trade with a company making an acquisition, and you just sort of look for it to make some kind of a bottom going into lunchtime, and then it can be scalp traded. Maybe we see that for Enbridge today. But yeah, a couple of downgrades. One that I think I only want to look short, and Enbridge here, there might be a bid today. I'm not sure exactly where it's going to be. Companies always get punished for this kind of thing, even though I think it's a long-term good deal for them.
We were talking about it on the after show there. We had Michael Noss on a couple times. We looked at the TAN ETF. We also looked at First Solar, and then we talked. It's just crazy. If you're not watching the after show at 4 o'clock, you're going to miss some trades, because we talked about First Solar right down here at 175. I mean, if you guys are watching it at 4 p.m., make sure you tag me and make sure you put some comments in the chat, because we had Michael on last night as well, talking about a few other names that we really like to buy. And we talked about First Solar right down here at 175. I mean, that was as clear as day. You can go back and find that clip last week. Nice, or maybe it was 177, but nice bump up there today into 190 and still continues to go. So I've really liked this space. We also talked about end phase that we really liked, and then the reason why it keeps coming up is because on the show we also review Sector Watch, right? And the thing is that this TAN ETF right here on the solar side has really been getting killed, and we also brought this to everybody's attention down here into the 50s because it goes all the way back into May, these bottoms. So this has been a good little look for some solar names, and again, end phase is something that's pretty popular amongst traders, and I think that this name is another one that's a super exciting level down here at 128 after really getting crushed. So if you're looking for some sort of opportunity that's not in big tech, I mean, obviously it's a tech name, but you're right down back here for end phase again, right back to January of 2022 levels again. So I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we're doing at 4 p.m. So make sure you join me and many traders there as we talk about all these names. So really glad to have talked about end phase and First Solar over the last couple weeks there. So yeah, good names, and I think FSLR is definitely one to watch. It's not going to be, I mean, it's a day trading name. I mean, if you break above this like 195-ish, this sort of support area right there, that's now going to be resistance, I guess. 191, 192. So you're getting close to that for First Solar. But again, a name that we really like there. Look at this. Here comes AMC right back in again. So we did get that 79 fill. We are still waiting for a 70 fill on this as well. So hopefully we can come back in, and then we're littered on the bid, man. I'm in the 60s, I'm in the 50s, just to take some more out, as now it's 9 o'clock. You're gonna get some dark pool action coming out right now. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here comes some dark pool prints. Let's see where they go. And nothing really happening at 9 o'clock on AMC. So we'll see. But right now, down 14%. I'm still bidding 70s on AMC Holdings.
Just thinking about a lawsuit here for Skechers suing someone for patent infringement. Here's another one moving around. PALI, little pharma stock, just broke through $1 on heavy volume to the upside on a positive headline as well. 2.8 million shares and increasing right now as far as volume is concerned for PALI. We'll keep an eye on that one. Let's get a look at how the overall market is shaping up. Back to the upside right now.
Yeah, for a bit. We closed about 4,500 yesterday. We closed at 4,502, so that's important. But we are below 4,500 right now, but above the 4,490 level that we've talked about umpteen times on this desk here. Mid-June, early July, that was 2 crests that we had. It's been acting as a level of support for now. But if we get above 4,500 again, let's see how we trade, see if the buyers can overwhelm sellers. To the high side, Brendo, looking at that 45, 35, that's a bit of the crest here on this last move up.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open on a Wednesday morning. If you haven't done so, watchlist.tradertv.live. Go do this right now. Enter your email address, and then you get that for free right to your inbox every single day. A couple of interesting notes here as far as Apple is concerned. It's been a while, I feel like, since we've had Apple at the top of the list. Give me 2 seconds, and I will fix that. There we go. Apple, with this headline this morning, Chinese government officials not going to be able to use not only iPhones, but foreign branded devices, period, for work across the board. So as the guys were mentioning, kind of tit for tat as far as what the U.S. is throwing back at China with, I don't know, TikTok, for example. I was just reading through a couple other headlines here. Spotify paid subscriber dilemma. I'll look at that. But anyways, thoughts on Apple here?
Yeah, it's an interesting look. Like you said, tit for tat exchange. I'm a little surprised by it, though, because we just saw Gina Raimondo, the U.S. Commerce Secretary, just leave China. And according to her, the talks were productive. And, you know, she did defend American companies who were saying, you know, that they're having a tough time doing business in China. Some calling it uninvestable, saying that they're being surprised with surprise inspections, fines that were sort of, you know, unexpected. So we'll see. We'll see what goes on today.
Also, as more and more production obviously goes from China over to India with Foxconn as well. Here's Apple, guys, looking a little bit toppy at this point on the daily chart.
Yeah, toppy is the word. Like I got my Trade Ideas daily chart up here just because it's very clean looking, and you can see this 190. It's definitely short-term resistance, and if you were anticipating where it was going to round off, kind of looking at that 190 would make a lot of sense, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So I don't know if we get there again today. It would take, maybe it takes a lot. This is the second day in a row Apple has looked weak, but yesterday it rallied into that level when it looked weak relative to the market. Maybe today's a little bit of a different story. I don't want to flat bottom break Apple. I think you always just want to be joining the trend. So if we get a pop early, I think you just wait for the 190 level. Understand that 187 was a good bid for the stock yesterday, so there could be some support. I don't want to be touching it in the middle. I just want to look for that big level to the upside if we can catch that on a short. If 187 goes, I think that's really bad for the market. At that point, you're already down 0.7 here, so it gets really ugly if 187 goes. I think we're in for a pretty red day on Apple. As we said, this is going to be a tit for tat. I'm not terribly concerned in terms of long term, because some of this has been like sort of baked in. Like we've known that there were going to be every single company that relies on China is going to be under some pressure, and I feel like some of that should have been baked in, and that's why we never actually breached the recent highs on Apple. But it is primed to at least roll back over. There's a lower high on the daily, and if it breaks this channel to the downside, you could be seeing that 170. You could see the 170s again in Apple. It would not surprise me one bit.
Yeah, that'd be, I mean, I hope we can, because I'd love to get more shares down there. What's up to Nimit right now? Rocket, rocket, rocket.
Hey, everyone wins on that.
There he goes, man. Yeah, I hit that last week. So shout out to Nimit right there for stepping up and into Streamlabs right there. We got a couple outs there on AMC as well. All right, so just quickly here, Apple's on the sticky note. We talked about that. Here's a sticky note right here. It's number one name. If it comes up to 190 right there, then we do want to short sell it, of course. It's been bouncing off to 190 over and over and over again. Yesterday, we listed the short as well on that, but it never really got going. There's the 190, so we play off that over and over and over again. We actually tweeted that out yesterday too. Some of our Apple trading just kept on shorting that 190 level, and I don't see any reason why we just can't keep on doing that exact same thing here. So like here's yesterday, although Apple was a very strong name, we shorted it early and then we shorted it late there at 190 as well. So a couple good opportunities, and I think that even after today, look, I mean, imagine the U.S. actually got some stones and like started to ban saying that, oh, we're not allowed to sell Neo cars here or XPEV or anything like that. I mean, that would send that reeling. This is interesting because it's just not for Apple. I mean, I don't know what other products they're going to be sort of looking at here. The Huawei is not something that they're going to take lightly, I guess. It's about 3 or 4 years since that story, I feel like. But we'll wait to see what this does for Apple. Right now, it's kind of just muted, man. I mean, it's down 0.75. I would have thought there would have been some more action here today. The NASDAQ has a way of just going up. I don't know if you guys have noticed that lately. So if this does bump anywhere, we do have the 50 period here at 189 upside. So if that can fill out, maybe that's going to be a decent short off the open. I'd rather wait for 190. If that comes through, then that's what we'll be trading for sure. So I'm looking for a 190 short, or at least into 190. And then if we don't get that, I mean, yeah, this 87 looks like a good break. But I don't know if the market's really going to have to tank to get to 87. So I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But when it does, we should hit it.
Let's talk about GitLab. Earnings name after the close yesterday. Nice move to 54. We're coming back in a little bit here. 52.5 going to be in play. But I mean, a bit of a surprise to say the least. I read a number of positive notes on this last night. So a beat right across the board here for GitLab, including the guidance going to the upside as well.
Yeah, it's a good look. It's not a company I know too much about, to be honest with you, but they beat on the top and bottom line. Analysts were looking for about 1 penny a share loss. They got 3 penny a share profit, so not a bad look. Revenue also came in higher than expected, 139.58 million. Analysts were looking for about 130 million. Growing well too, Brendel, 38.14% year over year.
Yeah, if you've done any kind of coding or anything of that nature, at all. I'm sure you've heard of GTLB, but same. I was definitely not in that boat for a long, long time. GitLab, guys, good look here to start.
So we were just talking about GitLab a little bit here on the daily chart. And I actually thought that maybe Asana would be the one to have a better chance at a breakout. They're both 8, 9, whatever percent short floats. GitLab's a 9.5% short float. You look at 55 here, this just seems like an obvious breakout candidate. So it's up 6%. We know 6 can turn into 10. These things have happened before. It does almost no volume. It's not that big of a company. There's like 80 million shares in the float or something like that. So if it makes this break at 55, there's clear room to the upside to be short. This is not a name where I would have a breakout order just sitting out there at 9 o'clock because it's $2 away. Like, you don't want to get wicked into that on GitLab. The spread already is like 20, 30 cents, and it's opened up more than that. But this could be a pretty good breakout candidate. I hesitate to want to put like a tight stop break at 53 because that goes into that 55 level on the daily. It's got to clear 55, or I'm not terribly interested. I think it'd be more interesting if it did some kind of crazy dip buy, and then suddenly you could trade it off of like the $50 level down here or something. So 50 or the 55 breakout on the daily is what I like here on GitLab. That's very singular. I doubt this is a trade at 10 times kind of situation today. It's like you look for one thing to happen. If it happens, you take it. If it doesn't, you don't even look at GitLab for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we had a breakout yesterday in Oxy that we missed through 66, which was absolutely incredible. And sometimes when stocks are moving around, you get levels that you never thought you would get, right? I mean, we're going to talk about Roku soon and Square's coming. So there's a couple big levels coming through there as well. I'm still looking at AMC. I just took a 68 fill there.
It's a refresher 61.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens here at 60. So my next bid is at 50. Hopefully that can come through as well. But AMC just continues to drop down. I said I would just keep on posting if there was anything here on the imbalance locator, but there isn't, which is kind of weird for me. Isn't that weird?
There's no stocks
like
at all.
Such news today for even just there's no stocks at all for sure. I mean, it's the first week back. It's a shortened week.
I'd expect
Kids back at
Enbridge
school.
to be there on the imbalance.
I'd expect
Enbridge,
another great name to be here. J&J should be here. There's no AMC. Like that doesn't make any sense, man. You've done 3 million shares with huge news. I'm surprised. So I don't know, man. It's definitely working out, but you know, no Enbridge on there. So we'll watch out for GitLab. For me, sort of the name that we don't trade too often is GitLab, and another one that's breaking out a little bit, although now it's coming back. I still like the C3 AI somewhere around here, 3150. So we'll see about a Phil if that can come through. Shout out to everybody out there named Phil.
My brother's name is Phil.
All right, let's talk Block here on a downgrade this morning. Back to the downside after what happened last week. It was, it was relatively strong as far as the market is concerned, but right back to, I wanted to zoom out and show you that. On the move to the upside, that 57, I guess it was, coming back into play here for Block on a downgrade.
Yeah, interesting look, especially after the move down with Bitcoin last week, despite the fact that GBTC, Grayscale actually won their lawsuit against the SEC. Another UBS downgrade today, Brendo, from 102 price target to 65. So about halving that. Not a good look.
On that, Natalie Brunell coming up this afternoon on the show, going to talk about exactly that. Not only the SEC delaying their decision again further on these ETF, Bitcoin ETFs across the board, but we'll also touch on what happened with Grayscale. So interesting time to be involved in crypto markets, guys.
Yeah, Block is like this. You can call the pattern whatever you want. On the daily, it actually, if you zoom in, I don't know, I'm not the CMT, but it doesn't look good. I can tell you that much. And it's got this little W thing going on, but it's also like support down in the low 50s. We talked about 55. You already mentioned that 57. Like this is giving the old Matumbo finger wag. Just we don't want to go up. It's not going anywhere. 57 for a breakdown. If it's underneath 57 in the opening range, I think you're looking for the short here on Block. And unfortunately, it hasn't been good. So instead of beating that dead horse, it's worth mentioning here that the last couple of days, load up. Like PayPal had been looking really good. Like if you look at the trend in PayPal, I think when you're looking at this space, it's like Block favor short, PayPal. It's at least trying to go. So I thought this was on the verge of breaking back out. I guess this is not going to bode well for it. Square being down, the market kind of being down. But I was on alert for this to get back above 65, 66 for a bit of a break. I think that might have to go into the back pocket for today. The Square short underneath 57 sort of stands out there. But if we were to rally and this thing's fortunes turn around in the market, you know, it's compatriot in some ways. PayPal has been sort of gearing up for another leg to the upside, it does feel like. So it made a double bottom as well. Not nearly as bad. Neither one of the daily charts look good, but if I had to play one to the long side, it would easily be PayPal over Square.
Yeah, I just put an offer here around 58 bucks. I mean, if this wants to rip up in here, then we can try to short that. You have the 200 period here at 58, so any kind of a short for that. It's also written here, it's the number 2 name on the sticky note, obviously breaking through 57. I mean, we just talked about those levels, so here it goes. You're down here, and this is 57. So pretty clear as day what's about to happen. Unfortunately, yeah, I still own some shares, but it's a moot point at this point, and I'm not going to be buying any more. I would prefer PayPal, but right there, just because I read that report about what that one guy was writing about it. But 57 right there is looking like it's going to break, and if it does, then I wouldn't be surprised if we can almost immediately go to like 56.20, 56 and change. So I think if you're playing the option game, I mean, you could put, if you thought about a 55 put or something, I don't think that would be out of the question here, especially if the market does pull back over the next couple of days with the beginning of September. A couple good outs there on AMC, of course, as we got a whole bunch out in the mid-60s as we go back up into the 70s here. So still 15 minutes to go. The only orders I have out right now are Square, Apple, and AMC. So AMC, Square, and Apple. We've just talked about all of them, and these are the ones that we're looking at. We are going to talk about Google in a minute, but this has been the strongest tech name. I'm thinking about putting Google.NZ, come on, man. Google.NQ. Right there, 135 has been pretty strong on this one. So I think that we'll look at that. There was an announcement just recently, something there looks like favorable for something about their Play Store, but the market has brought this one back in a little bit, but it is positive on the day. So if you're going to trade relative strength, which is what I do, relative strength and support and resistance, there's really nothing else that I'm doing. That's going to be a level here, 136. If that holds, great, but looking more for a 135 where we closed sort of on yesterday. So right now, Google's on my mind, but the only active orders, Apple, AMC, and Square.
So Roku here, a couple things to know. They announced more job cuts, so that's a 10%, in fact. They're going to cut their workforce over here 10%. And then they came out with this improved forecast. So to the upside, to the tune of 835 to 875 million, up from those figures prior, based on the savings coming from this note over here. So nice look, 10% here for Roku.
Yeah, and it's a stock that's up over 106% year to date. So it's already moved quite substantially, obviously outperforming the NASDAQ in that regard. But as Brendo was saying, the workforce reduction is going to come at a cost. It's going to cost them about 45 to 65 million. One-off charges, obviously, probably for packages. The same thing is true with respect to their leases. They're going to have to get out of those leases, and it's going to cost them some money. Those are going to be realized likely in Q3. We'll have to see how this one does. I
was just double checking. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple of different notes, but there is a short percent angle to this as well. I've seen anywhere this morning from 7.5 up to about 10.5 on Roku. One of those stocks that we typically only look at when there's a headline, and then when there's a headline, it's 10, 20% either direction.
Insanity is what this stock is capable of. Like, we've seen it in the last few months. You have seen like a 75 to like almost 90 day. And if it does one of those today, I will not be surprised. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I would not be surprised. You can see on the daily chart, if it gets above like 98, there's always the 100 break. On the weekly, that level looks just as good. What I do find interesting is you could dip down in, and just looking at previous resistance in front of 90 would make some sense on a dip for a continuation move. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here today for Roku. Like, it already put in some support at 90 at the open, or sorry, early in the pre-market, not at the open. Now was the open. So if we get into that 90 and hold it, I think it can be a nice little bounce play. Otherwise, this stock takes out that high in the daily. I think you just go for the long. Yes, it will be up a boatload. But if Roku does 20 to 25% a day, it's like we've seen it before. Like, these are the days that you actually want to trade it when it can go from 10 to 20%. And I think that's definitely a possibility here. Cost cutting is a catalyst, and the short float tends to be a good one. Just has to hold 90 even. If it's underneath that price, I'd probably get away from Roku altogether. It's done great volume as well. So over 1 million in the pre-market. That's fantastic for Roku. I think it's just going to be one of the high volume names today that you got to be eyes on here, and don't fight the trend. Right? A lot of times you'll say, yeah, it's up too much, it's Roku, but you don't want to fight that trend here. If it's breaking out, I think you want to find places to join instead of fighting it. Maybe the 100 could be shorted, but that's $8 away.
Yeah, I wrote down the same level there. If you want to find it, it's at Trader TV. Sean on the sticky note, it's $90. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. If you get a pullback into that, that's where we stopped right there. That's going to be a long. Also, I think the breakout long is going to be pretty good as well. Breaking out somewhere. I was going to look at the pre-market high of $95. So that's probably a clean break. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Roku takes that out. Honestly, if you want to get a little more aggressive, try 93.50. I think that's actually something that I'll look at, 93.50. But the problem with Roku is, of course, and we've had like $10 winners on this name before, and I don't know if it's what's going to be happening right now, but I do like it. I think Roku has a good chance to make those highs. And again, a shortable, I don't know, did you talk about the short float?
9%.
At 9? Okay, so 9% short, not super huge, but I think I'm going to take that 93.50 break right there on Roku off the open. So let's put that order in. It's 9:18 now. Let me just put it up on the other screen here on one of my other sides so that I don't miss it, because I don't want to put the order out now, but I do think that 93.50 should be a good one there, as you know, people don't choosing cable. I mean, Roku has free stuff on there. They have their own shows. They have deals. They made that deal with YouTube. Now they're cutting 10% of their workforce. I mean, we saw what, Meta in the year of, what did they call it? The year of efficiencies. So as all these companies get more efficient, it just means good news for shareholders. So let's wait to see. I'm not going to hate on Roku. It's been a really good stock, especially from some of those bottoms. I mean, the bottom of 50 was crazy. You could see just here on the daily, when it gets excited, man, it really gets going. And here again today is just another one of those days. So 93.50 for Roku is what I got my eye on.
These for quite some time, but active in the pre-market. We saw on the upgrades and downgrades board, there were not one, but a few here as far as analyst moves on this group. A few cautionary notes as well as far as higher costs, higher fuel costs to come. We're still seeing demand, however, through the roof as far as all of these are concerned. But Southwest, the first one to come out this morning. Then we get the update from UAL. I also saw one from AAL. So a few analysts and the individual companies coming out with moves this morning as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword with these companies. Number one, we all know the consumer spending more on experiences and travel than they are on goods. That was reflected in multiple data points. But we are at the end of the unofficial travel season as Labor Day has come and gone. So the demand for it will wane. However, margins were still very good because the consumer was spending a lot more on these upgraded products. That's going to be hurt now with the increased fuel costs. Look at what they're saying. I mean, if you want to have a look here at the chart, essentially, Southwest was saying that they were expecting about $2.55 to $2.65 per gallon. Now they're looking at $2.70 to $2.80, and United with an even higher estimate, Brendo, $2.95 to $3.05 after a $2.50 to $2.80 range.
UAL with that, what do you want to call it, software hiccup yesterday, I guess it was, but that was righted and back to the upside as far as the stock was concerned. But here we are down again this morning. That's AAL. UAL looking similar, but that was that move yesterday.
Yeah, so the UAL did clear things up, and then now you get this report, costs increasing. The trend is your friend. That's the trend. It is downside on the daily. You guys can all see that. It flat bottom broke yesterday and then found resistance at the exact flat bottom break after that news announcement of the, I guess they did they had to cancel a bunch of flights and all that, and that is all cleared up, but now you have another negative catalyst. So underneath that 48.60, I mean, if it's underneath here, I think you just look for that short. Not a lot of volume here, and it did move down. If the delays and the issues had continued to day two, I think I'd probably already be looking to short this at the open. I'll let this one play out. Let's see it open with some volume, and if it can't hold on to 48.50, I think it's still a short down there. It is worth respecting the fact that it is bouncing off the 200 period above 48. So I do not want to get sort of trapped at a bad price. Price is your friend, and that 48.6 is where I would want that short trade on. At least you know exactly where you can be wrong. Flat bottom break from yesterday. UAL is the one I want to trade just because of that level. So I'm not really looking at any of the other names out there. And it is 9:22. We just got through the rundown. We didn't mention the weed names all that much. They're not on there, but I just want to reiterate that CGC. There we go. They're not up in smoke today. This one's up 12%.
Oh, but they will be soon.
Oh, yeah. Look, eventually it's going to come down. Let's be real. Maybe not. Hopefully not today, because it is breaking out the 70-cent level. I'm on the bid here to get a dip buy on CGC at 70. We'll see what happens. I kind of went from Tilray over to this one, so it looks pretty good. Up that 11%. As long as it holds, it's 70, 68, and 65 are the three levels I like to try go dip buying in front of on CGC.
We just got an Olaf from Kat. Oh, caught her eating. Okay, good. Right there. So I just was, what's up? She was talking with some of the traders. I heard her, and it's nice to see Kat in. So it's 9:23 right now. As expected, Neil even mentioned this, that we would see at AMC try to get a little bit bumped up here. So we're almost out. We just took another fill there at 77. We do have some more bids down here. I shouldn't say we're almost out. We're still holding shares, but we still have 60%. It's just we keep on reloading it, so we've taken out the profit. So it's not even, all this has already come out. let's talk about a possible level break here. I want to get more shares short. I don't, 12.25 is sort of where I'm sitting right now, and then, $13. Like, we could just go short until 13. I mean, if 13 breaks, maybe 12.90, something like that there. This is new news, and I want to stay short, but I don't want to be overly invested in this name, meaning like I don't want to focus too much on it. If it does pop up, I want to be able to get out. So I'm still bidding 60s, 50s, 30s. So all the way down. So if we do get a sort of an epic flush here off the open, then hopefully all three of those will fill, which will only leave me with like 25% of my position. And then if we start to bump up a little bit here on, I said AMC Holdings, AMC Entertainment. If that comes through, here we go. So we're bidding 65 right now on a potential flush. Let's just wait to see here. Open this up. Still really, really sad here on the imbalance locator. I thought, well, it's gonna get spicy in about a second, because in 4, 3, 2, 1, now we have NASDAQ names coming through here in a minute. So there they go. They just got updated there. There's Tilray with a bid. So let me just put this over here so we can, come on, Tilray. So we can sort of see what's happening if that, there it is. If it got going a little bit, it did not. Verizon, Amazon there with a sell. Ooh la la. Nice move down there for Amazon on that little bit of a sell. AI is in the building. Not much going on there. Pfizer, Amazon, Mullen for those 163,000 shares ain't going to cut it for Mullen. But there's CGC, so that's on there. Wow, okay, CGC. Yeah, you're talking about this earlier. Yeah, it's a nice move up for them today.
That's a small
yeah, I wonder if it's funny because the layouts in the background, we talk about this all the time. It was my old layout, so sometimes some of these computers you'll see in the back, like right there, right over my shoulder, this shoulder, right there. You know what price it has Canopy at? $59. On that layout, and that was like 3-4 years ago. Now 76 cents. Makes me want to, I almost threw up in my mouth there. All right, so we're still waiting to get this 65 bid here on AMC with only 4 minutes until open. Yeah, people talking
Well,
about,
if you liked it at $50, you really like it at $7.
No, I don't. I've already lit those stock certificates on fire, man. But hopefully they don't go back up. Then that'll be a bad move. C3AI trying to go back.
$50.
No, trying to go back to $32 here, $32.13, the recent high there. Roku also, although we still have that bid in to take 93.50, it's moving back in. So watch out for a 90 bid. I don't have a 90 bid sitting there. I don't want to get run over in case that does just come back in. And then Square, I'd really like to short 57, but I don't really want to short it right off the open. So I'm waiting for a little bit higher in case we get that bump to the 200 period there.
There was a name on the biggest name on the imbalances there, that penny stock or whatever it was. That, what was it, OS something? I don't know, I'll sort myself. Oh, so CDTX.
Oh, okay.
That was trying to break $1 actually as I was looking at it. Overstock, however, I want to get to because that's almost SSR downside. So they updated their guidance, and it's not good, and it's down almost 10%. It did go down 10%, but it has to open down 10% to be SSR. If you look at support on this, it's got clear support at $23 on the daily chart. If we come to my chart for a second, the 50 period's been broken a while ago, but the 200 period moving average is exactly at $23, and you can see the support that it's got down there. This would be interesting for an SSR bounce at the open on this. Not a lot of volume pre-market, so I think you want to let it open up. But 23 to 23.5, that would be a good buy zone. Yeah, the SSR bounce play, it being short sell restricted. The second it opens and is lower than, I don't know, probably 24. I don't know exactly what the price is. I'd have to run the math. But if it's under 24, it's definitely SSR. And you can see the 23 level here on Overstock. I guess we're supposed to, I don't know, they're now Bed Bath & Beyond, I suppose. That's what you're supposed to call them.
You are?
Yeah, because they bought I don't know, whatever. They picked up all those Bed Bath & Beyond assets and then rebranded themselves.
Oh, they're rebranding. I didn't know
I'm
that.
still calling it Overstock because the stock is OSTK. Like, I'll never be able to, I'm not going to wrap my head around that one. You can always forget about that kind of nonsense. AMC, my rule for this is when you have a Huadunk into the pre-market, I do not want to add, there we go. Actually, I had some bids out there, but I'm going to get rid of those. I'm not going to add on this move up at 9:30 because I feel like if it goes squeezing, I will just take it out and look for a new short price. I do want to short this again, but let's let it calm down. It has found a bottom at 11.50. That's been the best. I suppose if it prints that again, it's worth it to take some out, but respect that bottom. We didn't really talk too much about the chip names outside of maybe like a little bit of AMD. But NVIDIA, that 488 to 490 is still in play for resistance from the afternoon. And for a strong big cap name, Meta was pretty strong yesterday. I do favor it if it can hold on to this 301.50 at the open. There he goes. There's yesterday. You had almost like a quadruple top there at 301.5. Your support there at that same price. So if this holds the open range, I think you look long on Meta. 30 seconds to go on this. I mean, I almost said Tuesday, but it's hump day today.
Yeah,
it is hump day Wednesday, so we're locked and loaded, ready to go. Watch out for AMC. The weed names had been looking pretty strong. Apple, bad news, the 190 if it gets up there. I think we like that short. And then don't forget about Square. I mean, Square kind of getting beaten up in that 57 level, likely to get tested right off the open. We have Fabian on the bell this morning in the black shirt. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
Almost like it's not 40 degrees outside.
I'm like, how are you wearing a sweater
over there? Okay, so we right away got some Square. So let's see if we can bid some out here as we took a high offer there on SQ. So it just ripped up not against us, but for us, I guess here is Square. So let's see if we can get some bids out here and get something out. I mean, right now we need it to come back into the downside as we are now short Square. It's not even open yet. So hopefully this will be a good one and not a disastrous one for us here when we open up. And there we go. We take a little bit out there. Look what's happening.
AMC Phil 50.
Yeah, look what's happening on AMC right now. So Siren's up for that one. We also got Roku long here. Let's see if we can get something out on this name. Hopefully a lot higher than where we are right now. Man, are we printing right here. Well, it's been a good day so far, but let's just see what happens with Roku. There goes Square. Nice move to the downside. We actually get a 50 there, and we're going to see if we can get some more action on that. Roku as well. Nice take up here to $94. Holy shit, we're already up more money than we were yesterday. So right now it's all good. AMC with the monster move to the downside, so that's going to be a good one here. Wow, what a great morning so far. Let's just make sure we capitalize on it. If Square starts shitting the bed here, then wow, we will have a nice open. But Roku just dancing around. Already got something out on the high side there near 94. We do have to have a target on where we want to get this out, though.
It's flush city. That 1150 printed right away, and then the second it broke on AMC, you went right down into the teens. So 1115 just got printed. The only places I had bids was in front of that 50. If it pops at this point, I think you kind of let it teeter off. I'm surprised when a move like that, you could always go into a halt if it moves too fast, that 5%. So do watch out for a bit of a halt there if it happens. There was a small cap to get to. That Pally stock, this is your recent like low float, yada, yada, yada after a reverse split. It bounced off $1. This is going to be a halt case here. I think as long as, if this pulls back in anywhere close to $1, I think I try the shot at this long. You only want to grab these early. You don't want to chase them too late, but Pally feels like it's the one today. Brendo?
This early on this morning, HOG, no volume on this, but 3.5% here on a share buyback announcement for Harley Davidson, guys.
Ooh, Harley.
Hog.
Square right now going upside. So doing a little bit of the opposite dance here that we had thought. It did take out that 200 period. Good thing we got some out, but yeah, definitely not ringing the register yet on this name. We're going to watch out for 58.50 and get out of half of that trade if it doesn't work. So we'll average in a little bit more right here, and then if it goes, it goes. Roku's kind of been a little disappointing because it did take 94 there, but it stopped at 94.20. I guess we could put an offer up there, but it's a little wild right now. I just don't know if this is going to last or work out at all right now on Roku. So it's just kind of dancing. We have 92.50 there as a possible out. I mean, there it is right there. So we take, see, this is what I'm saying. Sometimes you just kind of got to stack it up when this is happening, right? Like we just got a 94 print there again. So even if this is a losing trade, there it comes. Like look at this move, man. Look at the market finally starting to come back in a little bit right now. So here goes the tank. Watch out for Apple possibly taking out some levels right now. Apple's actually not even moving. So I mean, it did make what? You know where we were on Apple? 188.90. It went to 188.75 there. So here comes the move back in as this market looking downside.
Yeah, well, what's actually not looking downside is UAL caught a bid. So it's a good thing we weren't just sitting on the offer. Allow the stock to open up. It broke that 48.6. It has to get back underneath there, or I don't want to touch it. CGC is already gone. Maybe Tilray is too. I actually don't know. But CGC already broke out through that 80. We're going for the dip buy. I can cancel that. I want to join the trend here. So the breakout was just at 78. The first dip looks like maybe even it'll be an 80. This is a stock that could be headed to a buck, or at least attempting to get to that dollar level. Pally is halted. Damn it. Okay, I try getting into this one at the quarters and 30s, but it's halted to the upside. This is like, I guess, like this is your float runner of the day. 143 halt. 153 is the current tap on PALI. So that did not take very long for that stock to halt. I'm not going to forget about XPeng. It is above 19 again. So if XPeng sniffs that $20 level, that was a short yesterday. 2 days in a row, it's already done this. If it gets to 20 today, I think you short it just the same way. But I'm going to get the bid, hopefully, on CGC on a bit of a dip.
It's starting again. I mean, what was a really easy trade that we had to wait for, though, unfortunately. We got a piece out there on VWAP for basically flat. There goes Roku right now, just rocking to the upside. $1.12 now in the money on that one. And you know what, man? Fire off the hot dog cannons again, because there goes Apple, as stated here, as put on the sticky note, as talked about at 8:30, as talked about at 9 o'clock, as talked about at 9:15. We like the Apple short, and there it is, now printing nicely for us. Apple, lots of downside. Brendo.
Lucid, guys, just popping up on a volume alert here, 0.6 only, not a huge move, but positive note here from Baird initiating coverage with a neutral rating, a $7 price target on that. There was also some comments over here about making EVs right in the heart from the CEO of Lucid today.
Oh my goodness, my square chart is jacked up right now. Okay, so look, Block has a decent chance. I don't know, I'm missing all of yesterday. But if you look at 58.5, you can see a couple of days ago and then a high in there. I said if there was a run on Block, I thought PayPal was a little bit more of like the bullish stock. PayPal is attempting to bounce. They're going in opposite directions here. So it just wicked yesterday's bottom. If PayPal can somehow hold on to this and the market were to turn, that could be a nice little buy zone at 63. But these are now trending in opposite directions, which leads me to, if they were going down, Square in that 58.5 level, or Block in that 58.5 level, which was resistance. Looks like a bit of a short trade. I am now getting into CGC. AMC's calmed down, so there was no squeeze at the open. I think it's a little bit safer to jump back over into this name and look for a re-entry into the short. There's really not a squeeze happening. You always look out for that at the open when a stock is down 10%, and you're just not seeing it happen in AMC. So I think looking for maybe VWAP or that 12 level again, things have definitely calmed down here on AMC, at least a little bit, so we can look for that short.
Rates held?
What did he say?
That's about Canada not raising again. But we talked about this again. If you guys are looking for Dollar Club, I mean, just join the $2 Club right there with Roku, as there it is right now, $2 in the money. The only thing that's not working here is going to be Square, which kind of sucks because everything else is really, really cashing right now. We also take another dip buy. Oh, no, we didn't get that. I thought we got, I'm bidding 73s right now. Bidding 73s on Apple. We just bounced off 73. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come there. Good out there on Roku. We are getting lighter and lighter, man. I said 95 was a decent target there. So there it is. There's another fill for us on Apple as that short printing out again as well. Like, let's just check our notes here. Apple short, Roku long. Right here, and that's all that we have. And then we have the Square short, which is obviously not working out for us right now. I had an out to get out there, but that did not trigger, so 58.50. So watch out, just making a high right now in Square, turning positive here on what has been quite a negative day. Not yet for Square, but it looks like it does want to turn. We'll average into this and wait out. What was yesterday's print? 59 at the close or so? Yeah, so we're right into here right now. So this is going to be a good level there. You know, breaking through 59, 59.20, obviously going to be a little bit of an area of concern there as well. So let's wait to see what happens with Square. But man, what a great day. I think these glasses are paying off for sure.
Yeah, like I said, I just got into Square. This Pally still halted. It should be opening up any second now.
Square.
If it does break 150, maybe there's something there. If it does dip down, I still like the bid in front of $1. So Block, as we were just mentioning, just got into it when it got into that resistance level. I mean, 57 was the first, and I didn't think we'd get to that 58.50, but that's why we just pointed that one out. So I'm in it just in front of that 50. I'll take some out in front of 48. I think you just have to be a little bit patient. The chip names are reeling right now. Well, were reeling, I should say. NVIDIA it got all the way down into the 80s. It's starting to make a little bit of a bounce back to the upside on NVIDIA. Got this bad wick for you. If we do hold on to this range-bound trading, pre-market highs 486, pretty much where the stock closed yesterday. So that can be a nice resistance level. All right, CGC's holding on to the 75. I picked that one up on a dip buy to see if those could make a little bit of a run for us. And one more, just going back to the well with AM Sizzle. Yeah, it's not really giving you that much of a bounce play to work into the short. I thought we could get like VWAP or 12 even. It's just chilling out here and doesn't seem to want to go. Oh, there goes weed. CGC just broke down, so this might have to wait for the 70 level. It looks like it does want to try to come back in here. I like this for a breakout and run to $1, but if it's not going to do that now, you got to look back to yesterday's close. The 70 level would be the next support level for me on CGC. Oh, I just got WeWork. It's gotten to $4.
All right. Right there.
Where'd that come from?
I don't know. But Apple, we know where that's coming from right now, and there's no doubt about that. And there it goes to the downside. Apple. Good, like really good trade there. I mean, we just waited for it. We knew as soon as this market turned red. That's the thing, man. It's always nice to be in these positions here early on when you've basically got your game plan, and that's the plan, and that's what you're going with. And right now, it's just raining out a little bit. So let's just wait to see what happens with Apple. Here comes 187. We won't finish that, but there it is right there. Let's see. Get it, get it, get it. Yeah, buddy. That's what we're talking about, man. There's Apple, huge flush down into the 20s. We'll take a 24 bid, and then now just watch what happens with this name. So we're almost out of our first position there. Let's see if it wants to come back in for us again on this one. And then I am bidding in the teens here on Square. I know I'm short at 11. We'll see if we can get in the 20s here, just to take a little bit off. We do obviously have a lot of exposure in this, but nothing that we're not comfortable with. As I said, man, it's been a great morning. We just need this to work out for us. And then the Roku, man, that was a fantastic fill up there at 95.50. So the fact that it's pulling back, we still do have a little small piece. Let's put something at 95 in case it does bump up. But right now, all my concern is with Square and with what Brendan has to say.
You guys, not a lot of volume here, but big mover yesterday. Huge move to the upside. Trying to get going again, just broke 39 there on a volume spike for you.
Unity, we almost forgot all about that one. It's almost football season, so I'm going to get my King Kate spike on. WeWork yesterday did not play the pop into 4 as perfectly as it could have been done, I think, but it was a pretty good short into that 4 level. It comes in there again today. I was sitting on the offer. I'm like, it's probably not getting there because AMC took the move. But look at this. It just gave me 90s back into 80. This could run that 4 stop. Now, I don't mind getting wicked out here and trying to find a re-entry point. If this breaks 4, I just want to get out and reassess. So it's going squeeze hunting. It's nothing fundamental. It's just when things reverse split, this is what tends to happen to them. They can catch a bid and they can run. So I'm short in front of 4. If it breaks, it breaks. Block just took out the highs. So I got in front of that 50, and then it just made a local high. So wait for it to get into the next key price. Still missing yesterday's trade there for some reason. Got into that high. I'm just going to be out off that local high and look at yesterday. 2 days ago, the top was at 59. That's a separate trade. Traded at key levels. I want to take the 25-cent hit, keep it reasonable, and then move on to the next. This market is still reeling, and we only talked about a couple of big tech names. One that we forgot all about. Well, not forgot about, didn't mention, was Amazon. Amazon just bounced off yesterday's low. I think if this gets taken out, underneath 137 is a short to me on Amazon, and it looks like it wants to press back into it, but double bottom now on AMZN here. That is worth watching, going into yesterday's low. I don't know why that line just moved.
Roblox moving. Wow, Carvana. People talking about that one. Yeah, you guys are right about CVNA right now, up to 51.50 or so, 51.20. Sorry, on a nice move. We were looking at. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all about the 50 break. I mean, What time is it? 9:43 already? Wow. Okay, so I was like, how come we've based out already? But look at that base there at $50 on Carvana. So that's pretty sweet, man. And again, we talked about this on the after show, and it's just crazy, some of these ideas that we're coming up with. And Michael brought this to our attention here, that you based out here on Carvana at 36.37, and it was ahead of the 50 period, and so then there you go. It's like you just buy it here, get out. I mean, you just hope that you don't come in one day and it's sort of flush shitty through this level. But 36, 37 bucks, I think it was for a swing trade. We'll talk to Michael about that, but that was a great move back up to these highs of 52, 53 bucks again. So let's see, if you're bought down here, you may want to get out on this kind of a move up for Carvana, but hey, it's only 3%. We know this name can go. Let's double check actually here on Carvana what its short float is again, because it was in the 40s. The last time that I had a look. Yeah, it's still 41. So still not a great number there for Carvana. Well, great number if you're playing the squeeze, but definitely some funds still leaning on the short. AMC, wow, holy shnikes.
Awesome.
Right now. I didn't even notice that one. As we break lower right now. There we go. Let's go, man. Let's just spin that because we just said it right there. There goes AMC. We held some. We talked about that. Thanks to everybody in the chat. That was like, hey, man, just watch out for that break. Even lower than where we are right now. So obviously still short AMC and taking some out right there as we're able to do it. Square breaks 59, so it looks like we'll go O's on that one. I still like the short up here. And again, you know, playing upgrades and downgrades is always going to be a dangerous game. And when you do that, you know, sometimes you get little bit to run over. We took a little bit of profit first and then weren't able to get anything after that. So where might there be a level? I mean, you're coming in right now.
Yesterday's high.
59.20 right here, but it's already breaking higher. So, you know, throwing the money that we've made on this right here doesn't seem right, but we could try one more time here on Square.
Yeah, I was just in it. It might have wicked that top. Again, I don't like holding it all the way. I like to trade off the key price levels, and this is the high. So I would take one more shot here. It looks like a wick top. I want to see it on the back end of that trade, and then we can work back into it.
Shit.
You know, key price here, key price there, and we work back over. AMC, is it going to mullen? I don't know if anything can mullen. Mullen's a very, very extreme case. I'm going to say probably no. Worth mentioning, 1070 was support level on AMC. Come on, you're not really getting a curl and Square, forget it. It's not really happening right now. So forget about Square for a quick second because Amazon is at that 137 level. This is making a move right back into afternoon resistance. This is where I think I want to start getting into the short on Amazon. This was a good price yesterday. You can see the double bottom. You worry about that if it gets down there. I think that's an obvious profit take if it gets to 136. First things first, get the short off the 137 here on AMZ, Ed Brendo.
It was a weird move after the close. We were talking in the pre-market here for Zscaler, guys. Now green, or was there for a second. Anyways, back to positive for ZS.
Yeah,
right,
Zscaler was a wild one in the aftermarket. There's the curl on Square. So I just got into that while getting my offer out there and not getting into Amazon. I don't want to chase it too far. Again, I don't know where that data is going on Square. So it did make that wick top. I'm like, okay, if it wicks me out, let me try getting in on the back end of this finally. But it is now heading back into the downside. WeWork is kind of testing to the upside. I don't want to reload this and shows me a little bit of weakness here. So if it breaks 4, I want to get out. We were able to grab a 10-cent winner, but I'll take the hit of 10 cents if this breaks 4 because WeWork has every opportunity to go squeezing on us. Brendo?
Not much reaction to this, but S&P Services PMI final there, 50.5 versus 51. The composite, 50.2 versus 50.4, so both downside.
Right. Okay, yeah, I was actually noticing that we had the services PMI. We kind of just glanced right by that there, so good job. Thanks, Brendo, for that one. We're still in that Square as well. I don't really want to take anything out as of yet on Square, so we'll wait to see what happens here moving forward. So let's see. I'm hoping for obviously a flush back into 58 and change. Let's see. We are getting something out here, but not a lot. If we do break back below, I do have a bid in the 90s. Doesn't look like it. If it takes out that 59.50, then I guess that would sort of be the top on that one. So we'll have to watch out for Square, obviously making some moves here to the upside and going the opposite way. I mean, the market's red today. Square is green. So we were not expecting that. So we can hopefully get some of that. Roku, we're just holding on to a little bit here, but it's just dropping into 91.50 here. Maybe this is a good reload spot. I mean, I can't believe that I'm about to buy 91.50s where we sold 95.50s. We mentioned that this was a pretty wild name over the last little bit, right? So we all know that Roku does have a big exposure. No, I was only, 7 or 8% short, so it wasn't huge. Let's see if we can buy a little bit here.
It's a decent amount.
Yeah, it's a decent amount.
Tesla's tanking right now.
It's enough. Tesla's tanking, okay, so that should be good for something. We did get a little bit of a fill there in the 90s. Let's see if we can get a little bit more if it does come back in right now. Hopefully this market will get in. We are now, I mean, guys, like this Apple trade that we sort of talked about is now $1.30 now in the money on Apple as that continues to flush City, Brendo.
I was just double checking here. Yeah, this is that, oh no, it is 1.6 billion. ICCT came to market going back to last week. I thought it was a low float, but it's not. Over 100 million on the float on this, but a new product announcement here anyways. This thing had a huge move all the way up to 22 and a half last week. Here we go back to $10 on a new product announcement for iCore Connect.
So ICCT moving to the upside, you're just tanking here on Tesla. It just got to 250, early morning support on the stock, and if you go back a couple of days, you can see this 249 had some significance to support there, was resistance there. Maybe you get some kind of a bounce, and then I think you want to short the pop on Tesla. Your trend down, you're underneath 15.5, the NASDAQ's down 0.4. I think we're heading into a downtrend. Only have shorts on right now. Square is in the midst of a curl. I want to get something out in the range off the high, which would be right here, 58.90, and then a little bit more out where we closed at the 70s. And if it were to retake 58.40, I think it's flush city beyond that. Amazon finally gave me a fill, at least close enough to that 137 level. We closed above 137. I think the short's at least valid till yesterday's high, and then respect the fact that you caught a bid at 136. So 136 is definitely a buy zone right now on Amazon. Nvidia is dying. Got to find a chip name to go short. Nvidia just broke 480 to the downside. Is Intel still at that triple high? Intel's chilling out here. This might be not bad because you can just, wow, you can literally risk 15 cents to short this to the high of the day when the market is rolling over. I always like that look where we're just getting a consolidation in Intel. You can work in, and if it fills the gap, it could drop $1. But if you can risk 15 cents, I like the R&R there.
Yeah. We're always looking for big R&R trades, and hopefully we found another one right now. Look at Roku. Can it join the $5, $3 club three times right now? So that was a good reload down there at 91.50, a good out here at 92.70. I don't know. The market is trying to do something, and like when you sort of just come back to right where we're open and kind of trading in the middle again right here. Let's just wait to see what happens. So we're back at VWAP. This is a 1-minute NASDAQ chart, so just waiting for something to happen right now. Obviously, we just tweeted out. We already got the big guy on board, Apple. We could take some more out here if we wanted to. AMC still. Oh my God, we have $3 club members here today. Apple, AMC, Roku, and then almost a reverse dollar club in Square right now. So, three winners, one loser, and the 3 winners are obviously big time. So hopefully you guys have all this. And if you come over, all I've been doing all morning was tweeting about AMC, Apple, Roku, Square, and Google. Let's go have a quick look at Google. Actually, I haven't tweeted about this, but this is on the sticky note. We don't have any fills on it yet. Apple, Square, Google, Roku all on here, and then NIO as well. I guess Square just doesn't want to work. Wow, there it goes right now. And yes, man, sorry about it, but it's dancing time again because Roku officially goes now for the 3rd time into the Dollar Club member. So let's see where it goes now. We have VWAP at 9. We just took a 93 fill, that's why. We'll see about a 94. That high right there, 94.50. Let's put an offer there. I mean, can we do it? Oh, yeah, that's right. We can get the Britney Spears. Can we do it again right now with a nice move back up? Can it retrace higher here on Roku? Again, trade the names that are in play. I think that's always the best idea.
Yeah, this market is not really doing a heck of a lot. You've got to find the right names. Amazon just took out that 137. So am I going to hold it that far? No. You just mentioned R&R. I like the R&R when it sets up for you. So I'll short this to the local high. And instead of waiting around and saying, oh yeah, like just keep averaging yada yada, if it fails off of yesterday's top, that's 137.40. I will take another short off that level. Same approach to Square. Limit the losses. Do not throw away the profits from this morning because they've been good. Affirm is making a run at 23. Just to remind anybody that was watching the show yesterday or maybe the last couple of days, Affirm, this is the daily chart. That is $23 on the daily. It's kind of a monster level up here. I think it's a shot for the short if it gets up to that price. Once you break 23, I think the stock is absolutely on a real tear here, and I want to respect it. The new position that we add on was respecting this triple top on Intel, watching the chip names flushing, and Intel was just kind of doing this, putting in a lower high. So I'm short it to this pre-market top here at 36.6. That also happens to be just underneath yesterday's close. If it rolls over and gets to the bottom, this was at 36.25 for a wick down there, and I would want to take some profit out in front of it. So I'm going to get some bids out on Intel here and try to respect this move to the downside. WeWork, just to recap on this, it never broke that $4 level. I didn't add to it. I kind of felt like it was going to make a run at the $4 and I would get out and look for another move, but it is now rolling to the downside. So it just got printed at 30.75, so we'll ring the register down there. Kind of like yesterday, like it got to that 4 and it curled. I think we did better with it, kind of getting that one entry tight to resistance, and now we can hopefully hold it all day long. As we work the latest reverse split to do what they do.
Yeah, shout out also to my gorgeous wife who is watching, and you know, good job getting those kids to school. It's now 10 o'clock, so kids, how was the first day?
She was absolutely loving it. She's in my daughter's in French. She got into French immersion, so she was dropping the whole, like, the amount of time she was saying bonjour, daddy, je m'appelle Aaron. I'm like, je m'appelle Aaron. I'm like, yeah. The smile on my face. It's like, you know, it's the smallest thing gets you like giddy. But she's super excited to learn French. I'm terrible at languages.
So she already speaks more French than you. So.
You're dead right. I mean,
right.
I'm not even fronting a little bit, and she already speaks French better than I do, which is bad as a Canadian because it's
not really. It's pretty
well,
useless.
It's technically like an official. It's like an official language here. Not that I know it, but
no, it's an official language. But
I can read some
like
French.
you said.
I can still read some.
It's more for the development of everything else. Like she's never going to use it, but it's good to be in it for sure. I mean, we have some friends.
She loves Paris.
That's what I'm.
I got
Paris?
her some Paris Lego. Yeah. Well, we came back. I got her a Paris Lego set. She can't wait to go to Paris one day.
Yeah, man. We took our kids to Italy. It was fantastic. Okay, so what are we looking at here? I want to reload the Apple short, but see, like even on pops, I guess it did get going there. I was waiting for a little bit higher. We could have shorted 50s. We should have shorted 50s on that pop up. But again, like, oops, is it really something that we want to be involved with here? Like I thought the market was possibly going to take out some of those highs. We just went right back into that as we took 15.5, and then it sort of went the other way right now. So maybe it's time that we will just take another piece out here on Roku, just in case we are sort of seeing a top here in this name. It's about, there it goes. We got some out at 92.97 there or something. So that was a good fill. Now we don't have too many shares left, but we're still waiting for 95, 94.50 up there. So again, $1.30 in the money. That's going to be a good trade. But you know,
Square just ran again.
Yeah, Square just keeps on running, man. So I don't know. We just got out some more there as it just took out the top. I guess this is the name that just wants to get aggressive. I mean, you could short 60, but to keep on shorting, it seems to be a little insane. It seems like it's the wrong way. But 60's right there. So, you know, if you again, but I don't know who's buying. So that's part of the problem right there. Oh shit, here she is. Hello? Oh, thanks. Yeah, told me that before. All right. Anyways, yeah, we just found out he was buying. Hopefully that will stop and we'll get a little bit of a heads up until, you know, after she's done buying, she'll let us know, because right now it's a nice upside move. I might try again into 60s. You know, we've done damage everywhere else, so, you know, the amount of money that we've lost on Square is too much. But, you know, we do have a little bit of money left over here to burn on Square. But $60, it has to get a little bit closer to that, and then we'll start to look for a dance here on Square.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those. I'm out of this one. It's now cleared out all the key levels here. So we shorted only at the key levels, mostly overlapping. but still against the grain. If you're going to go against the grain, you better have some outs. And I don't know how far this can go, but it's now 1.5%. I thought if this was going to go up, you'd have some PayPal action, and that just doesn't seem to want to catch any kind of a bid. So we'll walk away from it. We did get into that new short into Intel. It did fill once in the 30s, now bouncing right back in. Now this takes out this local bottom. I think it could really flush. Shorting it off the pre-market highs. The 37 level is come and gone. It's a triple top on the daily. I think it could be a decent pullback trade, especially if the market can get going. That overstock is, I mean, it's now down 23%. So you can stick a fork in the SSR, I mean temporarily stick a fork in the SSR bounce. This has gotten really, really ugly, but down 25%, I gotta feel like this at some point is gonna be worth a shot. The 23 level tried to hold. I'm now thinking just $20 even because it's an even dollar level for the SSR bounce on overstock. So another dollar, and this goes into the evens at 20. That's a huge pullback. That's also cut in half if you just go back to the beginning of August. Overstock is getting its butt kicked right now. So I'll look SSR bounce at 20. I like the symmetry there, the fact that it would be down 50% in a month. Just saying that sounds crazy.
Yeah, clearing out some AMC here as we barcode down at 11 bucks down here. So I'm just tweeting this out. You know, it's one of those things where right now we seem to maybe found a little bit of a bottom. We only have a very, very small piece left now. So let's just see where it goes on AMC, as it's been a nice move to the downside. So again, you know, not pleased. I know there's a lot of traders that own these shares, and it's been quite a nasty dive down for AMC, which boo on that one. And boo on me, because we had a good reload opportunity there on Apple. We know we've been really wanting to look for that to the short side. Is it worth to buy Apple, says Theodore Gates. What's up, Theodore Gates? No, I don't think so. Nice downside move here. You've had such a strong move up for Apple. I mean, depends what you're talking about. We don't give financial advice. I'm talking about for the day. I don't think we want to buy it right now, as we are starting to break back down below the VWAP right now. So it is a nice downside move here. I love Apple to buy. So it's just a matter of what your time frames are. But right now, the market is getting slapped to the downside for this big tech giant. So I would say hold off on this one. Yeah. Lots of different names. You said Affirm moving up. I mean, Roku, we now have $1.50 in the money on the long. So I feel like there's a lot of profitable names to be had. It's just for today, man. I mean, there's a reason why we short Apple. There's a reason why it's on here. There's a reason why. And if there's reasons why, holy shoot, big time movement right now happening in this market. So let's just go.
Awesome.
And let's go chicken dinner winners all abound right now. Apple is now a $2 winner right here. So, all right, Brendo, let's go get that read in and let's get back to this market.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. This is one of those numbers that can come out one way or the other and move the market. So 54.5, guys, on the ISM Services PMI versus 52.5. 54.5 versus 52.5, higher than expected. So downside here for the overall market. Services prices paid, 58.9 was in line. ISM Services new orders as well, 57.5, also in line. Bank of Canada, no change on interest rates, which was expected from the BOC this morning. Here comes a few things we were discussing if you're with us. Pre-market this morning, we talked to GitLab. Earnings beat, nice look, raised their forecast as well. GTLB back to session highs, or was at least. Apple under a little bit of pressure on this note. Chinese government officials going to be banned from using foreign branded phones, including iPhones. Roku as well, 10% workforce reduction coming through, and they also upped their guidance. There's this one as well, AAPL, huge mover here. This is a $125 stock, and it's up 30% on a huge earnings beat for AAPL today. GitLab, 8.5%, as I mentioned, back to session highs. Guys.
So I was just mentioning Unity was super strong. It just wicked 40. I put it in the chat. Didn't want to interrupt the ad read was going on there, but it wicked the 40 level. Just as the market was dying, this wicked 40 bucks. I jumped into the short here, tried to add to it, but it's already starting to fall back into VWAP. While that was going on, Intel, which we kind of sniffed out, like the second I looked at the NVIDIA chart, I'm like, this market's tanking. What's available? Intel was just chilling out, giving you a short off the lower high. Just printed 25s. It looks like it's headed for 36 even. That's getting pretty nasty to the downside. So that works to the downside. The market's working to the downside. The score is probably falling now. We just got 39.50. You're already getting to VWAP here in Unity. I want to alert to something that I just noticed. Yesterday, Nikola almost bounced off $1. Today, it is SSR again, because when you're SSR for 2 days in a row. So it should be short sale restricted, and $1 is 10 cents away here on Nikola. I will be involved in that level, whether it's a bounce off one or like a 98 short or something like that. When Nikola gets to $1, count Neil excited, because that's just how I roll. WeWork is now back at 370. So this is continuing to work to the downside.
Wow.
I'm going to get a bid out actually in front of 360 here, as the market has really turned the corner. It's only shorts, and this market is definitely paying them out. The only one that didn't work, obviously, is Square. It's like if I keep going with it, eventually, like, you get that move in there. But I'm not going to fight it over and over again. I just, you can't keep throwing like good money at bad at some point. And Square, for whatever reason, is one of the stronger names. Did not have the tip top, but took my outs every single time. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for us on Square. And this market is absolutely nuts. I see Marcel in the chat laughing at Coin. I mean, realistically, just about everything looks bad. Coin is still up on the day. Like, I know that's a big quadroon candle, but really, like, that stock's still up. Just everything turned at that point. I like Unity at that point, but you could have taken just about anything about 5 minutes ago when those numbers dropped.
Yeah, I mean, or you just follow us on our watch list, you follow the sticky note, and then you have a $3 winner on Apple right now. So this is going to be a good one here as it just continues to go to the downside and crank lower. I mean, it's really nice when this kind of stuff happens for you. But, the stock has been pretty weak, needless to say, over the morning. So that was kind of an easy play right there on some China news. So nice downside there on Apple as it just continues to bleed down. So, I mean, I was not expecting this, or I would not have covered at 187. 187 was a key level. I should have just shorted it when it was hitting the 187. I mean, that was, again, why not sit there and take that short? But we'll celebrate. It's $3. Looks like Square, obviously we did hold and we got back in there. So we did talk about that, making some money back. We won't be positive on it, but hell, making money back is always nice. So there it is right there for Square. We now have $1 in the money on that. We won't spin it because we're not going to be positive on Square. Well, I mean, if the market absolutely tanks, maybe back to 50. You know what? Let's put a 58 bid. Why not? Maybe this one will come back into 58 and then we can sing a different tune on this name. But wow, are we starting to bleed right now, guys? I mean, we could just get out of Roku here. Roku's been obviously quite the stock for us today. So let's just, I guess we're not getting that 94.40 right now, but wow, as this name just continues to bleed down as well. But those were good outs, man. Again, we have 15% left of Roku, so we can almost let this thing break the day's low and it wouldn't even matter, which it's going to do right now. Nice move to the downside, and we're celebrating, man, because Apple is just getting juicier right now. The apple a day keeps the market away. Today, it is a big mover. Apple, just monster, is down 3%. Well, if it gets down 3%, that'd be pretty juicy, but it's almost there, 2.5% and still going lower. Google's approaching that 35 level, but I'm gonna stay away from that. There's no point in doing anything but going short right now on anything, in my opinion. So we'll just stick with it, man. The market's broken to the downside. Square is now hitting VWAP. Possibly a good little spot to get some out here. We'll probably review this tonight on our after show, so make sure you join me at 4 o'clock. We'll talk all about Square because obviously there's been some mistakes there, and we want to talk about those. But huge moves to the downside, and yeah, man. Too bad we didn't avoid that Square earlier, but that is what it is right now. Yeah, thank you so much, Going Gucci. Yeah. When you only have a few trades on board and they're working the way that you are, then yeah, you can wrap up your day pretty early. But still, man, lots of moves happening. Maybe that Google bounces off 135.
I mean, I was looking at the market to find like a level for support. I'm just going to put a trailing stop in here on Unity and show you why in a quick second, then we'll get onto the market. Unity's top 38.80. It's bouncing off that now. Curl off of 40. Goes halfway. If it bounces here, I get out on the north side of 39, right? So you kind of look for the previous breakout price to turn into support. It's already been a good trade, and you don't want to, like, I don't want to waste it there. Oh, Randy with the reload. The re-up, as I like to call it, 'cause I'm a big fan of the wire. Not that, not what they do, but just the wire of the show. So I'm out of Unity. Clean trade off that 40 level. Rinse and repeat if you can find setups like this over and over again. I was talking about that set of the pop and fade, but sometimes it's easier to just find something that's weak. You're now in almost gap fill zone. If this breaks, this is Intel. If Intel breaks 36, I think it fills the gap to the downside. I do think you want to stay in the shorts. This is the ES here. Like, where are you looking for support on the ES? I don't know, what, like 50 points down? That's actually pretty reasonable, 50 points down. The NASDAQ, I mean, that's probably got another 50 points as well. There's nothing to look at until you look at this 15.35 on the NASDAQ. So I still think you want to hold on to and look for those shorts. The other ones that we have that sort of monitoring as they fall, WeWork has now gotten into the 360. So we just grabbed almost a 10% move down there. I think it checks up here at yesterday's close prices at 350. That will support all afternoon. So I want to get one more out in front of that, and then we go into hold mode for this. Darwin says it's a trap. What, the long? Yeah, probably. I think trying to find a bounce is a bit of a trap. I'd almost look to fade if we can find some lower highs to work into. Those can be good. I did miss out on that pally, but I don't mind. Ultimately, this was a morning where looking for the shorts was going to pay off, and trying to find that low float runner. Did miss the long breakout. It halted to the upside. It's actually holding that initial halt price at 140. So that could be a good sign for a secondary play. This has calmed down a bit. Maybe something off the 140. If you can risk 15 cents on one of these silly stocks, I mean, it could double up again. I've seen that happen before. So if it bounces off you up one more time, this could be a decent consolidation long on PALI. Just don't always have a stop. It can also halt down and be at like 90 cents as well. So I would never trade one of these without a stop, and a tight one at that.
People talking about Carvana making them. Yeah, Carvana making. Yeah, wow.
Highs?
No. Big move down for Carvana right now, just taking back everything and coming back to 49 and change one more time here for CVNA. So watch out. Could be a big runner back to the upside. I mean, I don't know what's up with that flush, but again, if you're trading Carvana, you kind of know, to put up with some of those moves. So that was probably a good long down there at 49. I probably should have put it on. Just looking at VinFast again, whenever we talk about Carvana, I like to look at this name as well. VinFast right now not doing a whole heck of a lot. Ooh, we did not get, I thought Roku was trying to bounce there. It went up to 91.50, now making that move back down. So we'll have to watch out for Roku. Now getting low. If there is going to be any dip buys, let's just try it on Roku. I mean, if we wind up losing here, we'll wind up losing. But breaking through $90 was sort of something that we wanted to make sure. If that did happen, we will get out. So 89, we'll try again. You got to give these names room, man. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So let's see if the flush does happen on Roku. We'll sit there. We'll see if we can get some bids. But we were looking at $90 anyways as a possible out for us. But again, boom. It's funny that we got that piece out before it ripped up. Then we averaged it in and got them out again. So, to make dollar winners, we can hold. We have 15% left. I told you about that. So if it does come in, we'll average it, and then we'll watch out for that 90 break, which with the market doing what the market's doing, I mean, it's going to be hard to think that Roku doesn't maybe test that level and then possibly go the other way. NVIDIA right here, 470.
Tank City.
Yuck for NVIDIA. Making a move down. Yeah, pretty much Tank City off the open there as well. I mean, if you guys are still holding some NVIDIA shares, good for you, but this has been selling. I've been selling a little bit up here as well. I don't really want to do it, but we talked about the seasonality for September is generally low. And again, we had Michael Noss on yesterday, and he went under the hood on some names and said there could be some trouble here in this because RSP, which of course is the equal weight S&P 500 ETF. We talked about this at 4 o'clock last night as well. And there was a big red candle yesterday, meaning that there was names. NASDAQ was basically flat yesterday, but the equal weighted SPY was hard to the downside. So that's something that you're definitely going to have to look out for. So again, join me every day at 4 o'clock as we'll bring the hard hitters to you, and then we'll also give you some great trade ideas. I'm hoping like First Solar, that's probably down today. It had the great upgrade or something today, and then the move down in. So this is another name that we talked about buying near this 177, 178 level. So you're almost back into there. First Solar trying to bounce off some of these levels, and then I didn't buy anything yet because I don't do anything while I'm on the show, but I'm thinking Enbridge, it's bouncing a little bit. Damn it, I thought Enbridge down there at those lows was a nice little buy as well, but I didn't get anything, so it's not too low, 32, it's up $1. That sucks. I wanted to buy, 12,000 shares, so that's a big difference down there. Of course, not that many. All right, that's about it, man. Square still $1.20 in the money.
Or you can always be buying it.
Yeah, exactly. It is.
It's a drip because
that's what I get. The drip too. Yeah.
I'm the same way. Like so, I've essentially been buying Enbridge forever, but something did bounce. I missed out on this SSR bounce. Sometimes you look for the SSR bounce. You can say 20, you can like 20, but it didn't quite get there. It wicked underneath 20 and a quarter. It was right and locked in the middle, ready to go. Yeah, it's going to test that 20. We'll get that SSR bounce. It's already happened on OSTK now. It's up at 22. That was pretty much it. So congratulations if you got it. That's what you're looking for, essentially. I don't want to try longs anywhere in a lot of other places unless it's at a key price level against the grain. That's a gimmick trade. We waited around for Roku. I like the 90. I said I like a couple of things on Roku. One was look for the support at the 90 level. Try that. And if it breaks out on the daily, that was all the way up there at like 98. So if it gets up there, fair enough. Well, that'd be kind of crazy. But I'm looking for that 90 bounce as we speak on Roku. It's already pulled back 5%, but it's still up 8. If it can hold on to this gap, I think a chance to get back into VWAP is a decent risk to reward trade. So everything is still working to the downside. We just got a 350 print on WeWork on that short off of 4. Now we're going to go into hold mode. That just went back into red. If this takes out yesterday's low, WeWork has, I got to find a way back into this. Next pop, I'm going to short some more because if this breaks the bottom, like you could start going, I don't even know what a squeeze down is. Whatever the reverse of a squeeze is what you're seeing happen. You already saw AMC. It's a Huadunk, and WeWork could Huadunk if it breaks this 340 level here to the downside.
Man, I don't even feel any ways about taking small little profits here. Apple's, by the way, is now $4 in the money. $4 in the money there on Apple. Look, man, we didn't look no gift horse in the mouth right there. We got long at 90.35, a decent amount of shares, and ripped it up and just took 40 cents out at 60s and 70s right there for Roku. So it is definitely making a nice little move back to the upside there. So that was pretty good. All right, the next play that we're looking for. Anyways, hopefully Roku can go, and we'll see that. I don't know about this Apple. It just touched down to 184. I'm thinking like that's a decent little level there, but again, it's a nice play. That is for sure. Right now, we have everything. We have Apple $4, AMC $1, Square $1. Right now, Square's trying to bounce off this 58.30. My best out is 58.50, so let's put another bid. We were bidding 58 teens down there, so I'll cancel that in case we do get that crazy move down right now, but there it is, Square. Nicely done to get back into it for sure for the short to make some of that money back, but still shorted all the way up. It's a good thing we had that. We just should have waited for $60 again. But, that's what hindsight's all about. And, we'll continue to talk about that every single day here on the show, is looking for opportunities. If they're there, great. You take advantage of them like we did, man. I mean, this Apple coming down, you're not going to get much worse news for Apple other than, China starting to ban some of their stuff. I mean, that's pretty bad. All those stories about like, oh, they're running out of supplies and all that, those are just hit pieces. This is actually happening, I guess, unless some of you guys there in China are maybe it's not happening, but if that is, man, that's not great news there for Apple. But again, at some point, we got to get something out. I mean, it's already $4, looking like it wants to go back up. So what about 184.50 in case we do bounce here? So
Speaking of bounce, watch out for AMC here.
Yeah, we've also got a monster. Yeah, well, AMC, I'm out. I only have 5% left. It's Roku right now that we're making all the money on, guys. Roku is absolutely rocking right now. I'm going to take another piece out. I was waiting for 91. Let's see if Roku just goes back upside. That's going to be a monster trade. We are looking to cover some Apple, I guess, if we break 185.50. I might just 184.50. I might just get out of them all if that's the case. I mean, we're already way under a couple of the last few days, and we're just kind of bouncing. Well, that's 184. We did get that 184 wick down there. I don't know. I don't know. I want to still be in it, but oh, good out for me on Roku there. We got 90 out right there.
So AMC, it's consolidating off the bottom. That's all I'm getting at. And it got to that 1070. If you remember, when we were talking about the morning show, since the split, that's a 1070 bottom. So if it bounces off of here, this is where you could go like mini relief rally. So I'm getting out. If it clears a couple of cents above the $11 level, I'll just get out. Look for a re-entry somewhere higher. Sort of with you on Roku. I just want a little bit more than this. I mean, Roku, for like a 90-35 long, you got to give it a little bit under that 90 level. It's about 60 cents worth of risks. I want it above that, at and above that 91 and into VWAP for it to be a good bounce here. You are seeing a bit of a bounce in this market. It is starting to come back in. That's why trailing stops. Intel, we got most of it out off that low. Now comes VWAP. If it's going to be trend day, you're going to hold on to this and see if it can roll over at VWAP and try and grab a reload short on that name. I am watching some NVIDIA here as that gets pretty darn close into VWAP. If this comes back into like 75, 76, I think that can be a decent level. Now we got some profit on Roku. Let it get to that 91. Let it make the move into 91. And then the next level up would be a VWAP bounce here. So if we can get that, take the money and run on Roku. Decent bounce off that 90. Didn't break. It didn't give you the $100 break, but it definitely gave you the bounce off 90, at least for now. One more to get to. I want to circle back to Unity for a second. It did reject that 40 level. If there is an opportunity to roll back into this short, like you're rejecting the 50 period on the daily, you've already made a run of like 25% off the bottoms here. That's pretty parabolic. It never retraced all the way back into yesterday's close, so a lower high reload does make some sense here for me. Just want the market to start rolling over again, and then I can consider going counter trend, which did work on Unity, but you had to really wait for it to get to that 40 level, and then the market gave you the move right at 10 o'clock there.
All right. Yeah. Like I was saying, man, I mean, we're about to get out of Apple. Oh, we did get out of Apple. Apple broke 185. So we got out of that one. So we give up the last dollar. We'll take a $3 winner on it, but we did give it up there as it did retrace back upside. So nice bounce. And I was looking at the NASDAQ, which is why I decided to do this move. NASDAQ right here. And let's just go for Roku, baby. There it is, breaking 91. I mean, this is going to be, like I said, a very, very good trade there. This is where the NASDAQ just bounced. So you go all the way back to the 30th. We just hit 15.4 and bounced off that level. So far, so good on that one. Let's see if it will retrace back up to the upside where we'll be able to put on a few more shorts. Come on, Roku. Let's effing go, man. The number one name here, profit-wise, for the show is going to, well, it's probably going to be AMC, but Roku has a good chance here, especially if this continues, man. I might just take, wow, let's go. I'm at 91.45, but why are we doing that? Let's just see if we get another piece out right now in the 20s. And there it is right there. Yes, sir. It's another one. So that's a big trade right there for Roku. And again, what level are we talking about here? I don't know if you guys can see this. It says 90 right there, 90 long on Roku. So not only do we hit the pre-market long break that we talked about for $2, we also hitting this one for $1 and change as well. So far so good here. AMC, we talked about that one sort of barcoding, and we already got that out, so I don't know. There's that one, and then Square kind of making a move back up. We'll wait to see if we get a reload near $60 for SQ. All right, it's Brendan, it's the Big Desk. Let's go.
Hey guys, shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Once again, take advantage of this deal right now if you haven't done so. Get 50% off their full news platform for retail investors for life. 50% for life for the first 100 that register. Use that QR code on screen right now. You can check the description or check the link, I should say, in the description as well. A few to have a look at here as far as small caps are concerned. This one yesterday, if you missed it or if you were away, took the day off. VERB, huge mover on TikTok integration. So you can see on the daily chart, just an absolute monster downside to the tune of mere 30%. Doesn't look like much today, but huge move down once again for VERB. ICCT, we announced this new product, or they announced this new product this morning. Huge move up to 1050 for ICCT. Rewind the clock on that one. Go back to last week, a huge mover for ICCT. Yeah, why are cannabis stocks still up today? According to Investor Place, so CGC, you can look at Tilray, they're all back to the upside. Even ACB, I saw flying by on a volume scanner as well. Palisade, P-A-L-I, nice move today on this note as well, teaming up with Giant Pharma. So P-A-L-I, Palisade Bio, another one, guys.
alley stock, it's starting to calm down a little bit here, but I do think that if something is looking like it's going to make a parabolic halt style move, it's already done it once, but it's held that halt price at 140 and VWAP. You're seeing it do a nice little consolidation. I wanted to show it bounce. I wanted to see one more bounce for confirmation, and now I really like it. So I would only ever give it to just underneath VWAP here. You also have to respect, remember, cheaper stocks have those tight halt bands. So if I'm looking for a dip buy in here, I am not allowing it to hold underneath VWAP. I never want to get trapped in a halt to the downside. I don't think anybody should want to get trapped in a halt to the downside, but I never want to. So I'm looking for the dip buy with a tight stop underneath it. It's a good timing to put it in. I would rather take consolidations instead of just trying to buy a breakout high here at like 172 than where you throw in your stop. I don't want to risk 25% on it. I think you could if you wanted to, but I'll try to do it the other way here. I think the weed names have actually looked pretty weak, to be honest with you. And AMC just came out for me. So it is short sell restricted. It's way more than 10% to the downside. Bounced off that 1070 level. I just got trailed out. It was that 12 gong show pretty much from the drop. I mean, the drop was obvious, and then we saw the news and we're talking about it, so you were never really getting 13s. If you were short 13s and you just sat down and decided to short the stock regardless. But now it's calming down here, and it can't even make a move into VWAP yet. Speaking of what did make a move into VWAP and then some, Overstock now 18% to the downside, but it's holding VWAP here. I think it could make another move to the downside, but I'd allow it to retest 23 before looking for that to the other direction. And Roku starting to pull back in. I don't know if I want to reload this off that 90. It bounced once. We waited for it to get to that price. It's trying to bounce. As the market went, 30 points to the upside, Roku only went that $1. So that's not the bounce I was looking for. It's not enough for me to like this to reload. You want to throw the risk at things that make a little bit more sense. It's been a good morning. Don't want to be throwing that money away. Who else caught? Whatever. I just saw someone asking about GME. They don't report till the 8th. So I thought GME was halted. I saw halt in GME. Yeah, that would have been exciting. But GME is not halted.
No. Yeah, we just put the damage on the board for Roku, man. I mean, we just got out there at 91.30, 91.25 there for the upside. So it's so far so good there. If it continues to go, I'm just going to hold the piece in case we do go. But yeah, I'm kind of with Neil there. We've already put this name on blast, and it's completely fine. It can do whatever it wants to now. It won't matter for us. But let's just wait to see what happens, though, because you never know with these names, man. I mean, you could go one way, then another, and then, back to 90, through 90. If it breaks 90, we're out. So that's pretty simple trading there for me on Roku as we watch out for that. So that's an easy one, so we can leave it alone. Getting out of Apple seems like that was a mistake because that was 40 cents ago as we got out. But then it ripped up, man. We just should have reshorted it, but didn't really get to the level again. I'm trying to play off this 50 period. So if it continues to move down, it's obviously a missed opportunity for me, and not much I can do really at this point as we've missed that play to the downside for Apple. So, we didn't miss it. We did quite well. Like I said, man, Apple, AMC, Roku right now, top names. Square, BAT, top negative name on the board today for me is Square. Again, hit that short, but should have believed in it more near 60. We didn't put on a full position up there, so unfortunately that does suck as we were shorting it early. Early trade. Problem is I was in before the stock even opened up, and that's never really a good story when that happens, so we got to watch out. Here comes Apple coming back up. Let's look at something else. What about advanced micro devices right now with back up to 110 right now, so that was a nice dip. It went for a jog today down to 108.50. Now it's coming back up. Looking at that 110 area, that's probably decent. I said I didn't want to short any of these names today, but hey, shout out to Bob, because it's your uncle right now, as we're going to go short right here against that 110. We have, again, there's something, I have to double check that because that's not the 200 period moving average. It's right up here right now, 110.20. If we break above that, then we're gone. Let's start a small little short here against 110 and give it to 110.20. Obviously, you can see there's a lot of movement possible to the downside here for AMD. So hopefully we can catch that. And if we get it, great. Because we're only going to give this one, well, right now we're short at Where are we short at? 78. So we can give this one a little bit of love. 78 getting out at 20. We'll give it 40 cents. So anything in a pullback into the 50s, we'll take a little bit off right now and see what happens here with AMD. We shorted it, new short position.
So just a question was in the chat from Nimit here, asking what VWAP was on Pally. So on my platform, I have a 3-minute chart up, right? On our platform, when the data comes on, you start drawing VWAP. So I have it at 143. Sometimes you will get differences depending on when it starts tracking it or the time frame of your chart, but this is a 3-minute chart and it's at 143. The local bottom underneath it is 139. So I'm stopping out just underneath there. I did just get this and start into it at 150. I'd like to get something in the 40s as well, but a hard stop underneath that VWAP. You maybe give it like 1 extra cent. And the other thing about something like this, once it runs to the high of the day, those halt bands move up. So I'm constantly adjusting my stop on this because once it gets to the top, the stop can't be at the bottom without it halting on me, which I've already said I do not want to get trapped in a halt in it. WeWork is just continuing to flush. There hasn't been a decent pop since it broke 350 to work into this trade, but just to reiterate where this went yesterday, that's zooming out too far, the bottom was right here at like 345 or so. There was 1 wick at the open, but then it was 345. So a consolidation down here can almost flat bottom break 340 and be an add on the way down for WeWork. I am looking to get back into reload into Intel. Just put in a lower high in there. I just missed getting some in the 40s. We were short in the high 40s before, looking for the low to mid 40s for the reload here on Intel. It's already starting to roll over once again. Nimit, you're saying you saw 145? Yeah, I mean, there'll be subtle differences in VWAP depending on the time frame of your chart. You could have a 1-minute chart. I have a 3-minute up, but it's generally around the same area most of the time.
Yeah, it just depends when you start it. Yeah. So because it should be exactly the same number, but we're gonna look right here at AMD. So we did catch a fill there at the 50 period, which was 58. So we did catch a 58 fill. We talked about getting some out there. That was 20 cents. So we did get out a 20% there for 20 cents. And we're gonna average in here. Well, if we get an opportunity to average in, we will average in on that play. That was something. So again, it's a brand new position. So you've seen me today in Apple, which I wish we were still in, but we did. Okay, well, I mean, now we're making good cash right now. Let's put a bid at 52. What the hell? There it is. I mean, we just gave this to you. Right there. We just gave the AMD trade out now, so I'm pretty happy that we're able to do that for a lot of you, and hopefully you're able to capture some of that here on AMD. So we will get another 10%. It still might not work. We're looking to reload again on that one. And there goes Roku. So again, fine, all good, man. Roku, big time stock, big time trade. Now pushing down through 90. So like I said, we could have flushed that, then start to rip back up again. 90 is a key level. I just didn't want to hold it through. The profit's already been made on that one. So thank you so much, Roku, for coming through again on that. And thank you so much for Square, because there goes Square right back into the downside. That, again, although we'll celebrate it because it's $1, but, you know, we're not happy with our trading on Square today. That is for sure. But look what's happening to AMD, man. Just gave it to you. It's now finally back into that 1-to-1. So there goes AMD back into the 30s, man. Shout out to everybody that's here in the chat and having a great time with us today. Let's do a little bit of roll call. We do this every single day at 4 o'clock. So let's do it again, man. Who's here? What's up to Mike? What's up to Nick? Bears versus Bulls, the best of the best. My good friend Nimit is here as well. Shout out to you, Nimit, man. Thanks for those meatballs when you were here. What's up to Broad Street Wolf? DH is here. Chimps is here. AFT, ND Trade. Now they're all starting to come in here. What's up to Anastasia? Steve Finch Jane is here right now. Let's go. Wow, this market right now, guys, I have to interrupt because right there, now 60 cents in the money. Goes down, goes AMD right now. So yeah, man, we're bringing the heat today. That is for sure. Some great trading happening. I just hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. You know, follow all of us on socials, man. Giving up the ghost every single day for you there. And there goes, wow, AMD flush. Good thing we were bidding some 30s there, man. It just tanked down into the 15s. That's why you got to have bids out there. So far, so good. Oh, what's up? Saved by the Grace. Oh, man, all these whole odds are still coming through. Ottawa is wonderful. Adam Deleuze. Yo, what's up? As always, man. Thank you so much, Adam. Just make sure that everybody does this.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
because that, Neil, is what it's all about. But share. I actually want to do a share
Yeah,
one.
share it around,
Let's
man.
get Kat to do a share one.
It's all about that. It's about the community. Everyone can learn from each other. We're just going to show you the
go.
trades that we like and the ideas that we sort of see in front of us. A lot of times I would add on this wick on Roku, but as I said earlier, I don't feel like this is strong enough to add. So it did the wick underneath and actually held that price level, that 90, so you do see it hold the wick. It was one area of buying after it went crazy in the morning, and that was the first chance that we got to dip buy it. So I'm not adding here. A lot of times you can do that. I still think you can get to VWAP, so we'll just hold on to what we have because it hasn't actually run the stop underneath. I was about to talk a little bit about Coinbase, but hey, it's perfect timing. It's actually 10:30, which means Brendan is going to talk a little bit about crypto.
Hey guys, yeah, more downside for BTC today along with Ethereum. Here is a few interesting notes to consider. I am very much looking forward to this. September 12th, mark that date down. We're going to get Elon Musk's upcoming biography on September 12th. Apparently in that, he talks a little bit, or there is more data on how much he funded Dogecoin when it was originally created. So September 12th. Mark that down. We're going to get Elon's biography. Coinbase with a product announcement today as well. It was higher initially, but right back down to 77 for coin. Moving around, there's Bitcoin, as I mentioned, looking a little bit weak here, back below 25,700 and continuing lower so far to the tune of 0.25%, 25,629. 1624 coming into play here for Ethereum, but pretty red top to bottom today, guys.
So a little bit weak, huh? Yeah, more than a little bit weak. I'm not going to save this one for lunch money because you're here bouncing off it now. So we're going to mention this on Coinbase. It's trying to hold grain, but you remember the other day, like I wasn't here, I was kind of off sick, but it just broke out from 75 and went to $86. Well, it's almost filled in that entire gap. If it breaks yesterday's low, then we're making that move to fill in that gap. You respect support when it gets there. You can see it clear as day. Just underneath 77 has been support for the stock. Underneath that, it gets just incredibly ugly. I did roll into that overstock short. I was sort of mentioning it's starting to calm down a little bit. Did the SSR bounce, right? So, you know, not good for overstock, obviously, reiterating some bad numbers, but it does give you a little bit of a curl opportunity. Kind of on the 15-minute, the first checkup was right here at 22.5. So I jumped into it off that curl. If it breaks 22, I think you get back down to those lows. Remember, it is short sell restricted. So if it starts barcoding on me, I do want to jump out of this trade because it's a little bit more difficult for shorts. Shorts can't hit the bid without an uptick. That's the reason why SSR matters, but I like that setup. It gives you a resistance zone here, 2280, and a target down toward that 20 bottom over there on this SSR name. Palisade, whatever it is. I didn't actually get more shares in there in front of VWAP. I'm gonna put that bid back in at 145. I kind of moved back to 141, 142 when it looked like it was coming down, but I'll pop that back to 145. I'm holding this to the high of the day and only taking some out at the top, and then if it breaks the high, I'm looking for a halt to the upside or like $2 or something insane, right? So giving it underneath VWAP, but looking for this to be the latest of these squeeze type ridiculous names. So, you know, just another one of these crazy movers. If it makes another parabolic move, it's a reverse split that is seemingly running with a low float. So looking for it to break out and get to that $2 level, has to take out the high first. I will take something out in front of the high because it's reasonable to. Like, you can't take nothing on the way up.
All right, we just got, I think taking profits, I mean, it's 10:30 right now, so,
True.
You know, we've already gone through some numbers today. Let's see what happens now moving forward for sure. Like AMD, for example, I was just going to tell you, like we took another piece out at 50 and it was right there 2 seconds ago, and now you're starting to bump back up. So I feel like this market might be getting, I'm going to take another bid here at 60. I know it's only 20 cents, but we've already done the damage to this name, and we do want to get a little bit more short. We are noticing that VWAP is right here at 85 now as it's coming in, and so is the 200 period. So although I don't even have my stop out yet for this trade, because I don't feel like I'm in a worry spot for this yet, but that is AMD looking to get a little bit more. And then if Tesla comes up to 48 again, I kind of like this level here, maybe as a short. So we'll short something in and around 50s, like 247.50 right now. I mean, the 50 period is right there at 248. you know, if we're going to try to follow some rules, I don't mind shorting it into that. Of course, we've already talked about the NASDAQ. I feel like it's bouncing off this level. Not just I feel like it, that's twice now that it's bounced off here. So, you know, getting some out on some of these plays makes sense. Again, I know Neil was just talking about that as well. And then it's too bad about Roku because, again, we are cruising on it. We still are. But Roku there bounces exactly off 90 and then goes up another $1 and then now is coming back in as the market tries to figure itself out. So Roku, I really like this play. If you guys think the market's going to bounce, Roku probably has $3 or $4 in it, right? And so this would be the most aggressive name for me to go long on if I did think that the long was coming through. I don't know if it's coming through, so I think it's better to wait. I mean, maybe you can even take it at 91 break, 91.20 right there break. Something like that could be interesting for that play. We're $1.30 in the money on Square. But again, I was just kind of joking, like maybe we get back to 58. You know, but it looks like that is exactly what's happening. So we're making back a decent chunk here of what we gave up in the first place here on SQ. And then AMD almost got to our reload. We were trying to reload it up here in the 80s. Here it comes. Actually, scratch that. I was waiting for 110 reload. I don't even have an 80, but now that I see VWAPs coming down, maybe we do that down there. I think we're going to wait, though. I think we can wait on AMD. So let's wait for 110. And then we have 110.20. I'll put that stop in right now. What's up, Brendan?
WeWork, guys, coming off this reverse split, back to the upside here. They just released, or the CEO just released a letter talking about the next phase for WeWork. So spiking here on some volume for WE.
Yeah, it just spiked 10%.
Next phase.
It's still like, I mean, if you're short off the $4 level, again, you don't necessarily want to short the bottoms. They need to break that low, but it just rejected VWAP. So it spiked to the upside. I was locked and loaded. I was actually, a matter of fact, just about to talk about it, then Brendan kind of mentioned it. I was about to look for a pop that got to the 4 and then a reload off of this level. But I have a stop for the last 5% here at that 4, and I almost don't want to move it. If it breaks that, it can go squeezing. I don't want to be long the stock. You know, I'm not gonna take a long. Actually, you know what? It might go into a halt here. If it does, I'm just gonna try to get it out on a halt. It hasn't violated my level, but if I can get it out, I'm just gonna go ahead and take it. WeWork, it can squeeze. I just am a little bit skeptical on this name. I'm still in that 390 short. And where's my 15-minute on We? Here it is. It needs to break this 420 top. I will get out on a reopen above the $4 level. But we'll see what happens here. It was a flash news. This is the level that was a good short before. Doesn't mean it has to be a short there again. I am still in Roku, but that bounce just does not seem to want to happen on Roku. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's holding 90, but it can't get anywhere near 92. It's like it gets up to like 90, 70, 91s, a little bit over 91, and then it just starts rolling back over again. So unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Roku, while up that 8%, it'd be great if the market wanted to bounce here. It has not been happening. Overstock is probably the weakest non-AMC name here today. It's trying to break VWAP. Once it does that, I do want to take something out here in front of 2150. Again, this is an SSR bounce type play here. You want to respect the fact that it is short sale restricted. And then Pally, which is the only non-Roku long that we have. It's hanging out, holding VWAP. I have an offer in front of the high of the day. If it breaks the high, get something out and then hold for the gusto, hopefully like that $2 move. You were just mentioning Tesla a little bit here. Tesla, it's showing signs of bottoming out. The problem with that is you're still $3 away from support the other day. Like 242 is where the bottom was before. So I don't know, man. Like that feels like that's where you should be looking for the long on Tesla, down at that 242. It's got like $4 till it gets to that price. AMAT's moving, Westchester. They're reporting, not reporting, check that. AMAT is presenting at that conference today. So I don't know. I'm not really looking at that because I'm not paying attention to what's going on at that conference. But AMAT has been moving around a little bit. It actually failed a bit of a breakout. It's worth keeping an eye on, I suppose, if it continues to break out. If it gets back above 155. But I'm kind of hands off any of the names that are directly saying something at a conference I'm not listening to. Let's go to Brendo. It's 1040, which means Sector Watch.
Just reading through this letter, guys, from the CEO of WeWork, saying all the right things here. Apparently now halted, WE now halted to the upside. So huge move back higher. Apparently they're going to renegotiate or attempt to renegotiate all of their leases globally. He said WeWork is here to stay, among other things. So interesting look there for WE. Meanwhile, that's how the S&P 500 is setting up for you right now. CRM, I saw, was notably strong here, up 1.3%. Not really seeing any significant reason for that, but a good look for CRM. Everything else tech-wise, downside, including, almost 3% at the lows there for Apple on that China note this morning. NVIDIA, same story, almost 3%. AMD, Intel, all downside. Broadcom, 0.1, hanging on barely to positive. Tesla under pressure here as well, 3.7 after a pretty good day, to say the least, yesterday. Energy names, pretty good day yesterday, to say the least, back downside for the most part. There is some strength here, some industrial names back higher. Some defensive type stocks acting pretty well today. Walmart, Costco back higher as well. Amazon downside. Home Depot just went red as well. It did start the day green. Guys.
I want to answer a question. Jay Lee in the chat just said, anyone else going short, we on the reopen? I would never say automatically. I don't think that's ever the right answer. Like, you don't know what's going to happen here. I do know this was the price level that we entered the short. It never broke the top, so like I still have my trail in for the last of it, and I don't mind the level. Like I don't typically. What is the company supposed to say? Of course they're going to renegotiate contracts. This is what they're supposed to be doing. They're going to try to stay alive here, so good on them. But it hasn't broken for. If it fails this top, and then comes back underneath the $4 level. Let's just say it's a false break and I get stopped out. Maybe I jump back in if it gets back underneath the whole price of $390, which is my entry anyways. If it sets back up, yeah, sure. I want to fail a 420, but that has to happen. If this opens, stops me out at 4, and the first thing it does is break 420 and go into an uphold, well, I'm not shorting it automatically. I need to see it fail these prices. I want to get on the back end. Like the one stock that sucked today was Square because I kept trying to get the front end of the trade and, stop out short, stop out short, stop out short. But eventually you just have to stop it, right? So Square was bad, but everything else was good. I don't think it's an auto short on WeWork, although I am not looking long. I will be looking for a place to be short on WeWork. That doesn't mean when it opens up, I'm just jamming in. I don't think that's the right way to go. You want to play what the market gives you, and if it sets up, yes, I want to be short WeWork. But hey, if this continues to rip, you don't want to fight it. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble there. So I have my stop in. Overstock just broke VWAP. I have a bid in front of 2150. Pally's still doing nothing, going sideways. The tap is nothing on We. It halted at 390. The tap is 390. If it was like 450, I tell you guys. So it just opened up on We. We'll come back to it very quickly here, and it still hasn't broken 4. So there it is. It broke 4. That's where my stop is. We got out for a 10-cent hit or 12-cent hit on the last of our shares. I still want to look short, but it's not an automatic short the open. If you did, you just got run over a bit. Let's see it hold back underneath $4. It just held 420, but I want to see some weakness down here before jumping in this. It can always go squeezing up, and you can be patient and allow the move to happen and wait for your spot. 420, 440, 480, those are all levels from a couple of days ago. 480 being the previous split high the day before.
I wish we were a little less patient with AMD because it went to 96. We were waiting at 98. Okay, here it comes back up. So maybe it comes back up there. It was just in the 70s. Wow, pretty wild here on some of these names. Remember, we're giving it to that. Do I even have the stop order? And yes, I do. 110.20 area. We just missed it again. It went to 93 there. I just want to stay. Okay. Nice move to the downside right now for AMD. Okay, we'll take a bid here if we can get it. I don't know where that flush came from. Let's see if it wants to continue to make the move down. Oh, yesterday. So yesterday we did do a little bit of lunch money, but it was on the after show. So let's go over and do it right now, and let's talk a little bit about what is for lunch today. So here we go. All right, yesterday it was a chicken dinner winner for everybody. Today, get your bets in. This should be like a Streamlab thing. Creamy chicken pesto fusilli with sun-dried tomatoes.
Where did the pesto?
Okay, so I think like there's some potential there, right? I think that's not bad. Creamy chicken pesto fusilli. So that should be good. Let's see what happens.
The last time we had the pesto, I feel like they were a little heavy on they were a little bit heavy on the pesto. I like pesto, but to me, you got to be subtle. It's like a Caesar salad. I cannot stand Caesar salad because most people, like you go to a restaurant, most restaurants will just, there's so much dressing on, I can't do it.
Yeah.
So like to me, it's like a very subtle amount. Same thing with pesto. I think it's delicious, but if you overdo it, then too much of a good thing is a bad thing. But yeah, it's chicken. You know how we roll around here. We definitely get our fill of chicken on the trading floor, but hey, it's a free lunch, and I'm not going to complain.
Yesterday was
We're all about
tuna.
Well, the lunch was chicken. We get the salad, which I have no idea. It might be chicken on it, but like if it's free, we're free. Lunch is free. You can't complain about things that are free.
Yeah, it's not free. We've gone over this, but
it is free.
It's included.
It's a benefit. It's a benefit on the trading floor. That's the best way to think about it. And the benefit is when the market goes down, if you're a short, you make money. That is only a benefit if you actually take profit. So on that vein, I'm just going to notice here, okay, now it's starting. I was just about to complain about the 22 level on Overstock because it was a bit of a refresher and a buy. It just started to give it up. So on this move down, I want to take advantage of it. It just got to the 3/4 mark here. Okay. Let me just pop on the bid here. I want to get something on Overstock. There's been buyers every 25 cents at 22.25, then 22. So I'm going to get on the bid here in front of that 3/4 mark and see if we can't catch a fill on Overstock. That is working to the downside. So I want to ring the register there. This Pally stock, I mean, it's not going down. I guess that's a good thing. It halted once and is consolidating, so that's good. But no parabolic moves just yet. I still want this to take out the top and be the latest one of these ridiculous squeeze names. We need a word for it because it's just a low float squeeze play. It's not short. It's not a short name. Heavily short, it doesn't really matter these days. It's about how big is your float, and if it's tiny, just look for the long. So it has done nothing, but it is slightly in the money here. I'm looking for a much bigger move to the upside. And I do want to circle back to AMC because I trail out of it, and AMC is still a dog. I thought this would come to VWAP, maybe get up to like 1150 to reshort it. Nah, AMC is just saying, we're cool with being down 20% and we're just going to hang out down here. If that's the case, a flat bottom break at 1070 may not look good in the 3-minute chart, but it certainly looks pretty good on the daily chart. If this breaks the bottom, the problem with a breakdown here is it's SSR. So if it breaks this low, you might not get a fill if 1070 goes. But you're not going to get a fill if you don't try. So if we break 1070 on AMC, I am going to try to go short. No guarantee at a fill because it is SSR. But if you don't throw the order, you can't get the fill. So you at least have to take a shot at it.
Yeah, we're still holding a small piece, but that's not much. All right, so we did get that 97 finally. We got that a minute ago, and we got some out. It's like this is just how wild these stocks are. Like, look at that. We get a 97, and then we get out 75 or 76 there, the next minute. So like 20 cents back and forth here. And again, it's scalper life, man. I mean, this is sort of what we're doing, and it's like you got to be able to take, like, here it comes. I'm bidding 81 now. If it fills 81, great. And we'll take a fill here if it comes back in. So again, just trying to get in and out there. We are trying to hold. I mean, literally just getting out of small. Then I have 80s, 60s, 70s back down into here again. So there it is. There's the 81 again. So hopefully we can get a little bit of diamond hands and try to hold some of these because right now nothing's really giving us those big moves down. I would like to get back into Apple. Apple's going to be a big stock today, obviously. And looking for, again, maybe a 185. I'm trying to watch out for this 50 period here on the 1-minute chart. So as we come through, that's really what I'm looking at. That's up to 184.85 right now. So that's going to have some room to go on that one before anything really happens there. So yeah, man, so far just what it is Apple. So we'll have to wait for that one. Hopefully AMD can go down. Square's not really doing anything. AMC, Neil just talked about that. That's $1.10 in the money right now. We can look at what's Intel doing today. We haven't had a look there. It's 10:50 already, so we are getting ready to go to Money Talks. We can check out what the dollar's doing, and I know that's something that a lot of you want to look at. We do have Max is still not here. So we have OBI coming through today. There's the DXY right now, looking like it wants to hit out through 105. So again, another up day here as the US dollar heading upside, tech names heading downside. So that's kind of no surprise as that relationship remains strong. But someone who's going to explain that, we had Frank Caberna on yesterday, and now we got Brendan with Money Talks.
Exactly. More dollar strength coming into play here. We had a ton of ISM data today. It started over in the APAC region. We get European ISM data. And then to cap things off, we get North American ISM data for the most part right across the board, higher than expected. So we are seeing, as Sean was mentioning there, back to the upside, including the dollar euro. If you're looking at pairs anyways, USD euro dominant for the past couple of weeks here, as Frank was talking about a little bit yesterday as well. But again, that ISM in focus right across the board for all of these today. There is, wow. The DXY again today. We were discussing some of these 105, 105 and a half, next stop possibly up here for the dollar. Just no stopping this thing, guys. Back to the upside once again today. If you missed it as well, again, Bank of Canada holding on interest rates at 10 o'clock this morning.
So here's a mover for you. Novavax is now up 12%. Yesterday it was a big move, and we kind of brought this up on looking at the daily chart. This is $10.20 on the daily. If you don't sniff a breakout through here, I don't know what to tell you. Let me double check the short float on this. I'm pretty sure it's got a decent one. It's a continuation play, but the story is going to be, what do we have? 50% short float is what I have on Trade Ideas. I'm not making that up. 50% is what I have on Trade Ideas. I don't know if it's exactly 50, but it's certainly it's a big short float. That's all that really matters.
Look at it.
And if you're going to take something breaking, I'm taking this one. 10.20 to the upside is monstrous on the daily. I think you give it back into $10 and then go from there. The shorts are still printing in the overall market. On Overstock, I am out of this if it gets down to $20. To me, it's already SSR bounce. It's already down 22%. If it gets to the low, I think you take the money and run on something like this, because this market at some point is probably going to catch a bid. And 11 o'clock is usually when it at least attempts to do so. But wow, if you're looking for long trades, find something it's squeezing, find some kind of low floater, or find some kind of, I don't know, like some stock that's moving on its own, because the market's headed down. So if you're looking for a long, at least Novavax is showing a lot of relative strength here, and you don't want to fight the trend to the downside. This is a clean upward trend.
All right, man. Just pay homage to DJ Khaled, of course, because there we go again, man. Look what's happening to AMD. It just keeps on going downside right now. So AMD, another short right now that is printing out. So congratulations to everybody who has that one. What a cash cow AMD looks like it wants to be. Let's bid something out again at 48 and take that bid as AMD. We just reloaded it, once, twice, 3 times sold on that reload there for Advanced Micro Devices. And it's a good thing that we said we didn't want to trade any of the chip names today. It's a good thing we did do exactly that with AMD. All right, let's go over tonight. We're going to be talking all about earnings. Let's see which names exactly will be on path for today.
Squeeze plays to the left of them and the right of them. C3AI, GameStop, and UiPath, they're all like you're looking for squeeze moves. Maybe you don't sleep on any kind of a retailer, because we've seen them do. If you sleep on some of these retail names, sometimes they'll just go absolutely ham. We saw that with Abercrombie. So American Eagle is worth it for that. Dave & Buster's used to be a decent mover, but I kind of feel like that story's played out. AI is the one that I think has so much room in either direction. That's the trade it if it breaks the range. You don't even care which way it breaks. That's the name of the game. Like if it breaks 28 to the downside, the stock could get cut in half. If it breaks out from the mid 35s, it could be up at like $50.
Yeah.
That's the fun one, is going to be C3AI. GameStop is a big maybe for me. You never want to ignore it when it moves. It just hasn't been moving a lot. I don't know what to tell you. C3AI, it's just more exciting to me because it has been moving around, and it's been gearing up to make a big one. It just hasn't happened yet.
So this is why you get out, man. I mean, look at this big move upside there. Again, we've got some more 40s in here on AMD. We only have a third left of that position. I'm not going to really reload this name. We do have, we can reload it, but look what's happening right now to the market. It's getting closer and closer to this 50-period break. So, when that does happen, we have to be alerted that the market could take off a little bit there. So it's been the first time since that's
AMC
been
broke the
happening
low.
right
Well,
now.
that's bad timing.
So just be very, very, what happened, sorry?
Well, AMC broke that bottom, but when you get a fill, it's like it's SSR. Like it's sometimes, I'm not saying I don't want to fill, but it's like if you get a fill, it means it was too easy. So I got that wick bottom. I'm going to probably give it a tight stop because I don't want to get trapped at the low there. I want to, before we get out of here, Pally just filled the 170, so right in front of the high of the day, and it's now breaking out. So the adjustment for me is move the trailing stop and hold it, because that's what I'm looking for. So now you're up at a 180. I move the trail underneath that like 160 level. If we get back underneath like 160, 157 or so, we just grab out of this one. Do not want to get caught in the Huadunk, but I want to give it a chance to make a move into $2. So arrows up for squeeze names or like Novavax, but everything else, I think you want to try to at least stick to the short because that has been the overall trend in this market.
All right, I'm going to just, again, man, we got some out in the 70s there. Thank you for your nice words there, Joshua, I believe it was. And there it is again. We'll take another piece out for AMD. So there it is again. Like another piece out right there at 109.50. So, well, 56. Hopefully it will continue to make a move down. And we'll be able to celebrate that a little bit there. Square, meh. You know, again, a bad one there. Thank you so much, Vin. Here it is right here. Thank you so much, Vin, for at Neil Roberts, at Sean. Thanks for another great opening. Yeah, we will enjoy our lunch, that's for sure. Buy AMC
Hopefully.
while it's cheap. I mean, right now you're basically, the only thing, I wouldn't be buying it, but again, you guys do whatever you want. Remember, we're short right now and $1.40 in the money still from the open. You know, all of these trades, nice move to the downside. Remember, you're at $1 now because you did that reverse split 10-1. So you're at like $1.07 right now. So, I mean, breaking back down below $1 is never a nice thing for AMC. So watch out if this breaks below 10. We could be in that tomorrow, man. I mean, this could see a 10 handle tomorrow. Like it already sees a 10 handle, but 9 handle on a 10 handle break. So I'd still be very, very careful right now with this. We don't advise anybody to buy or short anything. It's completely up to you to do that. If you want to catch this,
just trade it.
I mean, look, it was $20 2 weeks ago. Now it's $10. So it's cut in half. You liked it up here. You know, I mean, it's one of those names. So I would just, for me, stop trading AMC and just hold the short like we're doing.
Yeah, and again, I wouldn't even if I wanted to, I don't even know enough about the fundamentally where they stand cash-wise and all that good stuff to even think about it. Not that I would. Novavax did break, NVAX did break this 1020 high. It got 21s in there. So we did talk about this. My stop's just underneath 10. It's not exactly a 10. I don't like round number, even dollar stops. And it is a gentle trend to the upside. The trade's not off the 3-minute chart, right? Like obviously, you're looking at the daily chart here and saying, okay, you're breaking out this top here. The last wick high above was like at 11.34. So 100% would I take shares out in front of 11, then 11.25 for sure. But it's already up big. If it goes, I think 50s and evens are the outs, and then we'll see how far it can go. I already mentioned Pally, and then I got into AMC, was the other new position. I'm going to give a tight stop on this AMC short because it wicked the bottom, and it didn't really flush on that flat bottom break for AMC. So I'll probably have a tight stop of like 10 cents or so. Do not want to get trapped at the low, holding on to it if it's an SSR bounce play. So it's 10:59. Let's go to the desk with Brendan.
All right, I'll give you a quick update here as we head towards 11 o'clock. All about data this morning. We got a bunch of data at 8:30. We got a bunch of data at 10 o'clock this morning as well, 9:45, in the form of S&P Global Composite PMI. That was 9:45. All of these, you'll notice, downside for the most part, 50.2 versus 50.4, 50.5 versus 51. Thank you. To the downside for the services side of things. And then ISM, the big one, at 10 o'clock, 54.5, 58.9 versus 56.8 and 52.5. So that kind of told the story as far as how things moved after that, straight back down. For the overall market, if you're with us pre-market this morning, we touched on GitLab, Apple, Roku, among others. Yeah, 10% workforce reduction. They increased their guidance as well for Roku. Good look to start the day. There's GitLab, 3.8%. But on the way back down, trying to test that 51 right now. Speaking of, yeah, Tesla now 4%. About to take out the lows here, trying to get back to basically erasing all of yesterday for Tesla. Let's go over to Sharif and Obi.
Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. All right, Pally is going here, 180%. Looking to take out that $2 level. We are just moments away, it looks like, as it breaks through that 1 3/4 top. It danced with VWAP. Look how many touches we have on VWAP over here. VWAP, the black line. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Sounds like a rap song, baby. But there we go. Through that 165, 170 break. Now we are looking at 190. Oh, we're above that already. We're looking at $2 in the face. So keeping an eye on Pally. These small cap gappers, they come in cycles and they've been showing up a lot lately. We actually did have a halt on this bad boy about $1.43, I think it was. Yeah, $1.43 was a 5-minute halt. And ironically enough, that $1.43 level ended up acting as a good level of support, mainly because it also overlapped with VWAP, which, as you can see here, was a very good level of support earlier on. But you know, I'm going to suggest to you that we probably do get quite a bit of bamboozlement through that $2 break if and when we do get it. So be ready if you're going to take the breakout on this through $2 to watch that flush right back down. Now we could see it hit 175. We could see it hit VWAP at $1.50. It really depends on the aggression of the person selling up there. So we'll have to continue to wait and see. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of other names that we're going to get to. But first, we're going to talk to Obi a little bit. What's up, man?
I'm good, man. How have you been?
I'm okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough morning for me. I kind of got sideswiped by that 10 a.m. number, and a little unaware about that. Yeah, we can take a talk about it and take a look at what happened here. So I was getting long. So I knew there were a few numbers coming out today, yeah, I looked out for that 9:45 number, but that 10 a.m. number, I kind of got lost in the sauce because after 9:45, I was like, okay, let's take some trades. Tried to take this Microsoft long off the break of 334, kind of pre-market high, and as well as this consolidation high. Add some in as it pulls back into that trend, and that 10 a.m. number comes out, and then Kouadoum gets slapped in the face about 1.5 points off of that, and I was like, well, damn, I'm definitely not being aware of market catalysts today, and that really came in. That you can see how that selling kind of brought it in, and I was like, yeah, sure. I was a little tilted. I was a little unhappy at myself for not being aware of such a market moving catalyst. We know the 10 a.m. numbers do have a tendency to kind of whipsaw us around. And that's kind of what happened this morning. So I got a little tilted, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to my scalps and just I just went scalp mode. Scalped every like a couple dimes, 20 pennies, 10 pennies even at times. So just going crazy on the softie on that, and then a little bit taking pieces off of Amazon as well, right? Got a little long here at the 136, looking for a higher low roughly. But the selling is definitely strong today. So we wanna respect that a little bit, but we see that there is a bit of a like a base forming here, and 135.80s, right? And I think this move was a little too hard, too fast. So I saw when it came in, it kind of popped back up, and I was like, I missed the long off of that, took the short. You know what? We're just here trying to be as sound as possible. Clearly, we're not in the right mind space if we're not being aware of that 10 a.m. number and stopping out a whole 1.5 points away on softy. But you know what? I'm waiting for the next trade. Look at this 136 hold, a higher low here on the Amazon. Let's see if we can kind of push back up, and let's see what this consolidation does. This Kouadoum off that 10 a.m. Yeah, in my opinion, a little too hard, too fast. But what do I know?
You though. I mean, I've been doing the upgrades and downgrades and the earnings for a while now, so I'm always watching these numbers, these released economic figures. I don't think we've tanked this much off the ISM manufacturing PMI for a while. It has not been that influential. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, you never really know what is going to be influential on any given day. And today, I think the market's already primed. We know that statistically speaking, we are likely to see a weak September. That has been the case for the past 100 years, right, where September has underperformed relative to the other 11 months, and we're likely to see it again. Now, if your position is you are bullish on equities, This is where you load up. Not financial advice, but I'll be doing that. So I'm just telling you what I'll be doing. But let me talk about this because I was just talking about Pali. PALI on the NQ now up 143%. Halt to the downside. Just finished talking about it halting to the upside. Now it's halted to the downside. So now I am possibly interested here in a dip trade off VWAP. Mind you, it's halted at $1.69. Shout out to 69. But it is not at the level where, well, we are kind of at the level. There is a bit of a crest here and we're halted down here. We wicked into down there. But yeah, we'll wait and see. I'm looking for a VWAP dip. VWAP on my chart on Pali. Just make sure that there is confluence between these two. Yes, so it is $1.50. So I'm looking to front run that by a couple of pennies. I'm going to basically stop out through the low end of the break. All the bottom wicks here are around $1.41, $1.40. So I'll give this about 15 pennies. If it doesn't work, that's it. We'll cut the trade. But we'll have to wait and see how this one does on the open. The tap, somebody was asking me for the tap on that earlier. It was $1.65 and now it's $1.69. So right at the area in which it closed. That doesn't mean it's gonna, it doesn't mean it's gonna actually print right at 160. Now we could see a dip right into whatever level, depends on the auction during the halt. So when did it halt exactly? I'll tell you, 1 second. So just so we know the exact open time, or maybe the open. It halted at 11:02:44. So you add 5 minutes on top of that. We're talking about 11:07:44. Where are we now? We're about 20 seconds or so from it opening. If it is a 5-minute halt, I have 11:07:30 on my time here, on my atomic clock. So we'll have to wait and see whether we get a dip down. We'll see how this one trades, Obi. And then what else? People are talking about Apple getting destroyed. Absolutely, Apple is quadunking the bet, and there we go. It opens up again here on Pali. I don't get the fill. Did it actually print below? No, it didn't. Here we go, though. Let's see what this one does. Do we get a move into VWAP? At the moment, we're not. We're finding some support at that $1.70, $1.69. We'll have to wait and see if this one makes its way down to VWAP. Right now, it's encountering a lot more buying. Here we go through that $0.75. Is there size here on the book? Let's see. I don't see any significant size that is going to hinder this move up, nor do I see too much size following it up on the bid. There is a decent amount of size here at every level, but nothing really standing out to me, Obi.
Yeah, take a look at these markets coming down to the downside, pretty heavy. We couldn't really hold this 15.4, excuse me, here on the NQ, and yeah, we're pushing back down into 15.3. So this is a crazy move. We rejected that 15.5 off of that number in the morning. In the pre-market kind of consolidation, highs in and around that level as well, and then we just straight quadunk to the downside, breaking pre-market lows. Same thing on the ES as well as the NQ. And yeah, like Apple's really heavy, everything's really heavy. I have Google on watch here as well. Take a look at this. We're testing yesterday's lows on the Google. We saw that this was a trend, and that kind of broke and got some speed lines here. Then we kind of fall into that previous trend, and then look at that. We break that right out the open, and now we're testing yesterday's low there on the Google. But yeah, Apple as well. I haven't really taken a look at that much of Apple, but yeah, Apple really hard to the downside. That 190, we could never break that 190, coming back in to that 183 there on Apple. I know Microsoft is still teetering there. I'm looking for the next trade. We had that trade yesterday, and I got a little brave today, trying to take a breakout there. And yeah, the market's definitely a little humbling on that matter. But yeah, this is a very strong sell. I do not want to fight this trend that much, but I feel like I am fighting a little bit on Amazon. But yeah, take a look at this. Everything pretty red. We saw that yesterday. Only a few of the tech names were green and everything else was red. But take a look at this. Tech kind of joining into that trend today coming in.
Yeah, somebody asking about the Tesla flat bottom break at 240. Well, I mean, it's going to have to break 245 because that's where the flat bottom is at the moment. I'm not really sure exactly why we're selling off on Tesla today. We've had a bad couple of days after that 260 top that we had on Tesla, going back, I believe, into last week. But Yeah, we got decent numbers from China yesterday. They beat their record year over year, month over month. But, I mean, obviously, general market sell-off will usually affect Tesla a bit more as it is more heavily traded. Down, almost 4% on the day. 3.86 is what I'm seeing. All right, back to Pally, because that's the one I'm focused on at the moment. Kind of consolidating sideways here, trying to hold up near this high end of the crest, trying to get this off defined levels rather than just punching in at random areas. So, again, trying to get that VWAP dip and then going to basically cut it loose if it breaks that $1.40. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what happens. But I have no trades on at the moment. Everything else printing to the downside. NVIDIA headed down. It's at day's lows, 3.25 to the negative. Google 0.86. Microsoft 0.2%. Meta 0.82. Amazon 1.14 to the downside. Mentioned already. Apple 3 1/5. But what else is moving here? PW showing up second on my gap scanner, up 36.5%, $1.40. Hasn't done enough shares though, only 500,000 shares. NBSE is the other one, $1.03, 14 million shares done. 2 million shares in the last 5 minutes. All right, that's more like it. We'll keep an eye on this small cap capper, because it's full of cap. You get that? So there's many ways in which you can say a small cap gapper, which is the actual correct way because it's gapping up. But then, you know, I had to add my own freestyle into there, so I started calling them crappers because, you know, by the end of the day, right? And then you could call them cappers.
Yeah, I mean, if not by the end of the day, by the end of the week, right? Or like in a couple of weeks. A lot of these runners kind of get rocked in they go on like 100-200% run, and then you look at them a couple of weeks later, they're kind of back to where they started.
Go back to where you.
But yeah, I guess a classic example of that one is we know that a few weeks ago, or a couple, I don't know how long it's been. It feels like it was a few weeks ago. We saw that. Let's pull this one up on the hourly here. We know that Tupperware was pretty hot a few weeks ago, right? We saw the run up from sub-dollar into like this $5 mark, and take a look at that. A few weeks after, look at this slow bleed, kind of coming back to where it was. So yeah, those small cap gapper crappers, definitely there's something in them a couple of weeks down the road after all the Arval and all the hype is kind of out of that name. But yeah, classic example of one of those.
Yeah, well, let's see. Okay, let's bring in the daily movers and talk about each. The big kahunas have been talking about most of these names, but we'll review them. Square, getting a couple of upgrades. Or what was it? Yeah, downgrades today for Square, wasn't it? Yeah. Let me just double check real quick here. Man, I'm losing it. All right, here we go. Square was downgraded, yes, by UBS with a price target of 65. So naturally, OB goes up, right? 59.72 move. That 58.75 is where we closed out yesterday. It's at VWAP right now, right at that $58 level. Very interesting level. The 50 period and VWAP both on the $58 level, the whole dollar level. We'll have to wait and see what this one does. Is my chart frozen again? Let me just double check. 58.13. No, so we're right at that level. That's fine. Baidu, the other one. This one was quite interesting because it was a mid-earnings report. They guided higher. They're cutting costs. You know, a couple of one-off charges with respect to employment and leases. But for the most part, it was a good look. Sold off with the rest of the market. Now looks like it's breaking down below yesterday's close at $1.42 2/3. That was the other one. FSLR. Wow, this one actually caught an upgrade from Morgan Stanley with a price target of 206. So naturally, it sold off. This is just not the market, I guess, for the moment for these longs, despite, you know, the good news headline. So FSLR just barely holding to that $1.79, $1.80. We'll keep an eye on that one. Zscaler was an earnings winner, was it? Because when you have a look at the 5-minute, you had that big move up and then the retracement back down. Katina, man, when did Zscaler sell off on the call? John? Did Zscaler sell off on the call on the closing show yesterday? It went up. And then did it sell off on the call? Yeah, he's giving me the nod. So looks like, yeah, that nod, the call came in, I don't know, see 435 or so, because that's when it's really started selling off. And it actually closed red on the day yesterday because Yeah, actually, no. Where did we close? Yeah, it actually went red in the aftermarket because we closed out. The closing print was 162 3/4. So we got down to about that 160.5 and didn't really move in the pre-market this morning. So Zscaler was another one, and then AMC down as they have another offering, 40 million, I believe it was. Market definitely not liking that. They got a couple of tailwinds though. They got the Taylor Swift stuff coming, and that was supposed to help things. Anyway, and then Pally, I already talked to you about the ES to the NQ, very much down and to the right. So we'll keep an eye on these bad boys the rest of the day, but those are my movers. Nothing for me in Tradesville at the moment as I'm waiting for a possible fill here in front of VWAP on Pally, Obi.
Nice. Yeah, I'm waiting for the next trade as well, right? Nothing too crazy. Bit of a long here with looking for a potential bounce. I see that Microsoft kind of bounced off that 331 kind of level of interest. It kind of did a flat bounce. Couldn't even get past that level very far. It kind of popped back up. Gives you like 70 pennies there. But yeah, people in the chat talking about Tilray. Yeah, I know Tilray is definitely one of the names in play. We were talking about how it can potentially catch a multi-day bid, and it did that for about 3 days before doing a bit of a quadrunk back down to the downside here. Can't really get past yesterday's highs here in and around this 340, this 330 out the open, kind of flushes. Yeah, let's take a look. I haven't really taken a look at this name today, but yeah, okay. So it did the flush out the open there. So yeah, you get a pop. Can't really get that far, and I don't know if they had a catalyst today, but yeah, nothing. It seems like nothing too crazy today, but yeah, a bit of a cooling off, a bit of a sell-off there on Tilray from that multi-day. But take a look at where we kind of stop and consolidate, right? Kind of the high here and the lows here. So this is definitely some a level of confluence when it comes to support and resistance here at this 280, this 290 roughly area just underneath the $3 level. So yeah, let's see if we can hold this level and kind of continue. I think that we're well poised for holding the bid on some of these names. Now I know CGC was also of interest, again being in the same sector as some of these weed names here, and I know MSOS as well. But yeah, take a look at that, kind of coming back into some of these previous support areas and holding here, not really past the dollar just yet, but yeah, CGC definitely on watch. We can check out the cannabis ETF as well, using yesterday's levels as some support as we kind of do a little bit of consolidation here. But yeah, no real breakdown to the downside here. Yeah, we've had a strong sell-off out the open, but we've held some of these previous highs as support. So I like that look on some of these marijuana names going forward there.
NBSE, I just mentioned that one quickly earlier. 18.5 million shares, 3.5 million done in the last 5 minutes. Sure, it's a dollar stock, but it's going here. It's waking up. Oh, what is it up now? Wow. Almost 60%. Yeah, it is actually 60% with a 190 high. It's at $1.83 right now. Really got going right at the start of the show, 11:04, and it started pumping up, and there it goes. It's about to break $2. It looks like 193 the high, making a newer high here on NBSE. What are the deets on this? What's the float? 2 million share float. Very small. What does the company do? A preclinical stage biopharma company. Do they have a catalyst? Wow, this thing is just going. I'm reading about the catalyst, and this thing just printed at 212 a high. This thing is going real aggressive here as it squeezes. I don't have my trade ideas up. That's what I forgot to load. I need that to figure out the short float. So as that loads, we'll keep an eye on this one as it, let's see if it stays above $2. Definitely dancing with $2 at the moment. Yeah, good hold here. Remind me later. Remind me tomorrow. There we go. Trade Ideas always wants to interrupt me and update itself. All right, let's bring down the scanner NBSE. Let's figure out the short float on this bad boy. Yeah, it's not negligible. 3 3/4%. Nothing really to write home about though. But yeah, that $2 level holding quite nicely as it broke through that crest. I would say at $1.90. And it's just going without me, man. I got this one a little bit too late. You got to be quick on this one too. Yeah. And I talked a little bit about this the other day. Either you have resting orders on these ones, or you're going to use hotkeys because they don't stay in that region for all that long. Or by the region, I'm talking about regions of profitability, unless you were long like way earlier. Anyway, it's a good look now, up over 85%. This one, we were just talking about 60%. This one's really going here, 210. Let's look at the daily chart, figure out any possible. Wow, look at this daily chart. It is not what you want to see. They had a 1-to-20 split back in mid-June. But yeah, it's been down and to the right, to say the least. Obviously, topping out with much of the market here at $250. Geez, back in 2021 when everything was flying. So anyway, be careful with this one. The other trade I want to talk about was a Zscaler. I'm in the money on this one. I'm long 21s. Here we go. We're at 78s here on Zscaler. I like the double bottom, higher low, higher low, higher low. Looking for this VWAP take possibly through 160. That's a look here on Zscaler, as you know, it was a good earnings report, but it sold off with the overall market, getting it on the backside, as Neil likes to say, as it curls through another, trough to crest pattern. We're going to wait to see if we can get some prints here at $1, almost in the money here, if it would break 159, Obi.
Yeah, bit of a bounce there on the market. I posted here in the 60s, and I think I heard Neil say this earlier as well. If you get filled too easily, you're probably not on the right side. But I tried to post here in the 60s and the 70s, and I don't get it both times, and it rips back up into 136. So I was like, all right, well, that might be a little bit of the right side of this move temporarily, right? And that we have that confluence with that softy bounce from the 331 to 332 as well. Let's see if the ES and NQ can kind of catch a bounce. I'm looking for that 15.4 test to come in, and we were talking about this consolidation, and I was looking for for higher lows, right? And we didn't really get those. We break this day low and then rip right back up into the consolidation. So a bit of a fugazi there on that. But yeah, well, still waiting for the next move there. I got people were saying Microsoft is popping as well. So yeah, I did pull it up and I took a look at a larger time frame. We can take a look at the 15-minute here on Softy and see where it kind of bounces off from. Look at this consolidation area. It's kind of locked in between this top from before and some of yesterday's levels as well, kind of interacting, kind of pinballing between this 1 point move, this 331 and the 332 consolidation here on Softy. Let's see where this consolidation can take us. If we really bounce on the markets, I feel like this 332 can go, and that can give us some pressure back up into some of these levels from yesterday. We know we couldn't get past that 335. We tried the long into it, but that never really came, and so yeah, I think we took the short as well. But yeah, a bit of a consolidation day, right? Market's kind of volatile off that 10 a.m. number, but let's see what we have in store going forward for the rest of the day. Now, before the show started, I looked at Sharif and I shook the 8-ball here, and I was like, are we going to close red or green on the markets? Maybe not the right question to ask, as the answer was yes. So like, are you going to close red or green?
Oh,
yes.
Dude. Yeah, I know. You didn't really give it much of an honest choice there.
I got to give better prompts, He needs better prompts.
All right, guys. Any news on Spot? It's been strong lately and very strong today, says GE. I haven't had a look at Spot. I know they're taking $1 more a month of my money as they increased their price in Canada from $9.99 to $10.99. Look, I mean, they didn't. I've been with them since 2016, and they never raised their price once. So, I really shouldn't be complaining. Spotify, let's have a look. Yeah, good call. Good on the year. Where do we start off on the year? We start off at $70. And, in mid-July, when we kind of peaked out, we got to about $180. So well over 100% move there. We're now at 162 and change on the day. It's strong today, and it's been strong, very strong lately. I don't know specifically what the news is on Spot. Spotify investors should note Universal Music's. Okay, that has nothing to do with it. Spotify paid subscription dilemma. Yeah, not seeing anything. There's a price target raise, okay, from Truist. To 176 from 175. So Truist had some good stuff to say today about Spot. What else? There's a news headline from yesterday. $1 billion podcast bet turns into serial drama. Wall Street Journal, not sure what that is. We'll have a look at that after, but we'll see. Spot strong on the day. Took a piece out here on Zscaler at the $0.75, coming back down now into the $0.50 area. We'll have to make sure this one holds. My out will be the break of this trough. If it makes a newer low, that is not a valid trade, and that will be the end of my trade on that one. But I think it might be market dependent too. So if the market rejects at these levels, we're probably gonna end up seeing a little bit of red here on Zscaler. Pardon me. All right, back to Pally, because I did cancel my order at that 155 level, and looks like it dipped into it. The reason I canceled it is because everybody and their mother's cousin now who's trading these small cap gappers is looking at NBSE. And that, very, very superficial. All right, you're not really sticking with one stock, you're sticking with what's moving. And NBSE here now up 95%, about to hit that 100% mark as it blows through $2. The time to get in would have been at that $1.95, $1.85 area before the $2 break. But here we go, it's continuing to go. I'm not going to chase it up here because it's just not the way I trade. But good look here on NBSE, prompting me to cancel my trade on the other one.
Yeah, we got a bit of a pop there on the markets. Again, I'm still waiting for that 15.4 test right here. We could come in. We are bouncing pretty significantly, kind of broke past that previous candle, open and high. So yeah, let's see if we can get some consecutive greens on the board here. I'm also watching SPY as well. I kind of have that 445 level marked on the SPY, and just looking left, we got a bit of consolidation here just in that 445.50 on this pop up, and we have some tops here as well from before, right? So take a look at where we're bouncing on the SPYs, just right there on top of that 445 where this previous level kind of interacted both as resistance and as support in the recent past, just in August. So maybe we're poised for a bit of a bounce here off that 445, and we are getting a little piece of it. Let's see if that carries over in some of these constituents, and we get a bit of a bounce there. You know what? I don't have my eyes on this. So yeah, this Apple is still to the downside. We know Microsoft is still consolidating. Nvidia I haven't seen in a while, but yeah, take a look at Nvidia. That 500 never came to be, and we kind of pull back a little bit off of that attempt at the 500. Right? We've already tested it before, but then we kind of come back in and try to push past it again. Can't really get that far, and we come back into the 470s there. Here, taking a quick look left, we can see that there was a lot of buying interest here out the open. Here on the 29th, last Tuesday, we talked about that consolidation and breakout last week, and then we're kind of coming into those same levels where that buying pressure really came in and showed its face off of this pre-market and previous day level break on Nvidia, and we're slowing down right in and around that level on a clean 470 area. So let's see if we can kind of catch a bounce here. I see that 136 is testing as well, but overall picture across the board, still looking pretty red here. Not too many names here. You know what? Maybe we can find some greens if we look close. I see Walmart and Costco kind of almost up 1% on the day. We have some industrials here. GE is up on the day. Yeah, I don't know who Eaton Corporation as well. I guess I don't know who those guys are. I probably should, but yeah, GE. Some of those names are up as well. It was ETN. Eaton something, but yeah, let's take a look at Walmart and see what's going on over there. Holy, take a look at that. Totally opposite of the market right now. Walmart blasting to the upside here. That 160 holds. We see that we've tried to sell off into this level multiple times over the past week or so, and yeah, we kind of stop right there and catch a bid. So that's an interesting level there on Walmart. I wonder what Macy's is doing. I wonder what Target is doing, and some of these other retail names on the day. Macy's not really looking the same, but Target probably looking very similar to Walmart. No, not at all. Holy, what's going on with Walmart, guys? Walmart looking distinctly different than the rest of these names here. Walmart catching a bid as you know, I have no idea. Maybe they have a catalyst or something. What is this? Albertsons on report, Kroger Bank. Yeah, no, nothing too crazy. But yeah, Walmart catching a bid, looking very distinctly different from the rest of the names, as it's only caught a bid from the open.
But Walmart has a different catalyst than a lot of these guys. They're trying
What's
to challenge now Amazon. They're allowing resellers to sell off their platform in much in the same way that Amazon's doing with this Walmart
They've been doing
Plus.
that for a while, though.
Not at all, bro.
Really?
No.
I was trying to look for some cat food at Walmart, and I wanted to see if they had some in stock. So they made me download their app. So on the Walmart app, I saw that there are third-party sellers, and this was like a year ago.
Okay, maybe
So
I'm just...
I was aware that there are third-party sellers. I'm like, these guys are trying to be an Amazon. I'm like, good luck with that. But
Come on,
you know,
if somebody's going to do it, it's going to be the world's biggest retailer.
yeah, but like Amazon's got a little bit of a monopoly going on, or they're starting to at least. So and you don't know. I don't know. I might be a little biased. I like the stock.
I like Walmart, bro. I think they far outperform Target, and they've focused a lot more on groceries. 50% of their sales now, grocery focus, which is obviously staples, not discretionary.
Right.
In times of and harder times, you're obviously looking at the staples. All right, guys, we're doing real well here on Zscaler. We're $1 in the money on this one. We just took a print at 25s. We're long 21s. I'm talking about 159. 25 coming back down now into 159. Let's see if it holds. But the pattern definitely doing well. Higher lows, higher highs. But we do have the top end of this crest at that 159 3/4, which just happens to be a smidge, yes, smidge, below, above VWAP. VWAP on my chart over here, 159.60. Let me just double check that. So no, on my other chart, VWAP is at 159.70, so same difference. You know, we'll see if we can get more prints. Definitely delevered a little bit here. 3 outs so far on Zscaler as it, you know, the wave pattern continues to be relevant at this point. So we'll see if we can get some more outs. I'll probably have a few resting orders, but look, I gotta tell you, it's very spready. And the bottom drops off in the bid quite aggressively, like right there. There we go. We were just at 159.25 on the bid. Now we're 158 2/3. So coming back down, we'll see what this one does. That's what the whole point of delevering, but keeping my eye and seeing what we get. Walmart has third-party sellers years ago, not last year, says Rami. So it looks like we're at a date there, Obi. But yeah, the fact of the matter is maybe they're expanding it a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on over there, but
I saw some people in the chat saying Dollar Tree as well. So yeah, I pulled that up. Dollar Tree looking very similar as well. So yeah, I guess it's not all the retails, but some of these names are up on the day. Dollar Tree being one as well. Take a look at this very tight consolidation that it's having here. It's kind of it popped up on the day after a large sell-off. We know it's been selling off since earnings, right? Where was the earnings? Yeah, there is the earnings right there. Take a look at that. Say you took that short off of. We were talking about how like a bunch of these retail names kind of sold off of their earnings, and I was like, I want to take a look for both Dollar General and Dollar Tree for a potential short, and take a look at the swing on this name here. High being 130s, and sure, if you were a little late to the party, you got in 125s on the short. When it broke below, we're down here at the 115, 116, and in a little bit of a bounce relief here as the market kind of quadunks to the downside. Some of these names catching a bid. I wonder what Dollar General is doing. We know they had earnings as well last week. And yeah, a bit of a bid there. Very similar story here, but the chop looks a little bit more, I guess, tame here, where the range is a little bit more defined on Dollar General. I like that. That's a nice look there. It seems like we're having a bit of trouble here in and around that 136 as the market kind of tries to push back towards that 15.4. That's what I'll be looking for. I want to see a distinct push past that 15.4, and if we can't really make it, then yeah, I don't think the longs are necessarily a thing. But yeah, you know what? If you're long from down here in the 60s, and I tried to bid in the 60s and 70s here on Amazon 135s, and couldn't really get it as it wasn't necessarily filling the bid, and then we pushed back up to 136. So I like that kind of action. That's a little bit telling, but maybe that's all she wrote. That 40 point 40-cent move off of those lows was all she wrote on that price action. But you know what? We're gonna stay a little patient here. We're gonna see if the bounce really comes in. I know Softy is still kind of just teetering right there as we speak. You know what I haven't looked at is Tesla and Meta. I see some of the people in the chat calling these names out. Yeah, take a look at that. That 250. Definitely a level of interest on Tesla, and that consolidation just under it before we take another leg to the downside there. But it seems like we have created a little bit of a base on top of this 245, pushing back up towards that 250. So maybe, who knows, maybe that 250 can potentially come back and test on Tesla if this consolidation kind of breaks to the upside here. We have been basing since 10 o'clock. And it's about 11:35 here. So next one was Meta. Wow, take a look at Meta. Meta is definitely interesting here. Take a look at that. Back up into that 300. I guess 300 is a magnet now. A few weeks ago, we were trying to get distinctly past that 300. Never really came in. And yeah, that 300 seems like you can keep on recycling that price from above and below here on Meta. That's an interesting look there. I'm definitely not trading it today, but it seems like this is definitely in play today with the type of action it's doing.
Reduce, reuse, finish it.
Recycle.
There you go. You just said recycle. That's why it came up to my mind. I've been saying that since grade 2.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that was kind of indoctrinated into us.
We had a
right?
vice principal who dressed up as like Mother Earth or something like, or like Doctor Environment. Yes, it was Doctor Environment. She came like in a doctor's uniform with a little lab coat, and she had the thing on her head and the stethoscope, and we were wondering what the hell she was. She was Doctor Environment. But yeah, over $1 in the money now on our friend, our very good friend, Zscaler. But I am worried. The Katina man is telling me that Roku is tanking. So we're going to have a look at Roku. Because, well, you know, I'm not a big fan of Roku. We've talked a lot about how we thought, you know, it's nonsensical. But it's up 7% on the day, but it's given up the ghost here. I mean, that $90 level was very interesting. There was a lot of consolidation at that $90 level, and now it's headed south. What do we see here on Roku, Mr. Sean? There's multiple rejections off the 50 period from the downside. So if you're shorting off the 50 period, it's been a good look. This is the 50 period, the darker red line on my chart. This is the 1 minute chart, by the way. And then we're having, as Neil likes to say, there's a flat bottom break brewing here about 89.40, 89.5. If it continues to head down, where could we see it head down to? Well, you need only look at the breakout area. I mean, like, could we see it give up the entire move? I don't know. But it's a good look there for whoever had this off the 50 period. Maybe I'll get in should it retrace back into the 50 period. But I got to look at this Zscaler trade. We're still doing very well on it, $1 plus in the money. My only concern is VWAP on my chart is 159 2/3 to 3/4. So there is a very good chance that we get resistance, a brick wall of resistance at this level, because we are down 2% on the day. And having said that, I'm going to de-lever my position at this level. So we'll take out a little bit there, and we're going to save a piece for the dream. As you know, some people like to say around here. Let's see what the tags are. Reliable Rudy, NVAC, swing, nice move. 4 times over, 10 moved my 721 average down to 708, pardon me. Shout out to you, Reliable. Always killing it with these calls, by the way. JB, I'm having Chipotle deviled eggs for lunch. Ooh. Not 13 like you'd have. I have 10, okay? And only 2 of them have yolks.
For
and in the summer.
For each arm, right? Okay, bro, I'm just asking.
You're supposed to be taking my side here, not piling on.
I mean, it seems like you have a lot of protein demand going on there.
Dude, you know, I'm constantly looking at where I can get my eggs cheap. Right now, there's a 30-pack
we live in Ontario,
at Metro. Bro. I know, but I'm always...
You gotta go, okay, so here's the thing.
It's either Costco or some
You gotta make friends with some farmers.
That's a good look.
Right?
I don't have too many farmer friends,
hit up the farmers market on the weekend. We live in Ontario. right? Some
You're
of
a
the
joker.
best farmland in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And we're building homes on them. That's a totally different story.
Oh, don't
But-
get into that, please.
but-
There we go.
Make friends with a farmer, man.
You're not
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
Look, when I
If
lived
you,
in
if
Markham,
you have a heavy demand for eggs. I do live in Markham, which is the east. And
I lived
literally
in Markham.
At night, if you walk outdoors, you can hear cows mooing.
Yeah.
So that's how
Yeah.
close the farms are. We have a
Exactly.
cornfield right in front,
Exactly.
across the street.
Are you in Eastern Markham?
Yeah, just northeast.
Okay, I know exactly where you're at. Yeah. So when I grew up in Markham, all you had to drive was literally past 16th.
Yeah.
And everything,
Yeah,
north
it was
of
all
16th
farmland.
Avenue was farmland.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of people at my school that lived on farms, right? And that was just no normal thing. Now, I bet you that's probably not.
Oh no,
normal for them.
there's a lot of there's
Yeah.
so many schools, elementary and high schools. There's
Right.
so many new families that are moving in. It's pretty crazy. The population is definitely blowing up. But yeah, I'm still surprised. Some of these farmers, they don't even want to sell. Good on them, man.
Yeah, well,
I like
that's
that.
the thing. I mean, anyway, I think part of the Canadian experience is wanting to live in a house, not a condo, but a house. I mean, that was my Canadian experience growing up. I always lived in a house. I mean, maybe for we lived in 1 year in a condo, but it had always been a house. That's becoming less and less likely. Yeah.
Yeah, with
Probably won't
with how this housing market is
Yeah.
going, and
It's
with some
becoming-
of these stress tests there.
There you go.
Yeah, good luck with
Well,
buying one of those.
and the
one
lack
those
of
homes,
desire to want urban sprawl too, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to go. Anyway, let's get back to Zscaler here. It flushed back into that 158.60-ish area. That's why I have been delevering here. We talked about this level, this 159.70-ish. 63-ish level being a wall of resistance as a result of VWAP hanging in and around there. Now, that is only one factor in which to consider. The other factor is this crest. It's an obvious level of resistance. That's a price action print. That's more important to me than VWAP on an intraday basis. So I'm looking at this level also, this 159.75, 70-ish level. It's not an exact science here. As being another level of why? Because what I want to see for an upward channel is higher highs and higher lows, and to get a higher high, we definitely need to break through here. We're printing real well on it right now. I've taken out more than half. I've got about a third left. It's going to be a profitable trade no matter what happens, but I'd like to obviously, get a better print on it. So we're going to try to exercise some patience, but if it makes a newer low, that's the end of the trade. The trade becomes invalid at that point, right? So let's see what people are saying here in the chat real quick. Big Chungas. Trade market tips for eggs. Obi is on to something. The Warthog. I make some, I don't know how to say that word. Can you help me out?
What's the word?
Seitan.
Where am I looking here?
I make some Seitan for extra cheap protein. It's pure gluten, though, but super cheap. My servings come out to 69 grams of protein for 350 calories. Not a bad look at all. Can you?
Chitin or something? I think it's like a fiber or some sort of.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you tag me with the recipe so that I can actually get a good look at it there? But thank you for that. Interesting look there. What else? Anything else in the chat of importance here? No. So
Getting a bit of a bid.
Go for it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Sean
10
calling
even
out
on AMC, that's
10
very
even. I
important
have
level.
that-
That's
I
going to be
already
a
have that
very
up,
important
kind of
level.
watching that.
Yeah,
I
go
saw
for it.
Neil in the chat as well saying, AMC's wild there, but back down to 10, kind of down on an offering today. I don't know how much they're offering, but I think it was at the money. It was an at-the-money offering right here. We can take a read right there. Agreed to sell 40 million Class A common shares through at-the-market offerings. Citigroup, Barclays. Okay, yeah, these are these guys.
You know that. We already
so
knew
it's
that,
Citigroup who's selling, Barclays is selling, and B. Riley Securities, and obviously Goldman Sachs. What's up, boys?
But no, I'm looking at the book here, Ob.
Yes,
Ob
sir.
1 Canob, and there is some decent size here at 10. Do we get a bounce at 10, Katina, man? I just covered for $2. So Katina, man, just covered for $2. He didn't answer my question, but it's all good. I don't know. I don't know if we get a bounce here, guys. It's. Are you going to take the long?
I mean, I'm on what? Oh, on
AMC.
On AMC? Yeah, no, I don't know. I still want to wait for that. I want to wait for like a bit of consolidation formation. Like this is still a strong sell. Like if you're selling on the way down, I think that's great. Like if you could have taken that pre-market low, take a look at that consolidation that kind of pops up into the pre-market low, can't really get past it, wicks into it, and then you have a green candle that tries to push, and then you quadruples back down to the downside. So I think this place was a decent area to kind of get involved there on AMC, but yeah, it kind of curls off this 1075, doesn't really make it too far, and then comes all the way back down into that $10 level. Yeah, let's, you know what, we can take a look left here on the 15 and take a look at where we might find some problems. Wow, take a look at this, Sharif.
What?
When it broke that 1090, just looking left, look at how tight this price action was with wicks to the downside into 1075, 1074, and then that 1090 shelf. Take a look at where we consolidate on the way down today. Right there, can't get past that level, and then it gives you a whole point to the downside. Now, I know this name is trading a lot of volume on the day, 30 million on the day. So you could take that 1 point move with some decent amount of size on just a technical breakdown off of that 1075 kind of consolidation and failure to follow through back to the upside. But yeah.
Try.
Missed, definitely didn't take any trades on AMC. Now, I am trying to look left, and I don't see many levels to the downside, but hey, look at that right there. We've broken some of these lows from January and, what is this, April of 2020. So March levels as well kind of coming in, but we have had some splits, right? These are split adjusted prices, but regardless of that, split adjusted prices, we've broken below the March lows on AMC. So yeah, maybe it might catch a bit of a sell there, a bit of a selling pressure there on AMC after breaking some significant key levels on a multi-time frame.
All right, I took it on 10.08. I'll give it basically 10 pennies. If it breaks 10, I'm out. I've got my first profit taker at 10.18. We'll see if that triggers. But the real story is Zscaler. We're $1.50 in the money on Zscaler here as we break through VWAP on my chart, or we're breaking through. That's probably a misnomer. But this is the crest which we need to get above and close above. Look at Zscaler go. I'm seeing prints at 79. Not a bad look. The spread tightening up. It was as wide as 20 pennies. Now it's like 15 pennies. 9 pennies now as we really get going here. Old one Knob on Zscaler. Let's wet our beak again through that level. Yeah, the bid drops right off as I do that. Okay, so going back to AMC, I've got a profit taker at 18. We'll see if we can mean revert. But my stop is already in play through the break of 10. I've given it a couple of shekels below 10 so that if it wicks, I don't get stopped out. But I'm all the while knowing this is an against the trend move. We're looking for a mean reversion trade on this, but that's the entire thing with a small size. So we'll see if we get it. I'm seeing 17 show up on the ask now, but still no print of one Knob as we definitely do that dance with no pants. But look at Zscaler. We're about to hit 160, 159.94 showing up on the ask now. We're long 158.20s. This one's doing good, baby. We're doing well. As my grade 3 teacher, Mrs. Bailey, would be very disappointed if I said that now. Man, I in grade 3, I cut my hair in the bathroom. I was just
She must have had a significant influence on you for you to remember your grade 3
I remember
teacher's
all
name.
my teachers' names. All of them.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely. Mrs. Black, Mrs. Smith, and then she got married, so she became Mrs. Black. That's grade 1. Mrs. Zabinski, grade 2. Mrs. Bailey, grade 3. And then I had 2 teachers, Mr. Ken and Mr. Wise for grade 4. Grade 5 was Mrs. Kokar, and then grade 6 was Mrs. White and Mrs. Whitesford and Mrs. Brown. So boom.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, what about 7, 8,
All
9,
right,
10?
Mrs. Shirley, Mrs. Shirley, grade 7, Mr.
I mean, you're on a
Bainum,
roll,
grade
man.
8, and then high school you have a bunch of teachers, so they don't count, right?
Yeah.
We got our first fill here on our friend AMC, so 10 pennies in the money on this one. Let's set up our next little profit taker, should we get, but there's some selling coming in here, no doo-to-boot it. we're going to sit there, Old One Kenob, and we'll see if we get that print at the $0.25.
Yeah, so I got out of that the Amazon long as we broke back through that 136 because we talked about that 15.4 kind of, I wanted to see that kind of break convincingly, and that never really came. That it did more of a rejection off that 15.4. So as soon as I saw that, and as soon as I saw that this kind of trend that we've been making kind of get little weak, I got out of that long on top of the 136. Yeah, it could have been played a little bit better, but just trying to manage as best as I can. We know that we got ourselves into a little bit of trouble earlier, but yeah, that mischief was definitely managed a little bit. But yeah, let's see what this selling kind of brings in. I am watching this kind of consolidation. I know Softy's still holding well above some of its lows that it's made. That 331, very interesting level, and then we get up and hold 332 as the market kind of rejects that 15.4. That's interesting to me. If we can turn and break this 332.5 kind of consolidation high from this morning, yeah, I'll definitely be interested in that price. But if we kind of hold resistance underneath that level and make lower highs, like it seems like we're kind of doing, right? Like, take a look at this. This is the trend on Amazon. Yeah, sure, we pop with that crazy volume out the open, but if you take some of that pre-market action into consideration and just consider some of this action as like a bit of exhaustive move, take a look at the overall trend from that pre-market consolidation right there. So a bit of a selling kind of coming in. You can see that on Softy as well. You can kind of, well, it's a lot more pronounced on the ES and the NQ as the move really accelerated out the open. But yeah, some of these equities not necessarily looking like they reflect it to the T, right? And obviously that's why it's not as easy as it looks, right? But yeah, let's see if we kind of catch a bounce, make a higher low. I'm looking for that consolidation. The initial test of that 15.4 kind of pulled back off of that. We tried to test it, push it for about 30 minutes, couldn't really get past it, and then now we're kind of coming back in for that consolidation. So now I'm curious to know, I'm asking myself, is this going to be the low of day here on the ES and the NQ, and we kind of either we do a chop consolidation or we kind of break back above that 15.4. Still interesting to me. But yeah, if we catch a bid, I remember on Amazon, I tried to post in the 60s and 70s, and they wouldn't give it to me. So,
who's they?
You know what? Well, I don't know. I just didn't get it, right? So whoever they is.
I'm bugging you, bro.
I didn't get it, right? So yeah. That's something interesting to consider, and we kind of come back in to these 80s and we hold above those levels where the bids weren't necessarily being taken and it was just pushing on the ask. So I think that's interesting. I'm waiting for more information. I'm waiting for the next trade. Pat G asking thoughts on NVIDIA. Let's take a look on thoughts on NVIDIA. Take a look at that 10 bounce, man. That 10 bounce definitely coming in on AMC, giving you about 20 pennies off of that 1002 low. What was the low that we hit? 1001. Okay,
there's an iceberg at 20 on AMC, by the way. I just want to say.
All right, so yeah, take a look at that.
Clearly, there's just really not enough. Iced. I love that. Ice. Yes, Ob. That's a good one. I'm sitting at the $0.25 here, and the volume's coming in plenty, but we're not eating up any of the size here at the $20 level, 20-cent level, pardon me. So we'll have to wait and see if we continue to head up here on AMC. I'll be looking for that $0.50 level. That was essentially the first level of support that we had to break through. You bounce off the 50 penny level, you get back up, you consolidate it again, and then the Huadum came in. So we'll have to wait and see if AMC can mean revert at least back, if anything, at least to the 50 period, okay? The 50 period on my chart is at that third of a dollar level. Back to Zscaler, I've taken the majority of this out now. And the reason being, number one, it's very spready. Number two, it's rejecting off that 160, and it did make a higher high, albeit, marginally. 159.75 was the initial level, and then we got up to 160. So we did make a higher high. The trend is still intact, but I think if the market curls down like it is right now, we could see the bottom drop off on this name. I'm not saying they're directly connected. It's not a Magnificent Seven name where, it moves as the market moves, but it's definitely influenced by it. So I don't want to have this go against me. 21's my entry. We're printing at 59s right now, so I have a little bit of room. Back to AMC, not doing much, but it's also not making newer lows. So if we get that continuation, I want to exercise a little bit of patience for this mean reversion trade. Getting out now would kind of just, there would be no point in that, right? If it goes against me, it goes against me. I mean, I'm going to give it 8 pennies, 10 pennies, or whatever I'm giving it there through the break of 10. And we saw what it did at $10. There was ample support at, in fact, didn't even hit $10. It got down to 10.01. So we'll have to wait and see. 10, obviously, just a random level. It's the whole dollar level. There's really no significant reason other than the fact that it's the whole dollar level for 10 to be an area of support. And then back to Zscaler, because I have to do them both here. Yeah, nothing really to concern me. It seems to be holding the 50 period here on the 1. We'll see if we get continuity. Let's go to the chat. Noah, yeah, why is Sharif Gobrel so... okay, thank you. Let's continue. Reliable Rudy, I'm feeling frisky. Thoughts on ICCT $8 level? Ooh, okay, let's check that out. Wow, that's a good look. That's a real good look, to be honest with you. Nice hold at that 8. Well, I don't even think it hit 8. It hit 8.11, 8.10, somewhere in that region. It's a good look, not a bad look. But look, I think the volume is also dropping off just a smidge. It's done 24.5 million shares. But when you look at, oh, Zscaler's tanking. I got to take care of this. When you look at the volume profile on ICC, look where all the volume is. It's all earlier on, and now we're dropping off here. We need volume to stay up, reliable. So give it a shot, but it's not my cup of tea. I got to tell you the truth. So I hope you print on it, but it ain't my luck. All right, quickly back here to our friend AMC. It dipped back into, where did that get to? Got to 10.01 or so, immediately bought back up again. Hands off the keyboard as we are 3 minutes or so from lunch money. Brendan and Neil, new segment, 12 o'clock. They take you through a different look. They talk about the sectors in the way that we don't at the moment. Hopefully, when you guys come back from there, I won't be stopped at an AMC and we'll have a nice mean reversion trade on this one. But there may be bamboozlement from now until then, my friend Obi.
Yeah, I saw that kind of drop down here on Softy. We kind of pulled all the way back into 331.80s, and then you rip right back and hold the 332. So I kind of like that look, but it seems like we are still kind of holding this overall downtrend on Softy. The thing is, I tried to post just there 332.16, 15-ish. Didn't give it to me again as for a short, because I was like, oh, we popped back up. That was a little too quickly, and then you kind of stopped right there, the 333.20s. So I'm like, I want to get short underneath that, and doesn't give it to me, and then pops back down in about 20 pennies. So that's interesting. Again, now Softy's not really a name that I trade too often, and as you guys know, yesterday was one of the first times in a while that I started trading it again, and I might have caught a bit of a bug there on that. But yeah, we took a few chops, and I'm looking for more here. Trying to get comfortable with trading some of these more, I guess, volatile and choppy large caps. And you know what? Yeah, I like Amazon, but I'm realizing that if I'm trying to play some of these market moves, definitely a little bit better if you can withstand and handle the bit of chop that some of these larger priced caps kind of give you. But the overall move still kind of comes into play, right? So I guess I'm trying to get comfortable with that. Now Amazon also kind of in play today, not necessarily doing too much volume, but I think last night they had some FTC news. Amazon did, and
they're getting
never
sued.
really
Lena Khan is
good
going
one,
after them hard, bro.
Yeah, you know more about this?
Yeah. Lena Khan,
talk about what
she
they're
is
getting.
on, she's on a mission.
Okay.
Yeah, she's a new FTC chair appointed by Joe Biden, and she has made no secret that she's anti, I don't want to say anti-big companies, but she's coming after them. She's also blocked a lot of mergers. We saw about, remember...
is it the ATVI?
There were so many. There was one with NVIDIA. There was Intel and Tower, Tower Semiconductor. She blocked. There was a whole bunch she blocked. Essentially, she's got a very interesting theory. You can go read more about it. I don't think we have time to get into it here. But essentially the accusation is that they are prioritizing their own products ahead of resellers on their platform. Meaning, so if you search something, the resellers will show up lower on the...
Yeah, they're pushing their own products, basically, a little more than that. They're giving they're giving themselves priority. But like at the same time, like it's your platform.
Yeah, but I know you got to work within
Understandable.
the rules. Yeah,
like,
you got to work with.
It's like
she may have an argument here.
Was your intention to create a free market, or was your intention to create a market to sell stuff yourself? Right.
Look, bro, you bring up great points. You bring up
like what is the
fantastic
purpose,
points.
right? Like you can be like, oh, a free market is supposed to be like this, but what was the purpose for Amazon to begin with?
Right.
They're their own seller. They're a private seller, essentially.
And one thing that we learned in school was monopolies are not in and of themselves illegal, but it's the way that you reach the monopoly that may be illegal. Anyway, we'll get to that and much more. Yep. The bullies, they're at the big desk and they're going to take your money. It's time for lunch money.
Lunch money. Rather unnecessary.
All right, let's go. That's still them. Yeah, come over to the oldies.
You call it old.
All right, let's talk some lunch money. Again, the premise here, guys, to get you some ideas and some trades going into the afternoon to pay for lunch. Neil is over there. We're going to talk about a few things. Again, the idea behind this, essentially, what has moved, not necessarily since the pre-market, but maybe from the open or 10 o'clock on, that could set up to give us some opportunities, maybe even during lunch hour. Unity Software, first up with another huge move to the upside. Yeah, I'm not sure about all these errors on my chart, so maybe we can look at, wow, that's a problem. Tell me about Unity here. Nothing in the way of significant news as far as Unity is concerned today, but a couple of days in a row here with decent moves.
Oh, absolutely. Look, we talked about this yesterday with Unity in the afternoon show, how strong it was, and shout out to everyone in the chat that was sort of bringing this one to our attention. Today was a simple story. The initial trade was a simple fade off of the 40, but you've got to think about what is going on here. It is a steady climb to the upside, and it was bucking the trend for the majority of the morning. And I just want to pop up the 15-minute chart for you guys here so you can see what has been going on with Unity the last couple of sessions. There is that rejection of 40, the $40 level, which, by the way, you call me old? Yeah, someone's north of that too, by the way, the person that says that. You shouldn't be lobbing those out there.
Sharif's like 1 year younger.
You're literally, he's like a year or two younger than us.
Like, what are we even joking about?
That's neither here nor there. What's interesting to me about Unity is you're still in the midst of a break above 39. So while, yes, the morning trade was a short off the 40 level, you are still stair-stepping to the upside. Now, maybe this is a support level that can hold in the afternoon. I look at this 38.80 to 39. I say previous high was a breakout that turns into support. That's already happened once. It did so at 38. Why not have a look at that at that 39 level? That's where I aborted the short by covering for profit, and you're already seeing some higher lows off of it as well. So the market has been pretty weak today. If you're looking for kernels of strength, Unity has had that one in spades. If you get the 40 short, that was great the first time through, but that 39 bounce certainly can be in play here.
Yeah, I want to lean on that a little bit. 1.01% right now for the NASDAQ, and we're talking about stocks that are not only higher, but here's another one that we'll touch on here. Palisade, what is it, Biopharma or Pharmaceutical, something like that? PALI, 121% to the upside on this deal with, what was it, Giant Pharma, Palisades Bio. Yeah, accentuating the giant pharma dealing up with their Palisades here.
Going back to Pally. That is the stock. I was in this one in the morning, but we got to talk about what we can do with this bad boy in the afternoon. It's not about the short float, which is 2%. It's about the float, which is tiny. It's only a few million shares worth of a float. These are the types of runners you want to look for. There was a nice breakout that challenged the $2 level, but all I care about is when you have something when you have a penny stock, I mean any penny stock, generally speaking, and it makes that dollar break, you want to look for continuation. This is day one. That means look for continuation in the afternoon. I'll still probably look for a big parabolic move tomorrow as well. It might not have gotten through 2 when we had the 145 long, but $2 on the daily, $2.40 on the daily. Those are levels, once you breach them, you can really start to accelerate. And you always want to expect a little bit more out of these low float names. For the afternoon, I always say, if it doesn't break the morning support level, like you just look at it, let me pop this one back out here for you on Pally. If it doesn't break that morning bottom, you want to give it a chance. So it halted at 145. It was then a long off 145. It got the 2 break. That's the trade we already had. But if that never breaks, I think you're just looking for the home run off 145. If it gets underneath $1.40, fair enough. It can fill the gap to the downside. Then you can think about a dollar bounce. I'm not really thinking short. It's a day one play here. I think if you can risk 10 to 15 cents off 140, your upside is that this stock could press $2 today.
Yeah.
And I'll take that risk to reward any day.
Yeah, just double checking. 6.3 million on the float. This is also a global, quote unquote, global licensing agreement for Palisade.
Ooh,
so
fancy.
The entire universe included here. AMC, meanwhile, out in the pre-market, downside in a big way on this. They file with the SEC to possibly add 40 million shares to the common stock of AMC. To be expected, obviously. Yeah. The reaction, however, not good.
Look, and the thing is, we said we're not going to wait till lunch money to talk about the AMC breakdown trade, because here's the 15-minute chart. Since the reverse split, you had a 1070 bottom. And underneath that 1070 bottom, there was a tremendous sort of gap fill opportunity. You've already started to fill in that gap. So we said we'd take it. We took the short at 69, 1069, and you're just continuing to flush. I'm going to pull up a 1-minute chart, because when you're talking about a scalp trade, at the end of the day, when this is happening, you just want to short the pops until it stops working. I know there's a lot of ape, buy, yada, 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 to the moon and all that good stuff, but truth be told, the trend is your friend, and the trend's to the downside here. We have free locates on this at Day Trade the World, and at the end of the day, you should not care how you make that money trading. You should care about getting positive trades. So this is a short the pop situation. For now, 1020 had a refresher, rightfully pointed out by the midday guys. The 1070 is another level here. And if $10 breaks, the 1070 short gave you 1069 and went all the way down like a nice 5% plus move. A 10 break is also in the cards. You risk 10, 15 cents on a trade like that, and maybe it moves another $1. That's what's already been happening on the stock. To expect something else and constantly try to catch a bottom, that's just frustrating. And sometimes you go with the trend. We always have people talking to us like, oh my goodness, why are you trying to go counter trend when the market's at highs in the afternoon and we're talking about shorting things that are strong? Well, here's your opportunity to just have a gentle downtrend, which is only gentle if you don't zoom out.
If you look at the market right now as well, one of the benefits of this is we're going to talk about stocks that are up, stocks that are down on a day when the market overall is down. Want to lean on the ones, obviously, that are weak. AMC, definitely that. Market trying to test lows, or looking like it wants to. NBSE, this headline this morning, this Symmetrics Corporation picking up 20% of Nubase, telling the board they should consider a $1 dividend in return as well. So NBSE, big mover today.
Yeah, you hear the word $1 dividend on a stock is $2. Here's a number that matters for this. 1.4 million float. Now, we keep saying this over and over again, like the number of names that have incredibly tiny floats that can get soaked up and run. It's just ridiculous how many of them there are. And these setups are going to be here, and as long as they are, you want to take advantage of them. It's just as simple as that. On the daily chart, it's just, once again, not a great, fantastic company that found a bottom and just made a consolidation break from $1. So this is the day one move off that consolidation break. It's taken out 2, and look what's happening at 2. Let's not be complicated here. I'm going to pop out the 1-minute chart again. This is what's happening at the $2. There was a breakdown early, but now you've got a double top here just above the 2-quarter, and you've got support at $2. As long as this doesn't break down, you'll have scalp trades off the $2 area, and then the potential at that home run. Again, if it's underneath 190, you can just get it out. You're looking for that risk to reward. Everybody wants the next HKD or whatever it might be. However, if you can find these types of names where you can reasonably risk 5%, a 10-cent move on a $2 stock, that becomes very reasonable to shoot for that upside. If it breaks the top, you hold some there. It's 10% from here to the upside. Again, it's showing you the support level. All you have to do is take advantage of it. And again, another day one play from its local breakout. You're not chasing this day 3, day 4.
Yeah, and it's been a week of these types of moves on these low float names. Like, I mean, we were talking the other day about, I think it was ADTX or one of those.
Yep.
Like 250,000 shares, like just ridiculous. You hear 1.4 and you're like, hey, that's kind of big. The days when 1.4 are big now. GitLab here, 2% still, but yeah, a bit of a leakage today, right from the word go this morning. After better than expected earnings across the board, as I mentioned, here goes the market now, S&P basically at day lows.
Yeah, another story of us flushing here, and which sometimes you like when stocks go up. This is a pretty nasty reversal candle on GitLab, and it all starts on the daily. It was a triple top that was potentially breaking if it could get through 55. Today, you can see that is a abjectly failure brewing here unless something miraculous happens in the afternoon, and it is flat bottom breaking. So this all started in the aftermarket with a 50 break. Let me pop this out on the 15-minute chart so you can see. You had the aftermarket breakout through 50. I think that's where we're headed today. If this cannot hold that 50 level, I mean, it's a hammer candle on the daily that suggests to me not just short this one underneath 51 today, that suggests to me look for continuation and a reversal right back into previous support. I mean, this has 20% to previous support. After earnings, it just rejected 55. And a lot of people would say this is a company which was probably expensive to begin with. And if the market's going to pull back, then something like this into weakness, it's a short till it's not. You can put in that kind of a candle. Like, I'm not the market technician here, but I know exactly a rejection candle when I see one. And joining the trend means shorting GitLab.
On a day when all tech, basically very, very red across the board, you know, something like a GitLab, when Apple and Microsoft and Google and Amazon are all down big time, something like a GitLab, even though it reports better than expected earnings, maybe a little bit of a target to the downside. iCore Connect, bonus round here. We'll go ICCT. Had this headline this morning. This is I was just reading this, workflow productivity and customer profitability experience type of a company. They're a software company. So new product launch today for ICCT. This is one that popped up last week and went absolutely crazy on no real headline, but low float again on ICCT. Nice look though for move today.
Yeah, so this is going to feel a little bit different because if I look at another time frame chart, or maybe even like if I zoom into the 15-minute, you're going to see, oh, this stock is rolling over, right? And it's headed back down into the bottom. However, when you zoom it back out, it's a bit of a different picture because this really bottomed at $6. And this is the first press back into resistance at 10, and yes, it's rejected it. But if you think about the bigger picture of the move, above $7.50, well, it's still making higher lows on that time frame into that $10. So this sets a couple of things up for this. One, because it went insane before, it could always go insane again. If it can get above 10, the stock could reasonably do something ridiculous to 20. So you want to give a chance for that 750 area to hold. It's just a nice little higher low. And when you think about these trades, and one thing I'm learning when looking at Pally here is you're not really thinking a scalp trade here. Like if it holds on to this 750 area, you're thinking 750 long and maybe give it 50 pennies. But you want that move to $10. You know, this is a look where you want it bouncing and then squeezing into that 10 and then holding on to some. If you get those halts or anything of that nature, you want to get that chance for the higher levels, because history has taught us in the last couple of months here that these super low float names have to be given the respect that they can halt up 2 or 3 times. I have a general rule about always taking profit or trailing it out once you've halted once or twice. This is a prime example of that, worth to break that $10 level. But I think it's a good one, ICCT. If we're doing bonus zone, maybe we should talk about IWM, because if we're talking low float names here, like the Russell, and I want to shout out, again, we always talk about how great our viewers are, and we had some viewers mentioning this in the afternoon show yesterday, that the Russell was making a reversal. And generally speaking, like we don't always trade ETFs, but this bears watching, because you just rejected the 50 on the daily. This was yesterday's big candle to the downside, and there is room for this to continue to fall into 180 here on IWM, which is the Russell Index. So it is big time trend to the downside. It's not just trend to the downside. It was weaker than the overall market. Like it beat S&P, it beat the NASDAQ. Everything else was weak yesterday, but this was a lot weaker than the rest of the equity that I saw. So you want to keep your eyes on IWM. Some of these small caps are getting beaten up. You're just getting rejections and reversals everywhere. In a higher rate environment, think about what that's also going to mean here. So we've got to keep our ear to the ground with the Fed as well. So IWM, it's a simple trend to the downside that has $5 to it. And when I pop up that 1 minute chart, it's basically that same thing. It's consolidating off the bottom. There's 186. I mean, if that holds and you continue trend down in the afternoon, how many times we see 1% turn into 2% on things of this nature?
Yeah, leading the way, in fact. Right on cue, meanwhile, NBSE with a huge blow off top there on volume as well. So heads up on that new base we just discussed. Good luck.
There you go.
There you go. Lunch money. We'll wrap it up at that. Enjoy your afternoon. We're back at 2.
Go get them, guys.
Oh, we're back. Oh, hello. Yeah, AMC. Stopped out through the break at 10, 13 penny loser. Sean took that 10 short. That was a fantastic flat bottom break. I would have definitely taken that if I could do it again. The guy is already telling you about NBSE. Look at this one go. My goodness. Where do we get up to there? 275. Here it comes again, man. 269 showing up on my book. 130% to the good. Here comes 271. Lots of volume coming in on this name. But the last trade, Zscaler, I'm out of this trade as it now breaks into my entry. Very profitable trade, but we do leave a little bit of money on the table as we are still holding, I would say, I don't know, I have to calculate it, percentage of the trade, but definitely below 20% left on that last little out. And I get out break even on the last amount. Just wish I could have got some more at the $0.50. Our best print was at the $0.25, but it popped up into 70 pennies. So we miss the crest by about 50 pennies on Zscaler, but it was a very good trade. It was no longer valid when it broke that 158.75-ish area. That was just me being stubborn because there was clearly a level of support off which it was bouncing over and over. And once that level went, I should have cut the trade. But I said, hey, you know, you're profitable on it. Hold it until your entry. That's probably the wrong decision, leaving money on the table like that. That's about 50 pennies worth of money on Zscaler. But look at AMC go, $10 no longer. And it actually gave you a good trade. Obviously, I'm looking at it after the fact, but every time it touched that 20 period, which is the orange line on my chart, it rejected off that. So we got one little out there. We wet our beak a little bit to de-lever, but it was only 10% of the position. So 90% we take for a 15 penny loser on AMC.
Yeah, nice look there. While we were doing the lunch money, I got a little short on the Microsoft and took a quick scalp there into this 331.50. The 332s looked a little heavy there as well. But yeah, took a quick short scalp there. The move seems like it's working out well. Got long on Amazon there off of, you see this kind of churn that's kind of happening as well. So maybe not the best decision right there to get short Microsoft cover and then get long on Amazon. But I do like what we're doing here. A bit of a churn on the way down, right? So yeah, let's see if some of these lows on the ES and NQ crack or they hold as support. We saw that 15.4 reject back down towards a low of day, both on the ES and the NQs. Let's see if we can kind of hold a little bit here. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce. That's all I'm looking for here. No home runs today for me, but yeah, maybe a little bit of scalps in and around some of this consolidation trend that we are having to the downside here on Amazon, kind of consolidation elsewhere on Softy and things like that. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading, what you guys are interested in today.
NBC is about to break $3.
MEC?
NBSE is about to break $3.
Are you trading that
No,
name?
man, I'm not. And all sorts of FOMO running through my veins right now. 150% to the good. Here comes $3. We're at 95s. Let me look at the tape over here. Am I seeing any prints above 95 for the moment? No. I'm seeing, yeah, I just saw 95s. 96 coming in here, 97, here comes 3. Iceberg on 3 because there's not enough size here on the book to stop us from ascending. But here we go. Prints above, and here comes the initial Huadun as people take profit at that whole dollar level. Very strong name, 160%. I love when these things come in waves, man. Here we go. 305, 307. I think we did as high as 310, I believe. Let me just look quickly. What's the high day on this one? 313, lucky number 13, the high day for now, but I don't think that stays for much longer. 315, now the high 16. Oh, baby. This one is headed north.
Wow.
Look at that break through the 2.25, man. My goodness. Anyway, I don't have it, but it's great to look at. Probably a 200-300% by day's end. It's a good look on NBSE. Again, in case you're wondering why this thing is moving, here's the headline on it. Nubase Therapeutics shares are trading higher after Cimetrex Corporation acquired a 20% stake in the company and urged the board to issue a special $1 per share dividend. So that's the look there. I mean, I'm not really sure why the $1 dividend would get investors so excited, but maybe it's the acquisition by Cimetrex that's getting everyone riled up here. Breaking down through 3, which is, not atypical for these types of stocks as they break through the whole dollar level. Either people initiating shorts or taking profit at that level, but then oftentimes, if it's strong, we see a buy up through that level. This might be an interesting area in which to get long. You won't see me participating in this though. I don't got the guts for it, but yeah. What's your look over there, Ob?
Yeah, I see that.
975 short,
that
bottom
short
up
is
on
coming in.
AMC, by the way.
975
Yeah,
short.
so
Yeah,
25
I
pennies
think it's
removed.
still going here. A bit of a churn here, right here in the 135.50s. I'm watching, but yeah, that 331 potentially coming in on softy as this cover might have been a little too early here, as I was like, oh, it can't even get into the half dollar here, the 3315, and I was like, okay, well, if it can't get down like that, I'm gonna cover. It pops back into 332 and then kind of then it flushes. So you know what, we're learning. I'm not too familiar with this price action at this magnitude, but you know what, it is a slow and steady learn on that Microsoft price action there. But yeah, kind of testing these lows on the SNNQ. Let's see if we get a bounce here. Watching Softy, watching Amazon, watching Apple as well. Apple testing lows, right? Apple testing its lows. Google. Let's see what our friend Google is saying. Google is also pushing for its lows. Wow, this market is looking kind of heavy here.
Very weak, yeah.
Nvidia, let's see what our boy Nvidia is doing. Nvidia straight to the downside. So a lot of things making new lows, still pretty red across the board. It seems like Walmart might still be the only one kind of moving upwards here, still holding that consolidation from this morning. So I guess if there is one name I might want to get long for a potential, if the market does bounce, I think it might just be Walmart here, as it's kind of holding well within this upper range of this move that it's had today. Like, what is this? This is from 162 to 161.50, and then we came from 160 lows. Right? So from 160 lows to 162, so about a 2-point move, and then you hold within 50 cents. So I like that. You're holding about a quarter of the move at the highs, and you're consolidating as the market pushes for its lows. And kind of look at that. We're getting a bit of a wick up. How much time is left on the 15? We got about 6 minutes left to print this 15, and take a look at some of these candles forming on the ES and the NQ. Excuse me. We're starting to wick bottom a little bit here at previous levels where we kind of bounce off of. Now the candle hasn't finished printing. It still could go either way, right? But take a look at that bounce on Microsoft as well. Bit of a higher low forming as the first low here down at this clean 331, and then this kind of bounce happening right now at the 331.20. So that's what I like to see. We are long Amazon here. I'm looking for the next trade on Softy. Maybe up here we can see if that 332 stays a little heavy, or we kind of get a move back up into this range that we've been doing all morning. We talked about how some of these names are just sideways after that strong sell-off in the morning, right? So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. People saying NVIDIA popping. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at NVIDIA real quick. Let's see what it's doing. I don't really see much of a pop. Oh, there goes
gotta
Softy.
tell you, bro.
Take a look at that, blasting back up.
The only one with a
331.80.
discernible uptrend in the Mag 7 is Tesla.
Tesla?
Everything else is
Mag
showing.
7, I like that.
Yeah, everything
Are we
else is
coining that
showing showing
Ooh,
bearishness.
I like that.
Yeah. Let's look at the Mag 7. Well, you know, they're Mag 8 on mine because I switch AMD and Netflix, whichever one is moving on the day. But here are the 7 guys. They're, you know, everything is printing down and to the right. You could have made a little bit of a case for Meta because it had a bit of a bump up, went green for a moment or two above 300, but now we're south again. Microsoft weak. And I don't want to disrespect Obi's trade, but it looks like it's
the trade
headed
is
low.
the trade.
Yeah, but here's the look on Tesla. On Tesla. By the way, Katina, man, there was a dude, he was English, and he was doing the review on the new Model 3, and he was saying Tesla. Just FYI, by the way.
Interesting.
Here's the look on... What is Elon's? Is it Z or Sa?
Tesla?
Thank you, Ramin. Yeah, well, he's South African, right? So, yeah. Well, Elon do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
He created the company.
He bought it.
He's got a glass house apparently that he's being investigated for. Don't get me started, bro.
What? What is this news I have not heard of?
Anyway, here's a look on Tesla. Look at this, up and to the right. We're coming into that 250 level with the 50 period on the 5 hanging out at that 250 level. We just reclaimed VWAP. Now above VWAP, VWAP was at that 248.5. We're above it. Tesla's popping up. It was much weaker on the day. We're down 2 3/4. But I got to tell you, when I look at the other guys, nothing is showing me the type of pattern that Tesla's showing me. I'm talking about bullish pattern. Everything else looks a little bit weaker on the moment. I heard some people say NVIDIA, this and that. Well, look, NVIDIA is about $5 removed off VWAP. So, and we still have lower highs and lower lows. Look at this downtrend. Until it breaks that, the only saving grace is kind of there's a bit of a double bottom at that 466.5. You didn't make a newer low there, but you definitely made it plenty on this way down. So I don't know. I'm not ready to get excited for any longs here on this market unless its name is Tesla. Let's have a quick look at our friend NBSE here before we send it back to the OB1 Canobe. What is it doing over here? All right, nice. Rejection off 3. Has it given up the ghost? Back into 2 2/3 at the moment. The only support level, quite frankly, that I can see here is at 2 1/3. You have 2 crests up there until the 3rd attempt at which it's broken. So, punching in here is a bit of a random area. What, 2.5? So what? What is 2.5? It's just a number, right? The price action's got to reflect that. So, I don't know. I'm not very excited about punching in anything above 2 1/3 OB.
Yeah, we're breaking newer lows here. So I guess the trend is my friend, but I am kind of countering that friend right now here on Amazon. But yeah, still futures look like futures haven't necessarily broken their lows on the day yet. But yeah, taking a look at Softy as well, kind of continuation of that trend as well. Yeah, let's see how far this move can get. Here, people talking about, did you take a look at Netflix, Sharif? We can talk about Netflix. I haven't actually
because I had AMD up instead of Netflix. How is it doing?
Yeah, Netflix to the downside right now.
It's the same thing.
Netflix kind of nice steady churn to the downside there on Netflix. Yeah, some decent shorts there. So if you got in short in the morning, hey, all the power to you. You're laughing straight to the bank at some of these names pushing for lows of day right now as we speak, as the future's kind of looking like they want to break. There it goes. We just broke below
Netflix is
that,
tanking,
these
bro.
lows there. Netflix tanking as well. I should probably get out of this position here. I do not like this
Oh
anymore.
my goodness, everything's
Yes.
tanking here, bro.
Yeah, go for it, Sharif.
No, I'm just watching the world burn at the moment here. We knew, well, we didn't, but I mean, I guessed September would be a weak month. We know that. We talked about the statistical weakness of September relative to the other months. Going back 100 years, that's a lot of data. But here we go, NQ right in, and it broke that 13,350. That was the initial saving grace. We got a bit of a bounce initially off 13,350, and there goes the Huadunk. So I was doing a little bit of charting on our friend the NQ September contract over here, and let's go to the half an hour and find out where could we find some support? Well, this was the initial area over here. That's since come and gone. I'm talking about the 3,400 level. That's no longer in play. Let's zoom out a little bit more. All these, sorry, by the way, I'm charting all the opens and closes now. So maybe I should just write them down instead of charting them on the, anyway, thinking out loud here. You got to think it's going to be that 13.3, right? It's the 100-point level. If we find some support, it's going to be at 13.3. But the price action, where does the price action dictate? There is really no discernible good level. It's this level over here. We have a bit of a crest on August 15th where we kind of at that 15.313 area. Again, you know, it's a pre-market high, by the way. So it's on lesser volume and has to be looked at with suspicion. I'm going to say between 15,300 and 15,250. You have a bit of a crest at 250 over there, but there really hasn't been recent price action at these levels. So kind of tough to chart maybe the NQ for this particular regard. Maybe we'll have a look at the ES. But there we go, man. We are headed south on everything. Let's quickly look here and see how the big cap names are doing. Meta flushing, Amazon flushing, Apple flushing, Microsoft flushing, Google, AMD, and NVIDIA, not so much. And Tesla still holding above VWAP at that 249. Very much counter trend at the moment, but definitely retracing a smidge as a result of that big move down. What were you yelling about Aunt Kathy, Katina, man?
Tesla. I'm short Tesla.
He's short Tesla. So he put it in the chat there. I don't know. We'll have to see. Tesla looks stronger to me, but it could flush here. It came to that 250 level, the 50 period as well. So there could be definitely some resistance for our friend Tesla here at the moment. But look at this. NBSE looking to hold here that 275. Does this one curl up back into 3? All sorts of FOMO on this one, Ob.
Yeah, that crash was a little crazy there. That selling came in real hot across the board. I guess we break a low a day, right? And then yeah, where else are we gonna go? We're going to the downside there. Bit of a heavy selling coming in there on across the board. Really quickly. We dropped like 50 pennies right away there on Amazon there. But yeah, interesting look. That 135 comes in right away and kind of holds onto it, and the 330 as well on Softy. So yeah, this definitely a lot of selling going on today. I am fighting the trend, like I said, but yeah, some of these moves are pretty crazy. Definitely sellers on the board today, and yeah, why am I not going short is the question I'm asking myself right now. Is like I should be short, and I guess I was short on the Softy move there, but. Yeah, I don't know. I covered in the 60s, Sean. I was just like, well, then this is not really going. But yeah, that trade was wild. It kind of comes back into that 330, breaks that low of day. That was wild. And yeah, we were getting a bit of tape speed increase. If you guys are seeing here, a lot of chop, a lot of volatility after that selling kind of comes in. That was interesting. Maybe a little bit of intraday capitulation I'm smelling there. If that's not really with a catalyst, but yeah, let's see where this takes us. Not the best trade for me there.
Yeah, well, you don't never know. 135 incoming though for our friend Amazon. Do we find support around there? I have a previous close at 134.91, but make of that what you will. NBSE, yeah, holding that 20 period on the 1, which isn't much. It's not, yeah. I don't want to get involved with this one. I just really don't know how it's going to resolve unless it's off a very specific level, and the level that I'm looking at most specifically is at 2 1/4, 2 1/3. If it comes there, we can probably have a different discussion, but random like moving averages like that just don't cut it for me anyway. I'm going to stay hands off on this one and see what else is going on. Looking at the scanner here, guys, not much happening. Pally, yeah, okay, it's below VWAP at $1.50. That's not the look that I want, to be honest with you. So I'm going to stay hands off on that. What else we got going on? Let's bring in the big charts with respect to, the charts for the big tech names. Yes, okay. Some relief buying at these levels, but definitely nothing that I want to take long at the moment. Probably missed my opportunity to go short. I'm going to stay hands off for the moment, guys. No trades for me brewing at the moment. We'll watch Obe as he does his little dance with with Amazon. But I always keep coming back to this NBSE thing because it's holding these levels. I just don't want to get bamboozled where you punch in long for a possible 3 break and then you have a Huadunk through that 250. It looks like it might end up being a better short, if anything, especially through that 260, 250 break. Yeah, that would be interesting because a lower high, and then you have a bit of a base, a flat bottom. You take that short, but you probably need to secure shorts on this, obviously. So we'll have to wait and see. What's the chat up to? Let's see what the chat is talking about. How about Dell having a green day? Thomas Trades talks about. Let's have a look at Dell. It was an earnings winner last week. I think it had a decent day before it gave up the ghost yesterday. Yeah, it's up again, man. Dell, 1.5% institutional money flowing into this one, plenty, after their earnings surprise. And let's call a spade a spade. It was an earnings surprise because we didn't really, when I do the earnings, we were really excited about this company at all because it's done nothing for the past little while. But quietly here, it's having itself a year, man. I mean, the October low saw this one come down to $35. Now we're at $70. So it's been a good year, especially starting March, early to mid March. It's been, up and to the right, holding this kind of pseudo trend line, but that $55 area was the last little touch, and then boom, into 70 with a 69, 65 high today. Intraday, what does it look like? Let's look at the 5 real quick. Bit zigzaggy, but you do have higher lows and higher highs. So if you got that off the green to red move off the close, and that's where it ended up printing. The low there was 10 pennies below, 5 pennies, pardon me, below yesterday's close. So if you were taking that dip trade off the close yesterday, that was a nice trade for you. So we'll keep an eye on Dell, but a bit of a slow mover has to be said. So I didn't look at the book, but it's probably quite spready as well. What is it? I can look here. Why isn't it showing me? Okay, I guess they removed it. Anyway, I was looking for the spread on my other platform, but it's not there. Yeah. Zion Lala, thoughts on Netflix? So the next level at 438. Let's pull up our fun Netflix. Where are we going to load it here? 438 says Zion. What's the look here on NFLX? The 5-minute, yeah, much like the overall market today, Netflix taking it on the chin. If you come to the chart, Ramin, if you're able to. Here's the look. We closed out yesterday at 448 2/3. That's the close. So that's our starting point. That's where I start. And then it's been a series of lower highs and lower lows. The only reprieve right now is kind of a pseudo bounce off that 440 area, was 440.80. The double top yesterday, look at that. Interesting. Look here. So that ends up being a nice break through yesterday's resistance, that 444. If you took that 444 short, good on you, because that was an obvious level of resistance. It was support initially, and then the Huadun came in. So where is Zion thinking? 438? Sure. Yeah. Yesterday, that was the low after the opening range. We got to that at around 230 yesterday. There could be some support there. Or that was the day prior, pardon me. And that was also the opening print yesterday at that 438. So it's a good look on you. if it makes its way down there, let's see how it trades. I wouldn't be, too excited to jump into it. But Netflix down 1.5% on the day, Obi.
Yeah, we're still holding this 135 for now. So I am watching this. I kind of wanted to get long on this 135. So if we hold convincingly, then I kind of want to get into, I guess, push into this position a little bit more there. But we are definitely fighting that trend. That selling was quite heavy, but this 135 giving us a little bit of trouble here. As take a look at this candle that's forming. Got about 5 minutes left on the 15 on the NQ, kind of teetering between red to green, green to red there off of that flush. So maybe we get a little bit of that relief back towards that 15,360-ish, maybe back towards a low of day there. That selling was pretty heavy, so let's see if we can get a little bit of relief to the upside, or do these sellers kind of stay heavy on the day and we just continue to quadruple to the downside? I have no idea there. I'm definitely interested. I'm definitely watching this. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. Rick C saying Roku has been the best short of the day. We can take a look at Roku real quick and see what that has been up to. Yeah, pretty clean fader there. Sean doing the money animation there. Sean says he's short 91 on Roku. Wow, nice short there, Sean. Definitely clean fade on the day to the downside coming in on that name.
Yeah, okay, cool. NBSE, nice flat bottom break through that 2 2/3. Yeah, lower high, nice flat bottom, but holding up at the 50 period right now at that 2.5. Still not enticing me to get long, especially that big move down. If it comes back into that 210, 2.25, we may have different thoughts on it. But at the moment, hands off. No trades for me. I'm not seeing anything right now that is to my liking, so I'm not going to push it and take anything. But I wanted to mention, I mentioned Tesla earlier as a strong name. It has given up the ghost now, baby. 3.25 down. We were talking about this. 2.25 down. Now 3.25 down. Rejecting off that 249, almost 250. She got to 249.75, but like the overall market, giving up the ghost back into 248 and now below VWAP again. So for the moment, it looks like a failed VWAP break. Do you find support at 248? Initially, you did. All the dips into 248 on that ascent up were bought up, but it looks completely different now. It looks like Tesla is setting up to flush again, much like it did right off the opening bell there, guys. The opening print on Tesla was 256. Now, we were talking about a 245.5 low. The closing prints are above 245.5. Technically, the low on the day is 245.06, but Tesla giving it up. It was strong. Relative to some of these other names, not no more. It's headed south. The only one actually printing a couple of green candles here on my 5-minute chart is Google. 3 green candles here, but all of 20 penny range, to be honest. So, no longs, all shorts at the moment. So I don't have any trades, Obi. I don't have any trades.
Yeah,
how's that Amazon trade?
It's still not so good there. Still holding that 135 area. I should definitely not be in this position here, but this 135, I like the hold that we're having in and around this area, but these futures still come into the downside there. Huge. So definitely not one to be in here. I should definitely get out and reassess, but that time is definitely ticking for me. So you know what? You see, here's the thing though. Whenever we kind of dip down into those 80s, we rip right back up into the 90s. So I find that interesting. That's a decent look there. If we kind of rip right back up onto this, I guess AMC is working out well for the boys there. Nice. Let's see what AMC is doing there. But that little bit of a bid up in the 80s I'm liking there underneath the 135 on Amazon. But this thing's still straight to the downside here. AMC looking like it has not been able to catch a bid all day, right? A slow, steady grind. These are 15-minute candles, right? So let's take a look at a shorter time frame here. Take a look at that. 3-minute candles here, straight to the downside. I'm sure if we throw up like a moving average or something, you know what? Before I do that, I should probably get out of this thing. Let me get out of this thing. Get out of this thing. Okay. All right. So we got out of the stubborn hold on Amazon there. Thankfully, let's see if we can do anything with that 135. Right? We got that 330 as well incoming on Softy. I want to take a look at what the SPY is doing here real quick. I know that I had that 445 area, and yeah, I'll take a look at that. We kind of break below it. Can't really hold it, kind of reject off of that 445 on the SPYs, and we are headed to the downside. I'm still looking for that turn, but maybe I should just be getting with the trend and getting short. We already identified that the overall trend on the day is to the downside, right? So why am I trying longs? Why am I holding through quadunks? Not the best executions you're seeing from me here today. But you know what? Next trade. What is the next trade? I'm trying my best to preserve my mental here as I fight some of this price action here. Not a good thing. And yes, Manuel, trend is my friend. And today I was not very friendly with the trend. So.
LA Maxwell, Obi, be a Jedi and go with the trend. It's all good. Obi, pimps have bad days too. I like that. Shout out to you, man. That was a good one. What are we doing here? What are we doing? All right. I feel like anytime I want to get into short, I feel like I've missed the boat, but then it continues to head south. So there's no end to the selling. The Katina man bringing my attention to Tesla. Kind of knew it rejected that 250 area. Now it is at 247 3/4. Let's load it up, by the way. And that NBSC is looking good. Every time I come back to the stock, it looks fantastic. Okay. Let's load up Tesla, though. That Roku short, my goodness, look at this Roku short, man. It is just selling off aggressively. 86.57 we're printing right now on the bid. Not a bad look at all. The Zscaler long that we had $2 on feels like a long time ago because it has sold off. Look at this, man. We got in at 158.21. The last piece we got there was 168.25. We just made a low of 156, man. That's how badly this one sold off, and it was actually a little bit of positive on the day. But let's load up Tesla. Forget about Zscaler for now. See if we can get something here on our friend Stresla. Yeah, that 247.5 is where we're doing 247 2/3. Pardon me, right now. Not much of a trade for me on it. Yeah, I'm not going to force anything. I don't see anything here for me. Stay hands off and defer to Obi. We'll talk more macro stuff as I look at the chat and see what people are talking about, and I'll talk more about that. ENB. This is Kevin Mendoza. Not sure what that is. It's loaded up. ENB. Enbridge. Oh, should have known that. This one caught a downgrade this morning from our friends at Wells Fargo. They didn't like it. I think the Katina man was saying he's going to buy this one. It's probably a good look. I know that Enbridge takes my money every month. That's who I pay the hydro bill to. So Enbridge dives as market frets over financial hit from $14 billion Dominion deal. Enbridge shares tumbled nearly 7% to their lowest in more than 4 years on Wednesday as some analysts questioned the financial impact of the Canadian pipeline operator's surprise $14 billion bid to buy 3 utilities from Dominion Energy, trading under the ticker D, doubling its gas distribution business. A move to acquire East Ohio Gas, Questar Gas, and Public Service Co. of North Carolina will make Enbridge the largest gas utility by volume in North America, with the unit accounting for a bit less than a fourth of the company's overall business mix. The deal is seen as a bet on the future of natural gas in a regulated market, even as energy companies and consumers are transitioning to a greener future by phasing out fossil fuels. Yeah, that's not a biased article right there. Yeah, well, I want nat gas to go up, bro. I'm involved in nat gas. I'm a little bit out of the money at the moment, about 15, 20 pennies out of the money on UNG. But this one to me is a $6 out. It breaks $6. I'm cutting the trade, but I'm marginally in the red on it at the moment. But I expect to be red on all my positions in the months of September, making that point very clear. But anyway, Tesla doing its little dance there. Here's what I'm going to do, Ob. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to guess at levels. I'm going to go ahead and put a flat bottom break move on Tesla. If it breaks this 247 and a third, we'll wet our beak. It's going to be a small position because Tesla is the one that moved up, and yeah, maybe a nicer move down into 245. We know how Tesla can really get going there. So I'm going to send it to you and I'm going to set up my order.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'm getting in for a cheeky bounce there on Softy. We kind of slow down right on top of the 330, and we know that 330 is a level of interest from before. Can't really get all the way down to 330, and I kind of like that. Got long 330 40s into that kind of chop there. So let's see if we kind of catch a bounce here. NQ all the way down to 15.3. So yeah, we talked about how around like every 100 points we might have a little bit of trouble there. So we got off the 15.5, we came into the 15.4, and now we're testing just on top of the 15.3. So that's pretty crazy there. Yeah, this long kind of working out for us. Let's see if we can kind of do a distinct turn there. But yeah, I understand. I'm still fighting this. I'm still fighting this trend. As I say, the trend is my friend. But you know what? We are reaching kind of some of these key levels here on the future. So I'm just looking for a quick little bounce if we can even get it. But no, I fully understand. People in the chat were saying, oh, this guy just now is realizing that the trend is down. No, buddy. I realized it long ago. Not only am I fighting the trend, I'm kind of fighting myself as well. So so there's a little bit of that action going on. But let's see if we can get back up into the 331 from before. That was kind of a key area. Or we kind of continue this selling back to the downside. It's just almost a relentless selling back to the downside here as we continue to make low of day one after another on these names. But all I'm looking for is a little bit of relief here, a bit of the counter there off that turn in the tape. But I could be wrong, right? Down here in the 20s was a much better area to get long here, the 330 20s here on Softy. But yeah, as it kind of teeters here in and around our entry, I'm still considering whether or not this is the place that we potentially bounce here off of some of these key levels, right? I was not waiting for key levels over here. I was just kind of diddling it at random prices. And yeah, Sharif said that, yeah, we're going to wait for some of these prices to come in, and that 330 kind of comes in as of right now. Let's see what oomph we can get off of that 330 level. Let's see what we have here. Oh, nice. A lot of memberships gifted by Nita Stonk. Thank you. Nice. Good stuff there. We break the $0.50, 330 50s is pushing. Let's see how far we can get past the $0.50 here. Amazon not really looking very similar to that. But Softy kind of catching a bid there, back a little bit of reversion back towards that 331 where we just had some trouble. Let's see how far we can get. Here come the 60s. So a decent entry there. We're about, 20 points, 20 pennies in the money there. But yeah, not really the full trade idea. Let's see how close we can get to that 331. I'm still looking for a potential bounce on this ES and the NQ here. No real signs of it happening here, but Softy looking like it's a bit of a curl there. Yeah, let's see if it sustains this action.
There's a tag for you in the chat here. Scott Henderson said, remind Obi about the hot stove theory from the book you read, In the Zone. I think about that whenever I catch a falling knife. Yeah, good look there.
The hot stone theory. You mean like trading in the zone?
He wrote stove. Stove?
Honestly, I cannot recall.
Neither do I. I don't remember that, to be quite honest with you. It's been like a year since I last read Trading in the Zone. I'm short our friend Stressla here, but if it breaks
There's reserves
above,
on the ask on Microsoft. that are breaking.
Go
Sorry.
go for it. No, go for it.
There's reserves that just happened. The 60s and the 70s, they stepped up on this volume that's kind of coming in. Reserves on the ask, and then we break and it rips right back up through that price. It was on the 71s and then somewhere in the 60s as well. So that's an interesting look. That kind of tells me that the probability of that 131 test might be increasing as we push this last quarter into the move. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, it's always
nice price
fine,
action.
man. Yeah, you do it whenever you want. I'm going to cut this trade if it comes into the 50 period and touches, that's just a smidge above 30. We're going to try our hand in this one. It's a retracement up. I know I should be waiting on the back end, waiting for it to curl back down, as Neil likes to say, but I'm kind of front running it here, which may or may not end up working out. But the fact of the matter is we're really positive on the Z-scaler, and this is small size. So we're going to give it a try. We're going to give it the old college try. And we'll have a look and see what it's up to there. Roku continuing to print south. My goodness, this one doesn't have an end. The other one that I'm looking at here, NBSE, it held that 2.5 quite nicely, but coming into an obvious level of resistance was that 280, but higher lows, not necessarily higher highs though, but a good look there. This one's probably going to deserve more of my respect. I'm probably going to have to just focus on this one. Oops, what did I just do there on Roku? Keeping an eye on that. And keeping an eye on Tesla. I mean, it'd be great if I could print here. I got a couple of resting profit takers at the 75 and 65 mark, but it'll have to make its way down there. And it's been strong. The reason I'm taking it is because it popped up. I figured, got a bit more room to the south side, but that could just be a fool's game. And we'll see. Tesla can bamboozle you super easy. Here we go. Right back into my entry area on Tesla. Chris Barkdale, I'm with you on Tesla short from here. All right, brother, we'll see. I'm not married to the position, but if we print on it, fantastic. My only regret is not having gotten it on the curl back down, but it typically doesn't give you too much time to get that curl back down because it's so violent in its moves, and therefore I'm trying to front run it, which may bite me in the rear end, right? And let's just be honest and real about that. So we're going to have to see whether or not we can get a couple of prints to delever around here, but I'm taking small size on this one. Nita Stonk, I missed the blood and destruction. You're getting a lot of blood and destruction today, brother, the NQ is down 1 1/3, the ES down 1.15. And you got a couple of big names here that are huadunking, not the least of which Apple 3.57 in the red. Tesla 3 1/3 in the red. You got Netflix 1 2/3, Amazon 1.81, Meta, a little bit of an outlier here, 0.92, Microsoft 0.84, even Nvidia taking it on the chin today. Where's my friend Nvidia? 3.82% negative, AMD 2.13, Tech really taking it on the chin. What else is taking it on the chin? ADRs as well. Chinese ADRs haven't been spared. Half of them green, half of them red. So bit of a mixed bag there. We haven't gone through the watch list today, but I'll just leave that for now. Tesla is looking like it's stair-stepping up. It's making higher lows here, so this is concerning me. I'm probably going to get stopped out any second here on Tesla as the higher low band comes in. And do we get that rejection? Okay, well, we just touched the 50 period and that didn't stop me out, so I got to keep my eye on this one, Obi.
Yeah, so we kind of got out of that softy long there into the 70s as that initial test of the 80s couldn't really make it through, but as you can see now we are testing those 80s, so that 131 definitely potentially incoming. But yeah, I was just like, okay, well, we kind of slapped up really strong to the upside there and then suddenly stopped. Yeah, we had some reserves in the 60s and 70s that broke and popped, but then you suddenly stop right in the 80s there. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to get out here in the 70s and reassess, right? Not really in the right, I guess, mindset here. Clearly, as we're trying to chase this bounce earlier, but then the bounce kind of comes in off the 330 mark here. But yeah, I like that we're still holding just 20 pennies underneath that 135 on Amazon as well. Yeah, take a look at JK with his super chat here. NBSE, you were trading that, or you were taking a look at that as well?
I didn't trade it. Yeah.
But yeah, he said 10K shares at 211, half out at 303, and 279 for an 8K profit. And then on Pally, he took 8K shares at $1.50 and then out everything at a 175 for a 2K profit. 10K total, he says. Nice job,
very
JK.
cool.
That's awesome trades.
Yeah, was that it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean that was that was a super chat. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm having a look at NBSE right now. We're dancing at that 275 level. It's stair stepping up, but you know the volume's dropped off a little bit on it, so not going to jump into this one. Yeah. Here we go. It looks like it's primed to take that $3 again. Yeah, we'll let our beat go. Why not, right? We'll take a long here. Set up some profit takers. I do that at flux. I love it. We're going to take some profit takers should we get up into these levels. All right, here we go. Let me just set up here. Yeah, just as I get long, Ob, it flunks. But still higher lows, no question about that. The out will have to be through the break of 250. So if it breaks 250, we're going to have to cut this. The low end of the range is at that 245 area. So we're long 78. Let's set up some profit takers. We'll set up at 88. Lucky number 88, by the way, for all my Asian friends out there. 88, a good number for them. And then we'll sit a smidge below that $3 area. So we'll look for continuation of higher highs and higher lows. As we know, each candle's got about 20 pennies worth of range, give or take. So got to make sure that you're able to withstand that kind of volatility. Otherwise, you can't really be in it, right? Let's see what happens here. Nimit, could you check if volume is coming in on ADTX? I don't have an option of seeing the volume. Appreciate it. Really? You need to change your broker, brother. ADTX. Here is the look on ADTX. 199,000 shares on the day. I do see one 1-minute candle here, where there is about, what's this one? 14,439 shares that just came in at, what was that? A minute to one. So about 2 minutes ago, yeah, some volume did come to the long side. It finished green on that side. So good luck there for you with a 39.89 high of day, but that was made earlier, Nimit. The recent high there on a bit of a topping tail candle, which is not a good look for the longs. 39.74. Yeah, I'll double check that. 39.74. That was a local high there. So not a bad look, but still volume-wise quite suspect. Let me see quickly here what the average volume is. Yeah, this one really had a good day on the 31st of August. Not such a bad day on the 1st, but yesterday and the day prior, today and the day prior, nuh-uh. Volume-wise, quite suspect. So look at this one with a bit of suspicion. Obi?
Yeah, a bit of suspicion indeed there. As I get into like the softy long, and as soon as I get into that long, you rip down like 30-40 cents into that, and then rip right back up. So a bit of a fugazi action going on there on softy, as I guess we kind of consolidate here in and around this on top of this 330, right? I guess I can expect it to be a little volatile if it is a level of interest. But yeah, that was interesting. We get long on that pressure that looks like it wants to kind of push towards that 331, and then all of a sudden quadunk 30-40 pennies back all the way down on softy there. That's definitely a little sussing me out a little bit there. But interesting moves. Bit of a continuation down here on the markets to the downside as we're getting. But yeah, I'm still looking for, I guess, a potential bounce here if it does come in, and if it doesn't, that's fine as well. I'm going to be much tighter on taking that risk off and reassessing this trade if that kind of does come in. But yeah, let's see how far we can really go before we bounce here. This bounce does not look like it's coming in. And yeah, I say it again. You know what? I'm gonna look to get short. That's gonna be the next trade, because clearly every time I get long, the trend is kind of showing itself and slapping me in the face and being like, hey, buddy, you know what, I'm here too. And the disrespect is not appreciated, clearly. So there's a little bit of that going on. But yeah, about 20 pennies out of the money here on Softy. Let's see where this goes. If we can hold this 330 and a half as some of these wicks on the NQ and the ES look a little enticing for the long here. Let's see if we can make higher lows across the board here, but still looking heavy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's have a look at the watch list over here. We haven't done a watch list check on the day. As you can see, the majority of things are red, save and except for the 10-year and the 2-year. The 10-year up 2 1/3. The 2-year up almost 1% on the day. You know, they move inversely to the market, obviously. Microchips, decidedly red, save and except for Pi, which is up 1 1/3 for whatever reason. OBTC, this should be your stock here, bro. OBTC, Osprey, Bitcoin Trust, up 0.65, and Riot, for whatever reason, Riot's up 0.5 point. Not sure why. Okay. Riot platform, Bitcoin production falls 19% in August versus July. Why would that make it go up? In August, trailing the 410 produced in July with 374 generated in the year earlier. Okay. That's not what you want to see, essentially. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. For whatever reason, it's up. Well, now it's flat on the day, as I say that, obviously. Everything in crypto world, flat or red on the day. Bitcoin at 25,500. Keeping an eye on that. EVs, all red, even though Lucid got a couple of upgrades, I believe, today, didn't it? What's going on with Lucid stock? Shares are trading lower by 1.78 Wednesday morning after the overall market weakness. No, there was a specific headline with result to Lucid. I know Brendo brought that to us, I'm pretty sure. Lucid Group is expected by Baird to be held back by consumer pressures. Okay, so it was not a good look. Sorry, I thought it was a positive catalyst. It wasn't, okay. So Baird looking badly on Lucid. Analyst Ben Callow noted that the electric vehicle maker produces luxury EVs with best-in-class technology. Callow pointed to Lucid's advantage with a technology stack, which consists of an industry-leading drivetrain. Hold on, isn't this supposed to be a bad catalyst? Okay, I'm not going to bother reading this live on here. Let's move down. ADRs, like I mentioned earlier, were a mixed bag. Some green, some red. Some of the solar names were up earlier in sympathy with FSLR, which did catch an upgrade. The EVs, though, XPeng up 1.87, NEO down 2 1/3, Lee flat on the day after taking it on the chin yesterday, 6.5% down for Lee. This is the meme stocks over here. AMC down on the day, likewise with VinFast 2.5% as well. GameStonk 3 1/4 in the red. We know that GameStop reports after the bell. Do we know what time, guys? Let's have a look here with, I think I might have it on my calendar. It is 4 o'clock, it says. We'll have to see if that's accurate or not, but 4 o'clock slated to be the GameStop earnings release time. Cloud computing, not that important. Fintech names, all red. Even Affirm and Upstart down 1/3. Upstart down 2 2/3. The only one is C Financial, C Limited, up 5.71. What the hell? Why is this one up? I didn't even notice it. U.S. listed shares of C are up 5 1/4 after report says Indonesia threatens to block rival TikTok shop. Huh. Very interesting. Okay, so there's a headline I didn't expect to see. 5 3/4 on the day for C Limited on some TikTok news. And then you also had Wedbush reiterating its outperform on C, maintaining that $48. And then Tesla apparently is ripping. I had a feeling about this one, man. We just got bamboozled out of it. That's fine. But Stressla is going there. Just broke 250 and took the 50 period, baby. Our friend Elon is, he looks like he may be buying. I'm just kidding, of course. We don't know anything. 250 And a third here, Old One Canob. Looks like we're going to get to about 250.5. I mean, I don't have any levels on this, guys, except going back into yesterday's close. It's going to be a bit of a shot in the dark here, Obi.
Yeah, so I like that kind of action that happened there on Softy. We saw that it it flops or it quadrunks all the way down into here really hard, really fast, and then gets bid right back up, and all of that selling pressure is now getting negated as we're testing the high of that consolidation into that 331. So yeah, we've had some crazy rips into the 80s, and then I want to see if that 331 can kind of come into play. I know that Tesla is moving. I got the 3 minute here on Softy. Take a look at this kind of range that's been happening all day. So yeah, let's see if we get more of that. Here come the 90s. Let's see if we can get that 331 to kind of see and assess whether this is an actual bounce here. We're getting the second, potentially second consecutive green candle here on the NQ. Let's see how this one prints on the ES as well. We got about 5 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. And you know what does Softy look like on the 15? Let's take a quick look there. Yeah, decent move there. Let's see if we can kind of test this resistance right here at that 331. That's what I'm watching. This was a consolidation low this morning, and if we can kind of push that level, if we can push into that level convincingly, I think we are. I think we can make it back up into this into the top of the range of this trend here in the 331.40s, roughly there. So yeah, I like that snap up into that 331 after we did like a little bit of a lick grab down into that 330. I saw that fugaze and I was like, oh, that's a little sus. Got it a little bit more long, and I was like, yeah, this is a move where it's probably capitulating. A lot of players are just sold off into that heavy sell-off, and then you bid right back up. Oh yeah, I like that. And then the NQs are pushing to the upside there, making I guess an attempt at a bounce off this 15.320. So with all that confluence, let's see if we get that 331 test. That's what I'll be watching for. We know that Tesla is booming. I got that on watch as well right here. But yeah, no, I'm going to keep a close eye here on Softy as it is moving around pretty volatile.
Yeah, 250.5 here on Tesla. Trying to dance with that level. It's above the 50. It's above VWAP. Now it's 2.5% down, but you're getting a pop on some other names as well, to be fair. You're getting a pop on NVIDIA. It's about $4 off the bottom. Not much in the way of anything else. I mean, Meta also finding some support at that 295 3/4 or 296 area, now bouncing into 297. Softy as well, 331 coming in on Softy. So there is some, a bit of a bounce coming into the market here. You're getting the NQ, jumping off that 15.310 bottom. The ES as well, 44.50-ish area, getting a bit of a bounce, but nothing really to celebrate. And these are nothing that I would. Not yet. I mean, the trend is just so down. You'd have to see more. I mean, at least I do.
Seymour.
Seymour.
I knew a guy named Seymour. But yeah, take a look at that. We got the 331. I pieced off a little bit into the 331. So that was a decent look. So maybe we were poised for a bit of a squeeze. Now, something very interesting to me was this price action here. I'm very glad I'm recording this tape back at my desk. I want to see this move again as a little bit of that lick grab, that fugaze. Next time I see that, I think that's a reason to execute for sure. But yeah, we did take a little bit of execution, but I think it's warranted a lot more when you see that bit of fugaze kind of come into the tape, and you have that liquidity grab. I have no idea what's going on, but yeah, some of the big boys are definitely in town on those moves there. So yeah, let's see if we get an actual bounce here on the NQ and the ES, about 50 cents in the money here on the softy move. Potential for Amazon longs is coming in there as well. Take a look at that quad doing 20 cents to the downside there on softy off that 331. But let's see if we do a convincing turn or we come back in. Now that we have a little bit of a buffer, I feel a bit better about this position. But yeah, let's take a look-see and see if this move kind of continues back to the upside. That's what I'm watching for. That's what I'm waiting for. But yeah, take a look at that heavy selling kind of coming back in. Interesting.
Yeah, keep going because I need to put in some stuff.
Yeah, sure. You know what? I did say it's interesting, so I do want a piece off there. Yeah, take a look at that. 75s come in, and you know what? Maybe more reasons to long if this level holds, but I want to get out right now. That was you know what? We got a quarter on the second piece. We got a full. I guess just over I guess 50 pennies on the first piece. So that's a decent look there as we try and attempt to turn. But I remember what I told myself. I said I was fighting the trend, and look at where we are kind of rejecting off of here. Let me just blow this up a little bit, and we can take a look here at a little bit of this thing going on, right? So you had that crazy move, you consolidate, you make a high that's lower than before, and you kind of are in this bit of a downtrend that's very obvious across the board here. So yeah, I think I want to stay wary on those longs as it is counter trend, and yeah, we did learn our lessons a couple times again today of taking that counter trend trade. But I like that strength into the 135. Amazon coming in gave you about 40 pennies off of these lows into the 135. Now I'm patiently waiting and seeing what we do with this 135 to make my make my next decision here. How we interact with this 135, I think, is going to be very telling. Take a look at this, the second consecutive green printed on the NQ here, fresh candle just forming. Let's see if we kind of continue off of this move. Tesla still holding it, some of this move here, still pushing back towards these highs. We said earlier that 250 might be a key area, and we said that take a look at this triple bottom here, bit of a base. What's the probability of that 250 testing if we start to creep back up? Yeah, might be a little high as some of this strength kind of comes back in. Take a look at that volume on this candle that pushes back above this consolidation from before, right underneath that 250, and we're straight blasting, continuing back to the upside there. Wow, take a look at Softy as well. Softy kind of pushing back to the upside. You know what? What's the next trade? That's what I'm asking myself. Let me know if you guys see it in the chat. Yeah, I don't see anything else right now.
Yeah, I'm keeping my. People keep yelling VHNA. This Julio guy. I haven't looked at it. I don't even find it on my scanner here. VHNA. What is this? This is like done no volume. It's done 50,000 shares. No, that ain't gonna cut it. But yeah, 251 possible here for Tesla. Very interesting here as you're getting a bounce in the overall market. Even Microsoft, even Apple
T-Mobile?
really getting a nice move up. What's that?
TMUS.
TMUS. What is that all about?
Whoa, that's
Go
a
for
catalyst? I don't know. It's dropping.
Okay, let me have a look. TMUS.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the tape
That's
first, and we
T-Mobile.
can check the news later.
T-Mobile. I'm not getting any catalyst for this. I'm not seeing why. Tom Brady goes deep with new. No, that has nothing to do with this. Okay.
Whoa, it's coming down.
All right,
That's
go for
pretty
it.
hot.
Yeah,
Yeah, take a look at that. As we speak, I have no idea where to get in. I should have got in a few seconds ago, but yeah,
Interesting.
take a look at that bounce off the
Wonder what that's
135.
about.
Very interesting. That 135, I don't know if I want to get involved short right here, but I guess off that catalyst, we did see some selling off that 136, right into 135. Wow, we slapped down even harder,
Wow.
70 cents. Off that 135, that's crazy. I have no idea what the news is, but that
Neither do
tape is
I.
definitely telling. But I'm a little late to the party here, as it's already a point over when we just pulled it up like a few seconds ago. On top of that 135, I was like, oh, look
What
at that.
the
We're coming
hell?
into the 135. We were just at 136, and then slam into into 134. Something's happening here on T-Mobile.
sir.
Shout out to Neil for
Good call,
shouting that
Neil.
out. Nice call there on this name. I have no idea what's going on, but definitely something that's catalyst driven as this selling comes in hot and heavy into some of these lows. You know what? Let's take a look left and see where we can potentially take a trade. Wow, continuing to the downside. Yep, definitely missed that 136 short there. That
Very
136.
spready, though.
Yeah, a little bit spready, of course. I expect that. They're presenting?
Goldman Sachs.
They're gold.
Oh, I
more
see.
of the Goldman Sachs presentations, huh? Maybe we should be.
Communicopia.
We should be
It's
listening
called.
into this because this is the second day in a row. What was the ticker that slapped yesterday
AMD.
off of that? AMD moved off of this Goldman Sachs conference or whatever talk that
sir.
they're having, and second day in a row you get another trade off of Goldman Sachs chatter. Interesting look there. We know
Communicopia.
that AMD kind of wiped that whole move yesterday off of that
Yeah.
pop. Right? Where was this? Was it this pop? Yeah, I'm going to assume that this is the volume that kind of brought it in. Yeah, take a look at that. We slapped the 110. We popped into 111. Had a little bit of relief, so I guess we didn't ripe the whole move. You found a place to consolidate, and then you had a continuation of that move there on AMD. Let's see if we get more of the same here on TMUS. Heavy selling. Wow, we're back at 135. That's what I'm talking about. That heavy selling. I did not want to get involved short. That is a chase if you're not, especially if you're not fast.
Man,
That's definitely a
Tesla's
chase.
going here, bro. What?
Talk to me.
Yeah, well, it just broke through 251. What's the high there? 251.06. I was thinking about taking this 250.50 long through the break here, so getting it on the back end, so to speak, but didn't punch. Now it's doing that dance at the whole dollar level. It's down 2% still, but definitely the strongest name of the big tech boys over here. As it's a nice move. I want to say that the most dead money on the day in terms of the Mag 7 is definitely Apple. It is the weakest of the bounces at the moment. You're seeing a spike up in Nvidia, AMD, Google, Tesla, obviously, even Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon, but you are not seeing it on Apple. Apple's still very much at lows. 183 and change is where Apple is, and it's not really printing anything higher, but good move here on Tesla. Coming a little bit back down now below that 251 level. I'm hesitant to take anything along here, even though the future's getting a bit of a balance off that 15.350. Off 15.3. We got as low as 15.310, and then, a series of green candles up and to the right. But yeah, I'm not going to jump into this, to be quite honest with you. The other trade I'm in, NBSE, looking for that 250 hold. Got some profit takers ready in case there's a jump up, about 10 pennies out of the money at the moment. On my 5-minute chart, it looks like a hell of a bull flag is forming, but I've been bamboozled by these small cap crappers before. We'll see if we can get that print above that 75 level. It's a bit of a local top. 75 with 50 being a bit of a local bottom. So 25 penny range on this name will need to break either above or below that, either to get stopped out or to start taking some profits on that name. So keeping an eye on Tesla, keeping an eye on NBSE, and I'll, T-Mobile right back down, One Kenob. 135.60, and then whoop, right back down to that 134, getting a bit of a reprieve now, 134.25. The spread tightening up 6 pennies now, Obi. Not too bad now, but back up to 15. But again, I want to know what's being said over there. What are they doing? What are they saying? I mean, I got to tell you the truth. These telecom companies have been dead money for a while, right? Like they pay a dividend, and for some reason, their CEOs make a ton of money, even though they're not growing. They pay themselves quite handsomely for a company with very little growth, and it's very legacy at this point, right? Like their time in the sun
they've established like a strong base, right?
Yeah.
Like the first one that comes to mind as take a look at that. Definitely a bit of early sell there on Softy as we push back up towards this trend, but yeah. In terms of broadcasting, you have Broadcom, AVGO, one of the top tickers as well. You can take a look at what we did this year. This year, I think, was a pretty strong move off that 500, right? You see, have you seen what AVGO did over that?
It was fantastic.
Yeah, take a look at this. You push that 500 going into those earnings, right?
Though.
What's that?
This is a chip play.
Is this a chip? Broadcom is a chip play? I thought they do like communications and.
No, they're looked at as like the NVIDIA substitute. It's a
okay. Yes.
semiconductor,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm
All
thinking.
good.
I might be thinking of.
You're thinking of
was it-
something different.
Yeah, I might be thinking of something different. I thought
You know, remember
AVGO
like AT&T bought DirecTV,
Right.
they bought HBO, and like tried, all these telecom companies were sitting on so much cash. They tried
I was
to
thinking about this one.
Go ahead.
CMCSA.
Oh, Comcast.
Yeah.
That owns CNBC. So every time they talk about it, they're like, oh, we have to tell our parent company, Comcast, this and that, right? Disclosure. Like we didn't already know. But no, AVGO was kind of being touted by analysts as a possible substitute for NVIDIA because analysts couldn't stomach the valuation on NVIDIA.
Right,
like, you know,
right.
they're
So that's why it slapped up 400 points from like 500-600 into 1,000.
There you go.
Crazy.
Yeah,
crazy
exactly.
Move there. Interesting.
Yeah,
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, of course, bro. Everybody's. I'm constantly making mistakes and learning off that. But AVGO. Look, I don't know the nitty gritty about them, but I know that it was supposed to be possible that they could be kind of the next NVIDIA. Whether or not that pans out, your guess is as good as mine. But with respect to going back to what we were talking about, telecom legacy companies, again, they were sitting on so much cash, and they didn't want to be paying it out all in dividends, right? Which is what they were doing. You get into these telecom companies for the dividend, at least, that's my understanding. All right, so you're getting blocked as soon as your name moves up, this Nabil guy. But the whole point is they try to kind of acquire their way back into growth by taking on these media companies, and then they ended up spinning it off. We saw John Stankey, the CEO of AT&T, sell off HBO to Warner Brothers. It was a Warner Brother Discovery, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a tougher look there. And there we go. It's a tougher look there, but they're not growing in the way that they did in the 2000s and the 2010s. That was when their time to shine was, when we had 3G, then you introduced LTE, and they were growing hand over fist. And this 5G stuff, it cost them tons of money to build up this infrastructure, right? It's good for the consumer. It's not really that good for the investor. I got to tell you the truth. That's just my take on it. So that's it. That's my little rant of the day. And
Thank
Nabil's
you
out.
for that educational content. Yeah, definitely. I got a little bit short here on the softie, just into that trend from before. We said trend is our friend, and we'll take a look at that as soon as we get in. We don't get slapped. We kind of get rewarded for that trend to come back in. Take a look at this 135. Definitely staying interesting, but you know what? I just want to recycle this 131 here on softie. If it'll give it to me, I will take that piece off. But we do look like. See, I pulled up the 3-minute here on the ES and the NQ, and it does look like we are starting to make a bit of a curl there, back to the downside, right? So 3 minutes. So we are holding this trend pretty cleanly to the downside, back into the top of this range here. So let's see if we can convincingly break this 331. I know the 135 is definitely an interesting area. Take a look at that. We're being rewarded for getting with the trend as the quadunks go in our direction there, right into the 331. So you know what? Maybe potentially a little bit of trouble here at the 331. I do want to take some piece off here. Oh wow, take a look at that. Rips right back up. Yeah, that 331 might be a little bit interesting, but a bit of a turn here on the market. So if that can bring that continuation back down, maybe we do recycle this level here, or we break trend on the day.
Someone just tried to break into my LinkedIn, Obi.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. Someone punks.
Someone's been trying to log into my stuff as well.
Yeah, man. People are always trying to log into my.
you.
Here we go, baby. We're printing now on NBSE as we wet our beak a little bit here. We had resting orders because old man hands can't hang. And then we get the other fill. Let's go, baby. I'm waiting in front of that $3. Let's go. We're celebrating a little bit here. Maybe we should get too excited because the Huadunk it can come, and it can come fast and furious. That's why I had resting orders on this bad boy. There it goes. Oh,
Wow.
look at the Huaduk. But we don't get stopped out because it held the 50 penny level, right? Oh my God, that's why these small cap gappers, they are just so risky. Here we go, I think it's gonna break. I've gotta have my finger on the flattened key in case my stop gets blown out here, Obi. But we're holding 250 for now, is able to de-risk a little bit, but looks like the shorts may be in control because that 250 level, it be tested right back into the 60s again. What's our cost basis? So now we're 14 pennies out of the money as we come back into 60, but this could as easily go up as it went back down. I mean, that's what the nature of these bad boys are. That 250 level holding for now, caveat, for now on this level. Do we get continuation? We wet our beak on a couple of outs there to de-lever, but nothing really to celebrate, to be honest. Let's just be real about it. We are out of the money now. If it breaks my stop, I'm out. Boom King, I saw your comment earlier. Someone said, hopefully your password isn't your teacher's name. No. It's like a bunch of letters and numbers and special characters. It be complicated, baby. Alan Sebastian, a good way to get quicker with the mouse is to play speed chess online. You're not going to catch me doing that. Finite amount of time. And when I have time, I'm listening to podcasts so that I can enrich my knowledge about the financial market. Shout out to Brendo.
Yeah. Oh,
That's your cue, bro.
Sorry, I thought you were passing it to Brendan. Sorry. All right. Okay, so we're consolidating a little bit here. So I'm still holding on to this short, about 10 pennies out of the money. But yeah, I gotta keep it tight because if the trend is bending, but no signs of it yet. If the trend is bending, I do not want to get in the way of that. But yeah, let's see. I'm staying with the trend now.
You stay with that trend, baby.
So let's see if the trend is going to continue to be my friend right now. I got a little slapped up to it, so it might not be too happy with me. But you know what? We forgive and we forget. So next trade, I'm looking for the short back down into that 331, and if that comes in, that's great. And if it doesn't, that's fine as well. We'll be moving on to that next one. But this is what I'm looking at right here, right? Taking a look at that. Look at that wick on the ES as well. Decent. You kind of push back above that 446, and then you can't really make it. You drop back in. You try for a retest, and then 446 kind of gives us a little bit of resistance there. So I like that look as well. Let's see if the NQs can kind of look a little heavy for us as well, and kind of bring this move into fruition there. But yeah. Someone asking about. I hope I don't butcher your name, and if I do, I'm sorry in advance. Anurag. What is your opinion on Intraday stock? Do you see further fall? Well, the look was yesterday that the Glazer family was out of their mind and thought that they could get like 10 billion quid, which is pounds, for the team. That's just delusional. That's a next level delusion on them. So as a result, you know, they couldn't strong arm the I guess the Saudis or the Qataris or whoever they thought they were going to extract that money from, and so they're taking it off the market. Could be a ploy. I think they want to get out. Here's the news headline on that. MANU. We read about this yesterday, but I'll talk a little bit about today. The 5th. I'm pretty sure it came out. There we go. No, that's not the headline there. Oh yes.
Pressure reports. There it is. No, that's not the look. I'll have to find it, but I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. Tumbles on report. There it is. This is the look here. Come to the screen if you're able to, guys. Yeah, Manchester United dropped 15 points amid a report that the Glazer family will take the famed soccer club off the market after failing to get the price they wanted. The Glazers will take the soccer team. They said soccer. Oh, people must really not like that. Team off the market and try to sell the club again in 2025, according to the report, when they hope they will attract more bidders, according to the Daily Mail report on Sunday, which cited an unidentified source. The latest update counters a report late last month that a $6 billion sale to the Qatari Sheikh Jassim may be announced as early as this month. Sheikh Jassim's team is completing its due diligence on the famed soccer club, the Sun reported last month. There was a report last month that the Qatari buyer appeared concerned that the Glazers wouldn't sell the famed soccer club. Okay, so this is not stating what I read yesterday. So it was a different article because the article yesterday said that they wanted some outrageous number. Is it that? Let me see here. No. Is it this? Okay. I'll have to find it. Is it this one? There it is. Citing a source close to the Glazier family, the newspaper said the family may attempt to sell the club in 2025 when they believe their valuation will be between 7 billion and 10 billion pounds. Right now, a pound is about $1.26 US. I mean, the Cowboys are the #1 most valued franchise in all of sports, and they weren't valued at that level by Forbes last time around. Look, Manchester United hasn't done anything in a decade. Let's be real. The last time they won the Prem was in 2013, and they haven't even been close since. The best they could do, I think they won the Europa Cup. Yeah, with what's his name, Mourinho. All right, I just don't think they're going to get that kind of money. Maybe things inflate between now and then. But to answer your question, I mean, the whole point of this moving was the idea that there would be a sale. If what they're saying now is they're taking it off the market till 2025, that kind of puts a kibosh on that, right? So we'll have to wait and see. 10 billion, and they need a new stadium and another terrible value. I gotta agree. Even though they have the biggest stadium in the Prem, Old Trafford hosts the most amount of people. There's the Emirates, there's Tottenham's new stadium. There is also Newcastle. What's the name of Newcastle stadium? I gotta forget the name of it. That's another big one in the Prem. But yeah, I think Old Trafford, definitely the biggest in the Prem, but it is quite dated. And Liverpool's, they just did a couple of upgrades to Anfield as well. So shout out to LeBron.
Yeah, so we got that 331 on Softy there. So covered the short, holds the 331, pushes into the 80s, and then pushes back up. I'm like, reason to buy it. Get long 331. So a little bit of a sauce around that 331. I like that. Let's see if we can kind of push back up. But yeah, we've got about a dime off that potential bounce there. Let's see if we're gonna get more, or that might have been it there. But that 331 definitely a bit of a recycle in here. I'm looking for, look at this trend here. This was pretty strong, some decent volume coming into it as well, pushing back into the top of this trend. So that's what I'm looking for. We saw a little bit of action that I liked in the 331. The 80s can't really go. You push back above the dollar, and then now you're printing a little bit above it. So let's see if we get this a bit of a continuation. I like the look on the NQ there as well. We look like we were turning, but then you kind of pop back up and kind of try to test these highs from before. A little bit of confluence there for the long. Let's see if that kind of comes into play here. I'm not looking for a home run like I keep saying. I'm only looking for a little bit of just like small scalps, right? Nothing too crazy. So like I'm trying to figure out like where I can take some of these best RR trades in and around some of these dollar levels, in and around some of the price action that's seen at the odd prices as well. But yeah, I guess that is the journey that we are on today. But yeah, a bit of a bounce, 331. It's coming in, pushing back up to the 135 on Amazon. Let's see if that comes in. I'm still waiting. We still have about 3.5 hours left. 2.5 hours left in the day before the bell rings. I want to see how this 135 kind of interacts, right? I'm going to give it a few minutes. I'm going to give it like 15 minutes to half an hour to see how we consolidate and deal with this 135 before continuing to take executions in and around this Amazon level here. But yeah, 20 pennies in the money off that 331. Decent look.
Yeah, it's a good look there, one could own. Pally, the other small cap gapper du jour, just woke up a little bit. It's been hovering around that $1.40, popped up 14 pennies, rejected off 160, no new high because the previous crest was at 165. So definitely a lower high there, but curling a little bit, it's kind of within a pattern. Within a range. So let's not get too excited, but it woke up just a bit. And let's be real, it's on a lot of people's radars here, right? It's up 120%. It's rivaling NBSE as a leading gapper on the day. NBSE up a smidge, 128%. So they're both competing a little bit. But let's be real about it. NBSE up 97% since the bell, while Pally only up 23% since the bell. So the more recent mover of which has been NBSE, and that's the one I am involved in now. Caught wet our beak with a couple of outs over here. We weren't able to get that 95 print despite the fact that it came awfully close. What, the only kind of saving grace is this $2.50 area is being defended by the longs, but the shorts have shown their intention and the fact that they are getting short, or somebody's taking profits big at this $3 level. I would suggest to you that people are initiating shorts ahead of $3, not waiting for the $3 break. So we'll see how this one resolves. We've got our stop in place, no question about it. But AMC, dude, continue. Are you still in that? Yeah. AMC, the Katina Man is still in that. Continues to print southward here, guys. It made a 937 short. I think he got short $10, so that's like well in the money. Bouncing a little bit as it does from time to time here off that 37 into what 44 is big whoop. Anyway, AMC giving up the ghost today on news that they're looking to raise another $40 million worth of issuance. It's been one issuance after another. This must really annoy some investors, as the pool was already diluted enough when they took on APE shares, increasing the float from 500 million to 580 million. Now we're looking at 600 some odd million shares on the float there for AMC. So investors not liking what they see, I guess, on the day. Down, it's not down a smidge, guys. It's down 31%. That's big. Now, on the other side of that coin, we do have the Taylor Swift. Is it a movie? It's like a movie of her concerts, right? That's what the Taylor Swift thing is? You don't know about this?
Is there a new movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a movie.
Okay. New show?
Yes. As soon as I got I looked to Ramin. I knew she would know.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar
she's talking
with,
to my ear, and she
Swift.
wants me to make it very clear that she doesn't like Taylor Swift. My niece would be really upset with that. My niece is very much a Swiftie. Yeah, she's a Swiftie, and I'm not going to mention how much she paid for that concert out SoFi, but she paid.
Swiftie?
And my sister paid, not her.
Swiftie? Do you know?
Swiftie.
Do you know where that's from? Like
Swiftie?
Getting Swiftie?
No,
No?
you're shifty? Like
No,
you're
getting Swiftie. Let me know in the chat if you guys are familiar with that reference there. We're getting a little Swiftie here.
Swiftie, I like that. Rick and Morty.
Yes.
Neil burned it. Yeah, Neil knew. Neil knew. Shout out to James Dell. He knew as well. Get the Neil in there.
Mark is getting a little Swiftie today. You see that with that selling pressure. Yeah.
I like it. All right. So the whole point is they've got that tailwind coming. We saw what happened last time around when Barbenheimer got to the theaters. They had a really good run up in their stock. In fact, they had the best July in their history as a result of the Barbenheimer. Whether you get that again, entirely different story. We'll have to wait and see. Stonkonia, another small cap reverse split announced, 1 to 20 for GROM. I haven't seen our friend GROM in a while. The Grom Social Enterprises, who deals with media technology and entertainment company, they've got a float of, I'll tell you in a sec, 9 million. So not big, but not super tiny. We've been seeing sub 1 million a lot lately, guys. So apparently, when is that split going to happen? Did it already happen? Let me look here at the 30. I don't see it reflected on my chart, so probably happening later. We'll see. No date on that. Is there? Yeah, here it is. Announces 1 to 20 reverse stock split. Reverse. That's not a bad thing. Probably just to try to stay in compliance there, because they are sub $1. So they're probably going to get booted off the NASDAQ if they don't. When does that come into effect? September 7th. That's tomorrow. Commencing with the opening of trading on the NASDAQ Capital Markets September 7th, 2023. We'll see. GROM reverse stock split tomorrow, in case you're wondering. It's up 15.5% on the day today. It is a sub $1 stock. But I have to keep my eye on this NBSE because it's flirting with that 250 here. more close than I'd like it to be. You know, once it gets away and goes into the high 260s, 270s, we can rest a little bit. But what I'm concerned with here, in case you're wondering why I'm so worried if I have a stop, well, your stop can get blown through, right? If you don't have enough of a spread. I've kept about a 5-6 penny spread, but this one can really go if the bottom drops off. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. While we keep an eye on that, let's keep an eye on this. Let's bring in the Mag 8 over here. And Tesla still looking like the best of the bunch, but now it is being rivaled by NVIDIA. NVIDIA just took 471 and is headed north, and VWAP on NVIDIA is 472-ish area. So NVIDIA is starting to curl back up, still 3% on the day in the red, but definitely doing better than Google, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, and certainly Apple. Apple absolutely dead money on the day today with that bottom. It's sticking to that 183 bottom like it's Gorilla Glue over here, bro.
Yep. So I got a little short on Amazon into the 135 there, as we look like a little bit of a turn here potentially. But yeah, let's see if that kind of comes into fruition. People talking about NVIDIA as well. There's something interesting that kind of happened. I know we talked about TUP, that mover from a few weeks back, and then take a look at what it does. Just about around, like, what is this? Around 130-ish. I don't think this was a catalyst driven, but definitely some volume coming in, doing about 2 million on the day here on Tupperware. Some interesting pop on that. But yeah, whoa, what just happened?
What?
Something just happened.
Oh,
something
yeah,
just blasted to the upside
up
there. So you know what? I should definitely just get out of this right here real quick. If you'll have me, if you'll take me, if you'll take me.
NVIDIA just broke through 471 there. Baby.
Yeah, that's interesting. So that crazy bit of strength kind of coming in as well. That was weird. That was interesting. So I'm going to piece off of some of this short here. Yeah, I'm okay with taking that loss. Something might be coming in. As that volatility kind of comes in and snaps us back to the upside. That was interesting. We were all the way down at 135. I was looking at about a I guess a 4 penny winner, nothing too crazy, but we rip up like 20, almost 20 cents there into the 135.20s and then come back into the teens off of whatever that was. But yeah, I want to get out of the way.
Don't forget.
And reassess.
Beige book.
At 2 p.m.
Yeah.
So maybe we're positioning and setting up for that. Beige book at 2 p.m. That's a good call, Sharif. Yeah. I don't want to get caught on a market catalyst like I did this morning.
Exactly.
On that 2-point quadrunk on Microsoft. I was long. I lost track of time. And yeah, we'll take a look at it right here.
So to be fair, you were ready for the 945 number.
I was ready for the 945 number, and I was like, okay, the 945 is done. We didn't really get that much of a move. Now I don't think I really initiated a trade by that time. So I'm like, okay, 945 didn't really make a move. Start getting into some positions, start trading some Amazon, start trading some Microsoft, lose track of time, get lost in the sauce, and yeah, look at the move that kind of comes in. We're long here, in and around just underneath that 334. It comes in and it slaps down to 332, and I was like, well, holy shit, like that was a crazy move off of market catalyst, right? And there are times when the 10 a.m. number can give you a crazy move like that, right? I feel like sometimes players are just looking for reasons to sell, and when they see certain liquidity come in.
This is exactly what I was worried about. Let me get to this point.
So go for it, Sharif.
Yeah, because it just blew through my stop. I had to use a flattening key, and this is exactly what I mean by this example right here. Just because I had a 3 penny spread on my order on NBSE doesn't mean it's going to trigger. Now, it would have triggered because it moved right back up, but there was no guarantee that it was going to do that. It could have continued to go like it's doing now. Now into the mid 30s as it moves down now, giving up the ghost a little bit. That 250 hold had been valid just until right now. So the only concern that I had going into this was we kept seeing lower highs over here, and we were not making newer highs, right? You had the level at 2.5 hold, but here we go. So now this trade may be valid again at 225 because that's where VWAP is. It's still strong on the day, still about 110% to the good. We give up a little bit there. We were able to wet our beak for about a 25 penny winner, but The majority of the position was still being held, and now we give it up for a 30 penny loser. So red on that name. What can you do? DS29, thoughts on NVIDIA and CoreWeave. Cooking the books is all over Twitter.
What is that?
All right. So apparently there's, I don't know how that's possible. Look, man, a lot of people have been talking about that. Josh Brown brought that up in his podcast. This has been a long time in the making, man. NVIDIA is not a new company. It's not just showing up. If you want to cook the books, he could have been cooking the books before. There was the crypto wave. He could have cooked the books for everybody and their mother wanted to get their hands on GPUs so they could mine crypto. And, you know, I don't agree with that. I got to tell you, I don't agree with it. And we know the hyperscalers are buying. They're telling you they're buying. You're seeing it reflected in their books because they're allocating money. They're public companies. They have to disclose that. So I don't know. I don't know if I buy that narrative. Am I dismissing it outright? No, I don't know. I don't have insider information. But I got to tell you, he waited an awfully long time to cook the books. He could have cooked the books before. There was a video game wave as well when everybody was gaming. I don't know. I just don't buy into it. I think NVIDIA is a real deal, but I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. You mentioned another company as well, CoreWeave or something like that. I didn't really see it there. There we go. CoreWeave. I don't know too much about them, to be honest with you, Diaz. About CoreWeave, I know quite a bit about NVIDIA. Only cooking chicken, says John. Kai says agreed. All right, we'll find out. We will find out. What's going on over there?
Okay.
Animations are down, says Ramin. No worries, it's okay. We got to hear the little bit of a dance. We knew what it was. We knew what it was about. We've got about 11 minutes left on the show.
Yes, sir. I'm seeing that. So good reason to cover, right? That market move kind of comes in. We slap to the upside. I'm like, oh, I got to get out of this short. 135 holds, and we're pushing back above. Look at this crazy sell-off. Remember this sell-off that I bag held through? We're recovering and recovering that price action there. So if we kind of push back into that 135.40, then yeah, we kind of recovered that crazy kind of quadrunk to the downside there off of this consolidation from the morning. And yeah, we were talking about this kind of churn there. This leg was a little bit longer than we kind of expected it to be, and that's fine. But we're getting that trend continuation where that churn is kind of coming back in. Let's see if we can kind of break some of these levels from before. This strength really pushing up into this trend from before, this trend resistance or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. That's so reason to get out, reason to get long, I guess, as well. So because that out gave you almost 40 pennies right away on the consolidation break. So it's a good thing we got out of the short. But yeah, let's take a look at. I said I wanted to know what we were going to do in and around that 135. That 135 looks weak. I was 20 pennies in the money on that move, and then it pops back up, and I was like, yeah, hell no, I want to get out of that. But take a look at that selling that's kind of coming in on Softy, where this previous trend is kind of established itself. So I'm keeping that on watch, and if we can do that a few times. Again, today, back into the 131. I like that for a potential short there as well. People in the chat talking about AEHR. What's going on over there? Let's take a look at AEHR test systems. Nothing crazy. No volume on the day, doing nothing. So, yeah, nothing from me. Okay, so SMCI making a nice move. You know what? I haven't taken a look at SMCI in a couple of weeks since it had that crazy earnings move. So let's see what our friend SMCI is doing today. You know what? Maybe I kind of want to get short on Softy in and around this 40 rejection here real quick. But you know what? We'll give it a couple of minutes there. But yeah, SMCI, decent trend to the downside here. But taking a look at the bigger picture, let's take a look at the hourly. We saw what we did off that earnings. That earnings move was pretty distinct. We sold off for a few weeks after this move, right? And then we kind of consolidate here in and around this 250 mark, this 240, 245-ish area, and then we're starting to step back up towards this 300 area where we tried, and then straight selling off of that 300. Strong sellers show up there off that 300 level, but take a look. Once we did sell off and try to consolidate, we've caught a bid above previous lows, and we're making higher lows, right? So SMCI might be seeing that 300 if we can kind of continue this trend and push back above. But what I have noted here, what's clearly on the chart, the data on the chart is showing that this price as of recent has had very strong sellers there in and around just above that 300 mark on SMCI. So a decent look there. Yeah, take a look at that. Softy kind of coming in off of that 33120s there. Amazon as well. Let's see if this sell-off kind of comes in. We said that the trend is our friend, and the trend is definitely looking like it is the way to trade today. But yeah, I don't know when I'm going to stop counter trending, but
people are saying you're about to
works.
smash the keyboard like the Katina Man, but that's reserved for the Katina Man is short, and nothing new about that. He's been short all day. He's been taking the market short. He's been taking AMC short. The $5 in the money on. We're going to spend the money for him there on Roku. Someone asking what podcast do I listen to? I listen to 3. So there is one called The All In. It's once a week. You have Chamath Palihapitiya. I know he's a very polarizing figure, but there's other guys on there. There's Sachs, Kalkanis, and Friedberg. Each one has their own specialty. They talk a lot about startups and venture capital, and that kind of, it's not my industry, nor do I understand a lot about it. He talks about funding rounds and stuff like that. Over time, you'll understand what they're talking about. The other one I like more is The Compound, which is Josh Brown. He always has guests, and this is the dude that was actually helping him look good on TV. Is this what's his name? That's that guy's name. Brendo, what's the other dude's name on The Compound? Batnick. Michael Batnick. Thanks for that. Yeah, he's on there, and they always have like 1 or 2 guests. And then the one that I started recently listening to, and this is a daily one by the Wall Street Journal. It's about 15, 20, 25 minutes long. They do it every day, and it's usually like a hot topic. I don't know. I don't really like the Wall Street Journal as much as I like the other ones. The other ones, like, they talk real. The Wall Street Journal is like traditional media outlets, and they keep it kind of traditional media, right? So if you can stomach that, it's cool. The factual parts of it are great, but like the narrative is always very like, yeah, right. You know what I'm getting at here. But yeah, those are the 3 that I listen to, and then I do a lot of reading every day. Every morning I come in here, I plug my ears, and I sit there and I read. Every morning I'll read like financial articles, often obviously to apprise myself.
I have a podcast I listen to occasionally. I haven't really listened as of recent, but there was a time where I went on a streak of just like listening to some of these interviews with some of these top traders. Chat with Traders.
Oh yeah. What's that dude's name again?
Are familiar with?
What's the dude?
It's a different host now.
I have him.
But
what?
Yeah, I think the host.
Oh, I'm talking about
Be
the Trader.
Oh yeah, Be the Trader.
Be the
as
Trader.
Well.
Yeah,
I've seen some of his stuff. I've been following him for a while. That's a really cool guy.
I haven't listened to him in a really long time. I liked him because he's a lawyer. Lawyer turned trader. Yeah, there he is over here. He's a good guy. But I haven't listened to his stuff in a while. Oh, he hasn't dropped anything in a while. Oh,
Be the Trader?
Yeah, he's done, dude.
I mean, no, he's been doing some traveling.
He did. That's incorrect.
He's been dropping some stuff. But Chat with Traders, a lot of value there.
Is it on Spotify or YouTube?
I don't know. I think it should be on Spotify, but it's also on YouTube. They have hundreds and hundreds of interviews with traders across the board.
Very cool, man. Yeah,
definitely.
The more I hear and the more I read, the better the more I know. And whether you agree with it or not, the perspectives out there. I try to read everything. Obviously, I'm trying to get into the Joe Rogan experience, but who's got the time for that? It's like a daily one, and it's so varied in what they talk about. Like, so I'm trying to keep it.
Saying Confessions of a Market Maker, trippy. Yeah, I remember. I think if you're talking about the same podcast, I'm thinking of, that was an eye-opening podcast. Confessions of a Market Maker. That was just like, So so it's like you hear about the fugazi, you see the fugazi. And then you have confirmation of the fugazi, which is a very interesting.
Get out of here! This is
look
cool.
there, but that was a good interview there on that one.
Oh, very nice.
Look, definitely, some of those interviews can really change your market perspective, in my opinion. Because again, they're interviewing.
These are once a month, though, bro.
Yeah, but some of them are like an hour. Like
Yeah,
a lot of
well.
them are like an hour long, so like I'm sure it takes a lot of work to get those done, get those whatever it is. But a lot of value there with chat with traders. Take a look at that. Look at that snap up on. As I'm saying that, we snap up almost 60 cents on Softy off of that trend break. We were looking at that trend break. We were like, okay, will give us a reason to get short. But take a look at this trend, confirming when that trend breaks, we slap to the upside about 60 pennies on a name like Softy with this
Crypto's
market
moving
catching
here,
a bit of a bid. Yeah, talk about crypto there. Yeah,
Everything just
Beige Book
went
coming
green
in.
here.
Sean pointing out Beige Book in a few minutes. So a little bit of volatility, I think is expected.
I guess. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what crypto has to do with that, but hey, here we go. 25.9 on BTC, up now almost 1% on the day. The crypto watch list all going green, despite the fact we looked at it less than, I think, an hour ago. Everything was red except Riot. Riot was break even. Now Riot's up 4%. Mara up 2 3/4. Coin up 2 1/3. So here, it's a good look here for BTC. Am I getting anything here with respect to a headline? Let's look here at crypto. No. Crypto firm set to win fair value accounting. What does that mean? MicroStrategy, Coinbase, and U.S. companies are in large crypto slashes were able to use fair value accounting to measure Bitcoin and other crypto assets. I'm not sure if this is the headline. When did this start moving? So we had a nice move up on Coinbase around 105. Yeah, that's way after this headline came out. This headline came out 12/12. So not sure if it's that, but Sean thinks it's Beige Book. He could absolutely be right.
Yeah.
We have, let's find out, like not very long before Beige Book drops, about 50 seconds or so. According to my atomic clock, it is about...
Atomic clock?
Yeah, I got it right here, baby.
Nice.
Yeah, got it. Always.
All right.
For trading,
So
right?
let's see what this brings us. We're catching a bit of sell, right? We did that pop up, as you can see here, both on both these names. Now I'm sure other names look similar, but going into that 2 p.m. drop of the Beige Book, we are getting that little bit of volatility craziness, right? We were trading here at 331.20s,
Yes, sir.
and then you snap up to 331.70s, about a 50 to 60 penny. I guess slap right up, you wipe the book into the ask, and you get that kind of move there. I guess people are positioning for a potential trade, or I don't know what's happening, but what I'm seeing is crazy volatility. Here it comes.
Beige Book should be out technically now.
Now.
I've got my news
Now.
blotter open. We're going to send it to the Big Kahunas in a sec. But yeah, I'm not seeing any market reaction. Are you on your?
not yet.
Yeah, so we'll have
Not
to
yet.
continue to wait. Yeah.
We'll let
All
it-
right,
we'll let
guys.
it cook.
We are overtime technically, but you will be back tomorrow because I think Mac's still in Europe. He's still
in Europe?
He's still posting food pictures, which means he's in Europe. Eat up a store, Max. Come back
You better
nice
call him a
and.
private jet, bro. This guy needs to make it back. He's not coming back. He's like,
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see when
All
he's
right.
back. All right, guys. Obi and I will be on. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's with the big guys.
take care.
Just sifting through some of these comments here coming through the Fed's Beige Book. Most districts reporting price growth still in the latest quarter. So Beige Book is just a general